Her physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. So, this little bit of force would not cause any substantial harm to her. Xu Qingshan still didn't feel any pain. She was secretly puzzled. But what shocked her was that, when the pain came, she was not afraid. Instead, she was excited. Xu Hao kept an eye on Xu Qingshan's reaction. Seeing her like this, his eyes flashed. I can't increase the force anymore. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I'll hurt someone. Xu Qingshan pursed her lips. It's not that she is enduring the pain, but she is suppressing the surging feeling. She screamed in her heart. Oh my God, why is this happening? What's wrong with me? Xu Qingshan is not ignorant. At this moment, she couldn't help but think. Could it be that she is a pervert? When she thought of this, she felt numb. If people knew that she had such a hobby, then she would be ashamed to see people. So she swore secretly. Never let others know. Little did she know, all her performances were seen by Xu Hao. The corners of his mouth rose. It seems that the information obtained from the lottery did not deceive him. Who would have thought that the leader of the research team, who was always meticulous and serious in the company on weekdays, it turned out to be so right. Fortunately, he was the only one who knew all this. And he was the only one who knew it. Xu Hao glanced at the door. His expression was slightly amused. Ding Xu Qingshan was excited, emotional value plus 789. Ding Xu Aoshan was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Aoshan followed Xu Hao into the laboratory. He was looking forward to it. He hoped to find the secret about Xu Hao here, and then expose it to make him infamous. He walked, lightly and quietly opened the door. Xu Aoshan was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the research room, Xu Hao was educating his second sister Xu Qingshan. Xu Aoshan felt his head buzz. A few days ago, he went home to persuade his sisters to leave Xu Hao, and the scene flashed through his mind like a movie. At that time, the sisters were still happy to say how good Xu Hao was to them, but now, is Xu Hao so good to the sisters? Xu Aoshan couldn't accept it. Wait, were the sisters forced by Xu Hao to say those words? But looking at their expressions, it didn't seem like it. Xu Aoshan was full of doubts and anger rose from his heart. Because she was too angry, Xu Qingshan kept her head down, and Xu Aoshan didn't notice her expression. Seeing that Xu Hao was going to continue, Xu Aoshan finally couldn't sit still. Flashing out like lightning, he roared. The sudden voice scared Qinghai so much that she went blank in an instant. Her first reaction was that it was over. There was someone in the lab. When she thought about being discovered just now, Xu Qingshan felt her face burning. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xu Hao looked at the person who came and pretended to be surprised. Aoshan, why are you here? Xu Aoshan frowned and said with disgust. Don't call me Aoshan, I'm not your son, it's disgusting to hear it. I knew you had bad intentions towards the sisters, and I caught you in the act, right? Don't you have anything to say? You can bully the second sister like this, are you still a human being? Hearing a familiar voice, Xu Qingshan raised her head. Seeing Xu Aoshan insulting Xu Hao like this, she immediately quit. She quickly stood up to speak for Xu Hao. Xu Aoshan, you misunderstood, it's not what you think. I didn't complete the task, and it was my request, don't blame Dad. Huh, Xu Aoshan was stunned. He widened his eyes and looked at the second sister in disbelief. Second sister, did you ask for the punishment? Is she crazy, or is the second sister crazy? After calming down, Xu Aoshan said unwillingly. Second sister, it has come to this point, why are you still talking to him? How can there be such a punishment? Xu Hao is just a pervert. Quote. Hearing the word, pervert, Xu Qingshan's heart skipped a beat and she waved her hand to express it. Really not, Dad did this for my own good. Xu Aoshan looked like he had seen a ghost. Second sister, if you are threatened, just blink. Quote. 0. Xu Qingshan rolled her eyes at him. You think too much. Xu Hao also explained on the side. Aoshan, this is a misunderstanding, I didn't hit Qingshan on purpose just now. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xu Aoshan, furious. Xu Hao, shut up, don't think I don't know what you think in your heart, who are you angry with? Xu Qingshan said angrily with her eyebrows raised, no matter what, he is still my father. No matter how dissatisfied you are with him, you can't speak in this tone. Xu Aoshan was silent. He wanted to say that Xu Hao was not his father at all, nor was he the biological father of his sisters. But he swallowed the words back. He was afraid that after he said it, his sisters would fall deeper. At this time, Xu Qingshan seemed to react suddenly. He looked at Xu Aoshan suspiciously and asked, "What are you doing in the company? How did you get in?" After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Xu Hao. "Dad, did you let him into the company?" Xu Hao looked innocent. "No, I thought you brought him in." Xu Qingshan suddenly realized, and looked at Xu Aoshan with a look of disgust. "I understand, you sneaked in, right? Whatever you do here, get out quickly, or don't blame me for calling the police." Xu Aoshan opened his mouth, but he just sneaked in, and there was no way to explain. In the end, he could only turn around and leave dejectedly. In the laboratory, Xu Hao coughed. "Okay Qingshan, today I have given you a little punishment. Don't be lazy in the future. I will definitely punish you." Xu Qingshan nodded with a red face. Deep in her heart, she began to look forward to the punishment Xu Hao said. Pills. Chapter 481, The End of the Protagonist. Raise a legal loli as a pet. Xuanyao. Time flies, and it is night in a blink of an eye. Today's night is a bit gloomy, the moon is covered by dark clouds, and the wind is howling and raging. Lin Yun dragged his tired body to a bridge hole. He lay on a simple mat. Staring blankly at the endless darkness in the distance, his heart was mixed with anger and unwillingness. Thinking back then, he accidentally got the system and thought he could get rich rewards by delivering food and start a brilliant life. But who could have expected that someone would deliberately interfere? Every time he was about to complete the takeaway order at the critical moment, there would always be complications. Let his efforts fall short. Now, Luo Li, whom he likes, has also been deceived by Xu Hao, the beast in human form. Thinking of Luo Li's staggering steps and the charm of a young woman on her face, he felt heartbroken. But what can he do? Nothing can be done. He could only watch helplessly. Lin Yun was so frustrated that he almost suffocated. Papa. Just when Lin Yun doubted his life, a sound of footsteps broke the silence of the night. Lin Yun was alert instantly and sat up. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the source of the sound vigilantly. He chose this bridge hole. It was because it was rarely visited. Why did someone come now? Before he could see the appearance of the person coming, a dazzling hand light shone on his face. Lin Yun subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes. After adapting, he squinted his eyes and fixed his eyes. He saw that the visitor was Xu Hao, whom he hated to the core. In an instant, Lin Yun's eyes burned with anger and gritted his teeth. Xu Hao said with a sigh. "This is your new home. The location is well chosen." It was a double entendre. Lin Yun, who was furious, did not hear the deep meaning. He just stared at him viciously. "What are you doing here?" Xu Hao smiled playfully. "Of course I'm here to send you off." Lin Yun was stunned at first, then reacted, shocked and angry. You want to kill me?" He and Xu Hao had fought before, and there was a huge difference in strength between them. Xu Hao also had a very powerful and beautiful bodyguard beside him. If they really wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, Lin Yun's body tensed up, and his nerves were highly alert. "Of course, who told you to dare to hit on little Luo Li?" "I want to avenge little Luo Li." Xu Hao had a playful look on his face. Lin Yun, who was originally uneasy in his heart, when he heard Xu Hao mention Luo Li, he was immediately furious and his blood rushed up. "Xu Hao, don't talk nonsense, you know better than me what's going on. It was you who controlled me, asked me to drug Luo Li, and said those words. You've been planning to take Luo Li from the beginning. You did this to take Luo Li down and put the blame on me." Xu Hao snapped his fingers. "The answer is correct, but there is no reward." Lin Yun was so angry that his face turned red, his breathing was rapid, and his chest was heaving violently. "Why did you do this? We have no grudges, why did you frame me? Didn't you say it? In order to take down that legal loli, someone needs to take the blame." Lin Yun was speechless for a moment. "I always feel that it is not that simple." Ding Lin Yun is furious, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao looked at the top of Lin Yun's head. Seeing the gradually dimming and almost disappearing luck. Continue to stimulate. What a pity, you obviously saved her, and she will regard you as an enemy in the future. Lin Yun's eyes were red and bloodshot. The scenes of getting along with Luo Li in the past flashed. They were all ruined by the devil Xu Hao. You still don't know how I came into contact with Luo Li, right? Xu Hao insisted and boasted. I'll learn from you to be a hero and save the beauty. I bribed those hooligans you taught a lesson and let them harass her again. I'll stand up at the right time. How touched do you think she will be? Lin Yun's eyes widened, full of shock and anger. He heard Luo Li talk about how she met Xu Hao. At that time, he was indignant and wanted to teach those hooligans a lesson. I didn't expect that it was Xu Hao who planned the conspiracy. What a jerk. I have to say that the taste of legal loli is really moist, but the body is too bad. Lin Yun was so angry that he trembled all over and almost couldn't breathe. What are you going to do with Luo Li? What? Of course I'll keep her by my side as a little pet, Xu Hao answered with a bad taste. After a pause, he seemed to remember something and continued. Instead of caring about my little pet, why not think about how you ended up like this? I'm really disappointed that I haven't found out yet. Little pet. Lin Yun's body trembled violently. When he thought of the petite Luo Li becoming the plaything of the devil in front of him, he shuddered. And when he heard Xu Hao's next words, he was struck by lightning, shuddered, and widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? It's you who has been targeting me behind the scenes, bombing my house and burning my car, and preventing me from delivering food. At this moment, Lin Yun's mind flashed through his past experiences like a revolving lantern. Those inexplicable order obstacles, the experience of the house being bombed and the car being burned. The mysterious black hand that has been controlling all this behind the scenes. Now the truth is revealed. All of this was done by this Xu Hao. I should have thought of it earlier. He is the richest man, with tremendous power and wealth, and it is easy for him to do this. Lin Yun clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms, but he didn't feel it. Xu Hao waved his hands nonchalantly. Not only that, your strength was also destroyed by me. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Yun's heart. He only felt a dizzy, his blood was surging, and a mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. Puff, spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Lin Yun's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao looked at the top of Lin Yun's head, and saw that the already dim luck completely dissipated at this moment. It's time to end. If it weren't for harvesting luck, he wouldn't waste so much time talking. Wouldn't it be better to go back and enjoy the service of my daughters with this time? Okay, I've told you so much, you should die with your eyes closed. Lin Yun came back to his senses, and was furious, his rationality was completely drowned by the spray. I'll fight you, he roared. Like a mad beast, he rushed towards Xu Hao with his fangs and claws 880. Xu Hao sneered. He didn't move, but just stretched out his right palm indifferently. He hit it with one palm. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged out from his palm. As if it had turned into substance, it hit Lin Yun with overwhelming force. Before Lin Yun could react, the powerful force had already torn him apart like a dead tree in rotten wood. He only heard a scream and it stopped. Abruptly. This is only 1 or 2% of the strength of the Emperor realm. In this world, except for nuclear-level weapons, other modern weapons can no longer pose a threat. Xu Hao waved his hand again. And a banner emitting a strange and evil light appeared out of thin air. The banner seemed to have intelligence, trembling in the air, and then released a strong suction force. Lin Yun's soul was forcibly taken into the banner. The ashes were truly scattered, and the soul was taken into the Emperor's banner, and he would never be reborn. Then, Chen Hao flicked his finger. A spark fell and turned into a blazing flame. The flame spread rapidly like a lively fire snake. Wherever it went, everything was swallowed up. Whether it was the simple mat, or the stones and dust in the bridge hole, they all turned into ashes in the flames. It was as if no one had ever been here. All traces were wiped out. Xu Hao said to Hong Qiangwei, who was holding a flashlight beside him. Hong Qiangwei nodded, and the two walked out side by side. The figures gradually merged into the night. Xu Hao just arrived at the door of his house. He met his eldest daughter Xu Mingkong, who had returned home. Chapter 482. Dad, take me to heaven. Sparks with the eldest daughter. Ambiguity. Seeing the eldest daughter Xu Mingkong coming back, Xu Hao greeted her. Mingkong is back. Xu Mingkong nodded slightly. Such a response was impossible when she just came back. Through this period of time, The ice in her heart is also slowly melting. But there is still a long way to go before she calls him dad. Fortunately, Xu has a lot of patience. The two walked into the villa together. The villa is very lively today. Not only Xu's family, but also some friends. Xu Hongzhuang's bestie Xiao Wanling. Xu Feiyan's big sister Yan Wumei. Su Wancho's bestie and good friend Yao Xin. And Xu Hao's exclusive pet little fox Leng Bingji. Originally, when they missed Xu Hao, they would come to Xu's house and often serve Xu Hao with Su Wancho. I didn't expect to bump into each other today. However, they were all Xu Hao's women and had met each other before, so they didn't feel awkward. Instead, they got along well with the sisters of the Xu family. There was laughter in the villa. My father is so powerful, he can do anything. The youngest daughter Xu Huang's tender voice came. Her little face was rosy, and when she talked about Xu Hao, her eyes were full of pride and admiration. This made Xiao Wanling, Yan Wumei, and Yao Xinrui laugh. The other girls also smiled. They all knew that Xiao Wanzhi didn't lie. Among the daughters, only Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei didn't know the relationship between them and Xu Hao. When they heard their sister tell Xu Hao's secret, they were anxious in their hearts, fearing that the secret would be leaked. Xu Xiqing coughed lightly and scolded. Xiao Wanzhi is so innocent, she says everything. Although dad is powerful, he is not so exaggerated. Xu Wei quickly agreed. Yes, there are so many sisters and aunts here, don't say anything nonsense. Xiao Wanzhi blinked her big watery eyes. Although she is only 1 year old, she is very smart. I have seen the girls with their father Xu Hao countless times, and sometimes with their mother. I feel like they are a family. So I said it without hesitation. Xu Mingkong looked at the cute look of his little sister and felt that children's words were innocent. What is heaven and earth, because it is impossible. She knew that Xu Hao was very powerful. He gambled so many jades and could also take out the magical marrow cleansing pill. Going to heaven is too outrageous. 260. Seeing her sister refute her, Xiao Wanzhi pouted her cherry lips and said. Aggrievedly. Xiao Wanzhi is not exaggerating. My sisters and Xiao Wanzhi have experienced the feeling of flying in the sky, and feel that the moon is within reach. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Just as everyone was talking and laughing, Xu Hao walked in. In an instant, all eyes were attracted to her. The emotions contained in it were complex and varied, including admiration, love, and dependence. Dad, hug me. Xiao Wanzhi's eyes lit up. She took short steps and pounced on Xu Hao like a deer. Xu Hao smiled dotingly and leaned over to pick her up. Is Xiao Wanzhi obedient at home? Xiao Wanzhi is very obedient. Xiao Wanzhi pouted and said. Then she thought of flying again. She looked at Xu Hao with sparkling eyes. Dad, I said you can take us to the sky, but they didn't believe it. Dad, I want to play in the sky, let them see if I'm lying. Xu Hao's heart moved. Today, all the girls gathered together, and the eldest daughter was here. It was a good time to harvest a wave of emotional value. He raised his lips slightly and smiled. Okay, I'll take you to the sky now. Hearing this, Xiao Wanling, Yan Wumei and Xu Mingkong all thought Xu Hao was teasing Xiao Wanzhi. But the next moment, Xu Hao raised his hand and a ray of light flashed. A flying sword emitting a cold light appeared out of thin air. It hovered in the air. Seeing this, the two sisters Xu Xiqing and Xu Wei flashed a trace of surprise in their eyes. In the past, they had taken Xu Hao's flying sword to the sky when they were alone. This was the first time to show it in front of outsiders. Only the two of them didn't know. The other girls knew that they were not outsiders, they were all eager to try. It was the last time since they last flew to the sky. They also wanted to experience the feeling of flying. To save time, let's go together. Wancho, you and Xiao Wanzhi go first. Xu Hao said. Su Wancho smiled and walked in front of Xu Hao with lotus steps. Xu Hao embraced her slender waist. He jumped up and stepped on the flying sword like an immortal. Then he drove the flying sword, turned into a stream of light, and shot into the deep night sky. Xiao Wanling, Yan Wumei, Yao Xinrui and Xu Mingkong were stunned when they saw this. He really went to the sky. Xu Mingkong was shocked. He felt more and more mysterious about Xu Hao. A strong curiosity surged in her heart, driving her to explore further. The other girls looked in the direction where Xu Hao left. Their eyes were full of admiration and love. Not long after, Xu Hao stepped on the flying sword and returned with Su Wanchou and Xiao Wanzhi. Xiao Wanzhi was so excited that her face turned red and she danced and shouted. I said Dad could fly and hide. Do you see it now? We were so close to the moon just now. The girls echoed one after another. I know, your father can do anything. Xiao Wanzhi raised her head more and more proudly. Who's next? Xu Hao looked at the girls. Xiao Wanling and Yao Xinrui looked timid. After all, it was 10,000 meters high. If you are not careful, you will be crushed to pieces. Even Yan Wumei, the queen who calls the wind and rain in the underground world, can't help but be a little afraid. I'll do it, I'll go with my sister. Xu Huai raised her little hand, with excitement in her tone. In the past year, they have experienced the joy of flying many times with Xu Hao's company. They have overcome their fear. Now it's just two people together. Xu Hao smiled slightly, put his arms around the waists of the two girls, and stepped on the flying sword. The flying sword flashed, instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. After a while, Xu Hao returned safely with the jubilant Xu Shiqing and Xu Wai. The next round, Xu Feiyan and Xu Qingshe. The two girls looked at each other, with a hint of nervousness and expectation in their eyes, and walked to Xu Hao's side. Xu Hao hugged them, and the flying sword rose into the air again. Next, it was Hongzhuang and Xu Qingshan. Xu Qingshan was punished by Xu Hao in the company, and she was hugged by Xu Hao at this moment, so she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Xu Hongzhuang didn't notice the strangeness of her second sister. They happily stepped on the flying sword together. Then, it was Xu Mingkong's turn. Xu Mingkong shook his head. She was afraid of heights, so she didn't want to go to the sky. Then the little pets Lang Bingji and Yan Wumei. Lang Bingji knew that Xu Hao could fly with a sword, and she had experienced it. But that was when she was still a little fox. Flying in the air in Xu Hao's arms. I haven't tried the feeling of standing on a flying sword. Xu Hao picked up the two women, one on the left and one on the right, and urged the flying sword to the sky. To avoid being noticed, he used his invisibility ability. The flying sword was like a meteor that cut through the night sky, passing through layers of clouds, presenting a dreamlike beauty in front of his eyes. The stars were twinkling, like bright gems inlaid on the vast sky, and the Milky Way stretched across the sky. The two women couldn't help but be obsessed with the beautiful scenery. Yan Wumei subconsciously glanced at her feet, the height made her dizzy. She was suddenly terrified, her legs weakened, and she couldn't help but hug Xu tightly. Ding Yan Wumei was scared, emotional value plus 678. Xu Hao pressed her head and bowed slightly. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, they had a romantic oral S**X. Of course, the little fox was not spared. After satisfying his oral addiction, Xu Hao drove the flying sword back. Then came Xiao Wanling and Yao Xinrui. The two girls leaned against each other, nervous and expectant. Xu Hao walked forward BJCC and embraced them. Feeling Xu Hao's warm and powerful embrace, the two girls gradually calmed down. The flying sword rose into the sky, and above the clouds, Chen Hao also embraced the two girls. Tasted their taste. Finally, the eldest daughter Xu Mingkong was left. The previous girls contributed a lot of emotional points to him, and this daughter was the big one. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Xu Mingkong was stunned. He shook his head and said, "Forget about me, I don't want to go to heaven." However, the sisters did not let her go. They were scared at the beginning. They also wanted the eldest sister to experience it. Xu Hongzhuang spoke first. "Sister, just try it, it's fun. This is flying, if you don't experience it, you will definitely regret it." Xu Qingshe agreed. "Don't worry, big sister, you'll be safe with daddy's protection." Xu Shiqing blinked and smiled playfully. "Big sister, aren't you scared?" The sisters tried to persuade Xu Mingkong. But Xu Mingkong refused. He always felt that there was something fishy going on. Although deep down, she was also curious about going to heaven. But she and Xu Hao were not that close. She didn't want to trouble him. Xu Feiyan saw through her big sister's thoughts. She walked directly to Xu Hao and said, "Dad, big sister is just a tsundere. Don't look at her rejection, but she's thinking about it." Xu Hao had a meaningful smile on his lips. Of course, he would not let his eldest daughter go. So he walked to Xu Mingkong. "Mingkong, don't worry, I'm here, there will be no danger." Xu Mingkong was about to speak. But he felt a hand on his waist. Her heart tightened, and before she could react, she flew into the air. When she came to her senses, she found that she had stepped on the flying sword, and the ground under her feet was rapidly moving away from her. The flying sword was like an arrow from a string, rushing towards the night sky. When the flying sword was about to pass through the layers of dark clouds, Xu Mingkong recovered from the shock. She struggled subconsciously, trying to get rid of Xu Hao. Xu Hao's voice sounded in her ears. "Don't move, it's very dangerous." The warm breath brushed past her ears. It made her ears itchy. Xu Mingkong then remembered that this was high in the sky, and she looked down inadvertently. This glance made her heart instantly rise to her throat. There was an endless dark abyss under her feet. The height made her dizzy. Her legs trembled involuntarily. Xu Hao hugged her tighter. Xu Mingkong seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, hugged Xu Hao tightly with both hands and closed his eyes. Xu Hao patted her back to comfort her. With Xu Hao's comfort, Xu Mingkong gradually calmed down her fear and slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, the scenery in front of her was like a scroll, appearing in front of her. The bright moon seemed to be close at hand, and she could touch its brilliance with just a slight stretch of her hand. The bright starry sky was like a gem inlaid on the sky, beautiful and magnificent. Xu Mingkong couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. Just as she was immersed in this dreamlike beauty, suddenly, she felt something strange. Her cheeks were burning like fire. It turned out that at this moment, she and Xu Hao were hugging each other tightly. The knowledge seemed too ambiguous. If this knowledge was seen by others, they would definitely misunderstand it. But let it go now. Xu Mingkong dared not do it anyway. He could only maintain this knowledge, his body stiff, not daring to move. For fear of angering Xu Mingkong's heartbeat accelerated, emotional value plus 789. Xu Hao noticed her embarrassment. Said awkwardly, "That Mingkong, this kind of thing is sometimes out of control." However, there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead, there was a barely perceptible smile. Xu Mingkong pursed his lips tightly and did not speak. Then she thought of a more serious problem. She was so scared the first time she flew into the sky. What about her sisters? They must not be much better. Will the sisters be the same as she is now? How can this be possible? Xu Mingkong was thinking wildly. But think about it from another angle. Several sisters had similar experiences with Xu Hao before. But nothing wrong happened. Doesn't it prove Xu Hao's reliability? The flying game is over. It's time to go to bed at night. Yao Xinrui and the other girls stayed at Xu's house to rest. Xu Mingkong was thinking about the embarrassment with Xu Hao in the sky. I couldn't fall asleep at all. Occasionally, she heard a noise outside. She opened the door gently with doubt. She saw Yao Xinrui, the best friend in Su Ma's mouth, quietly came to Xu Hao and Su Ma's room and walked in. Xu Mingkong felt strange. Why did she go to their room without sleeping at night? Then she saw Yan Wumei, Xiao Wanling, and Lang Bingji go in one after another. Xu Mingkong was confused. Could they discuss something at night? Until she saw her third sister Xu Hongzhuang quietly walk to the door and eavesdrop. She walked over in doubt. Pat Xu Hongzhuang's shoulder. Xu Hongzhuang was startled. Seeing Xu Mingkong, she was relieved. "Sister, are you going to scare me to death?" Xu Mingkong said unhappily. "I should be the one asking you this question. Why are you here so late at night?" At this time, a series of noises came from the room, and she was stunned. Her face became redder and redder. She finally knew what those people were doing. Chapter 483, 1 against 5, Dad is so awesome. The eldest daughter found something wrong. Xu Mingkong dragged the third sister Xu Hongzhuang back to her room. Slammed the door. Xu Mingkong looked at Xu Hongzhuang. And Xu Hongzhuang avoided her eyes and didn't dare to look at her elder sister's sharp eyes at all. "Third sister, shouldn't you explain it to me?" Xu Mingkong broke the silence. "You don't sleep late at night, sneaking outside other people's doors to eavesdrop. What do you want to do?" Xu Hongzhuang blushed and said hesitantly. Where is the eavesdropping? I just saw Wanling enter the room, so I followed her to see. I didn't have any other intentions." Xu Mingkong raised the corner of his mouth. He showed an expression that saw through everything. "Tell me, how many times has this happened?" Quote, "How many times? Big sister, I don't know what you are talking about." Xu Hongzhuang's heart was in her throat. Xu Mingkong sneered and took a step forward. Do you want me to make it clearer? When the sound came from inside just now, your expression didn't change at all. Don't tell me it was your first time to eavesdrop. Xu, 480, Hongzhuang was like a child who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and complained in her heart. Eavesdropping on my father's corner, I was caught by my big sister. This is too shameful. Xu Mingkong's tone was majestic and unquestionable. Not many times, I'm just curious about what they are doing. Xu Hongzhuang said weakly. Hee hee. Xu Mingkong crossed his arms and looked mocking. You are a 3-year-old child. Don't you understand these things? Then why were you shy just now? Tell me what's going on. What's their relationship with Xu Hao? They went to the master bedroom in the middle of the night. Why didn't Yin Ma care? This made Xu Mingkong really confused. I heard Xu Aoshan say that Xu Hao had many women before. She was skeptical at the time. Now it seems that she has to believe it. But even if those women have a relationship with Xu Hao, they shouldn't gather in one room in the middle of the night, right? How embarrassing. And among these women, there are my sister's bestie, my sister's good friend, and even Su Ma's bestie. What puzzled her most was Su Ma, the legitimate wife. Why doesn't she seem to care at all? Why does Su Ma care? She is involved every time, so she must have agreed. Xu Hongzhuang explained. Why? Xu Mingkong frowned, puzzled. Xu Hongzhuang hesitated and said weakly. Dad is so awesome. Xu Mingkong didn't react at first. After a while, her eyes widened and she looked at her third sister in disbelief. How did you know? You wouldn't. Xu Hongzhuang was stunned and rolled her eyes. What are you thinking, sister? I only know this because I heard them begging for mercy from Dad every time. Xu Mingkong couldn't help but think of the accidents with Xu Hao. No wonder they begged for mercy. Suddenly, she reacted. She stared at Xu Hongzhuang closely and said in a critical manner. Then you have been listening for a long time. Xu Hongzhuang smiled awkwardly. Not long, sister, don't worry about these details. Just you know about this, don't tell your sisters. Do you need to tell me that? Xu Mingkong replied unhappily. Then he asked again. If I'm not mistaken, your best friend is among them, right? The one called Xiao Wanling, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? She can't wait to be with Dad, and Su Ma doesn't object. Xu Hongzhuang replied nonchalantly. No, she's with Xu Hao, don't you feel awkward getting along with each other? Xu Mingkong put himself in her shoes. I have such a best friend. Wouldn't that be like having an extra stepmother? How complicated is this relationship? Xu Hongzhuang said naturally. No, Wanling still wants to please me. If she makes me angry, I'll let Dad teach her a lesson. Okay. Xu Mingkong sighed helplessly. Then his expression became serious. Don't eavesdrop anymore, it's wrong. I know you might be interested in this, you can find a boyfriend. Xu Hongzhuang was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Who is interested? I heard my elder sister talking about finding a boyfriend again. She pouted. Dad is in her eyes every day. If you find a boyfriend, you have to be better than your father, right? But such a person probably doesn't exist yet. I know, I'm going to sleep, good night elder sister. Xu Hongzhuang left as if she was escaping. Xu Mingkong frowned. I always feel that there is something wrong with this family atmosphere. The next morning, the sun shone softly into the house through the cracks in the window. Xu Hao woke up in a warm and soft environment. He saw himself surrounded by a bunch of arms, with his hands in an indescribable position. He raised his lips, moved away the arms, and got up from the bed. Although he was tired all night, he was refreshed and had endless energy. He came to the courtyard. The flowers and plants looked delicate and beautiful under the moistening of the morning dew. The fresh air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and plants. Xu Hao prepared to make a pot of tea and enjoy the tranquility of the early morning. He took out the tea set and was about to boil water. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in his heart. It was a movement from the portable space. With a thought, he took out the strange beast egg. A giant egg the size of a basketball appeared on the table. And the surface of the eggshell exuded a layer of mysterious luster. Xu Hao was connected to the breath of life in the egg. He could sense it clearly. The little guy inside was about to break out of the shell. So, he waited for the arrival of the little life. While sipping tea leisurely, Not long after, the daughters got up one after another. They saw Xu Hao in the courtyard. They came over to say hello. "Good morning, Dad." As soon as he came over, he saw the giant egg on the table. Xu Shiqing asked curiously, "Dad, what kind of egg is this? I haven't seen such a big egg." Xu Huai couldn't help but reach out and fiddle with the giant egg, guessing. "Is it a dinosaur egg?" Xu Feiyan rolled her eyes beautifully. "Do you understand common sense? Dinosaurs have been extinct for a long time, right?" Xu Huai put his hands on his waist unconvinced. "Then tell me what kind of egg this is." One after another, eyes fell on Xu Hao. Xu Hao picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said slowly. "Don't look at me, I don't know either. I got it by chance. But it's about to break out of the shell, you'll know in a moment." The girls couldn't help but look forward to it. They stared at the giant egg without blinking, afraid of missing it. Not long after, the giant egg trembled slightly. Xu Huai exclaimed, "Look, it's moving." Xu Shiqing and Xu Feiyan also noticed it, and they were nervous. Xu Feiyan whispered, "Will a monster jump out?" As time went by, the tremor of the giant egg became more and more intense. Finally, with a click, a small crack appeared on the eggshell. Then, it quickly spread out with it as the center. The girls stared nervously and curiously, not daring to breathe. Finally, the eggshell was completely broken. A blue bird appeared in front of everyone. The feathers were as bright and beautiful as sapphires, and the posture was elegant and beautiful. "Wow, Dad, what kind of bird is this? It's so cute." The girls were immediately attracted by it and were delighted. Xu Huai frowned and said, "Why haven't I seen this kind of bird before? This look, could it be the legendary phoenix?" The girls chattered non-stop. The blue bird raised its neck, with a hint of pride in its smart eyes. He glanced at them, and walked straight to Xu Hao, rubbing his head against Xu Hao's hand affectionately. Xu Hao also learned its information through the system. Looking at the excited daughters, he explained. "Zines. What? Blue Luan. Is this really the legendary 4.0 creature?" Xu Shiqing covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my god, Xiaobai is outrageous enough, are we going to start raising mythical beasts?" Xu Huai followed and shouted. The girls were all shocked by the news, but soon they recovered from the shock and wanted to touch Qingluan. However, Qingluan was very proud. She ignored their enthusiasm. Xu Hao touched its head. "Don't be rude, they are all my daughters, you have to get along well." Qingluan seemed to understand Xu Hao's words. Only then did she put down her airs and let them touch her. The girls were so excited. They touched its cool wings. They touched its head. They also let it fly. Qingluan spread its wings and flew high, like a phoenix, with gorgeous feathers shining in the sun. The girls were fascinated and loved it very much. Xu Huai had an idea. "Dad, it doesn't have a name yet, right?" "Dad, give it a name." Xu Hao said casually, "I'll call you Zhao King from now on." Qingluan seemed very satisfied with the name and happily flew around Xu Hao. Chapter 484, Daughter-in-Law Visits. Let's exchange ideas together. The peerless dragon is released from prison. The sun gradually rises. The sun shines on every corner of the Xu family compound. The other girls also get up one after another. A new day begins. As soon as Xu Mingkong walked into the yard, he saw his sisters gathered together, playing happily with a strange-looking bird. "Sister, you are knowledgeable, guess what kind of bird this is?" Xu Huai smiled slyly. She spread her palm and let Qingluan stand on it, and asked Xu Mingkong with a hint of evil taste. Xu Mingkong walked forward and looked at it carefully for a long time. She couldn't recognize what kind it was. Helplessly, she shook her head. "Tad." Xu Huai smiled and said proudly. "Hee hee, sister, don't you know? Let me tell you, this is the legendary Qingluan." "What?" Xu Mingkong was shocked. "Qingluan? Isn't that a legendary beast? How could such a thing exist?" She looked at her sisters suspiciously. She wondered if they were teaming up to play a trick on her. "I didn't lie. Dad told us." Xu Hua thought she didn't believe him and shrugged. Thinking of Xu Hao's incredible special abilities. He could even fly with a sword. What else is impossible? Xu Mingkong couldn't help but believe it. The more she understood Xu Hao, the more she couldn't understand this world. "It's time to eat." Just then, Su Wancho's gentle voice came. Invited Xu Hao and the girls to have breakfast. Xu Mingkong's eyes inadvertently paused on Xiao Wanling, Yan Wumei and other girls. The 5 girls looked ruddy, revealing a satisfied glow, obviously being fed. Looking at Xu Hao again, he was like nothing happened. You can imagine how powerful he is. Just after dinner, an acquaintance came to the door. Wen Jins has slowly shifted the focus of her work to the country these days. Today she came again. Is it to prepare to be with Xu Hao to discuss cooperation? The sisters of the Xu family all knew that Xu Aoshan's marriage partner was Wen Jins. When they heard that this future brother-in-law was coming, they couldn't help but become curious. They wanted to see what she looked like. When Wen Jins appeared in front of everyone, the girls couldn't help but brighten up. An exquisite and beautiful oval face, with perfectly matched facial features. A decent professional suit, which set off her CEO temperament. Of course, the girls of the Xu family just sighed. Because they are even better than them. Wen Jins was also surprised when she saw them. She had always heard her father say that the 7 daughters of the Xu family were gorgeous. She was a little unconvinced at first. But when she saw it with her own eyes today, it was indeed well deserved. These women have good looks, good figures, and good temperament. Standing there is like 7 fairies, each with her own beauty. Xu Hao introduced with a smile. This is Wen Jins, the daughter of the Wen family I mentioned to you, and also the marriage partner of your brother. Jins, these are my daughters. They were not at home last time you came. Today they are all at home. You can get to know each other. Xu Wei has always been lively and very familiar. She was the first to greet. I heard that you are younger than us, but you have already started to control your own group. It's amazing. As she said, she also raised her thumb. Xu Feiyan also said on the side. Sister Jins, you are so outstanding, that Xu Aoshan is not worthy of you at all, let's cancel this marriage. Wen Jins's smile froze. She was surprised. Isn't Xu Aoshan your brother? How can you say that your brother is not worthy of others? Yes, Xu Wei echoed. Dad was kind enough to introduce Sister Jins to him, but Xu Aoshan didn't appreciate it and said that Dad should go to arrange the marriage himself. I wonder if he will regret it when he sees Sister Jins, hee. The smile on Wen Jins's face could no longer be maintained. Xu Aoshan actually opposed the marriage with her. She didn't want to agree to the marriage yet. What the hell is the marriage with Uncle Xu? $73. Seeing the girls chattering non-stop, Xu Hao interrupted them. Jins came here for business, so don't bother her. You can communicate together when you have time. Xu Hao sent the girls away. Invited Wen Jins to sit next to him. Invited Xiao Wanling to make tea. Jin, why are you alone? Where's your dad? Xu Hao asked after sitting down. Wen Jins replied. My dad had something to deal with, so he didn't come. He asked me to say hello to Uncle Xu on his behalf. Xu Hao nodded and asked. I wonder why Jins came. Wen Jins sorted out her thoughts. It's like this. I have reorganized the company these days. This time I came to discuss cooperation with Uncle Xu. *11. The two began to talk about things. After a while, Xiao Wanling made tea and brought it over. She poured a cup for Wen Jins first. The fragrance of tea rose up. Wen Jins couldn't help but get close to smell it. The fragrance of tea went straight into her heart, making her feel relaxed and happy. She took a sip and her eyes lit up immediately. This tea tastes sweet and mellow, and the wonderful taste spreads on the tip of the tongue, leaving an endless aftertaste. Wen Jins usually likes to drink tea. I have been practicing tea making since I was a child, and I think I have a good tea art. But now compared with this tea, forget it, there is no comparison at all. My tea art is far inferior. Wen Jins couldn't help asking Xiao Wanling. Did you make this tea? It's so good, I have never tasted such delicious tea, can I ask you for advice on tea art? Xiao Wanling, who had just poured a cup of tea for Xu Hao, turned around. There was a faint smile on her face. You ask me for advice on tea art, why not ask the person in front of you? He taught me all my tea art, and the tea I brew now is only 30% of his. What? Wen Jins was shocked. Xu Hao's tea art is so good. Such delicious tea is only 30% of the heat. How strong is Xu Hao's tea art? Look at Xiao Wanling's serious expression. She knew that Xiao Wanling would not lie to her because such a lie would be exposed at the slightest provocation. Wen Jins could not help but think of the last time she came to Xu's house, when her father praised her tea art in front of Xu Hao. Now think about it, isn't that showing off one's skills in front of an expert? So embarrassing. Her face flushed. Jinx, I see you are very interested in tea. Xu Hao broke the silence. Uncle Xu, to be honest, I have liked drinking tea since I was a child. In my childhood memory, the tea room at home is the place where I linger most often. Whenever my father and friends drink tea and talk about things, I always watch quietly on the side. Over time, I not only fell in love with tea tasting, but also began to study tea myself. Xu Hao raised a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. The art of tea is profound and extensive. We can communicate when we have time. Wen Jin's nodded happily. There was also some expectation in her heart. By the way, Xu Hao seemed to think of something, raised his head slightly, and said with a slightly complicated look. Last time Aoshan came back, I told him about your marriage, and his reaction was a bit strong. He paused, as if he was considering his words. But this is because he is in conflict with me. I believe that after seeing Jin's, he will definitely change his mind. He continued. I say the same thing, Jin's, I hope you won't let the arrangement of the elders affect your inner judgment. Marriage is a major event in life. No matter whether you and Aoshan succeed or not, the friendship between our two families will not change. I admire you very much, and I will always treat you as my own junior. I will always be your Uncle Xu. These words, not only did they show Xu Aoshan's disregard for marriage, they also showed the painstaking efforts of a father for his children. At the same time, they also showed the generosity and tolerance of the elders. A warm current surged in Wen Jin's heart. She said with a moved face. Thank you Uncle Xu for understanding. She knew very well that in such a family marriage, it was rare to have an elder consider her money or jiao. Her father was very rigid. What did he say was the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Compared to that, Uncle Xu was really great. The good impression of Xu Hao slowly increased. Among them, the good impression pendant Xu Hao gave her before may also be quietly playing a role. Let her face Xu Hao good time. I can't help but feel close and trustful. Then, the two of them brought the topic back to cooperation and talked in depth about the details of the cooperation. At the same time, a shocking event happened on Devil's Island. There is a magical island in the Pacific Ocean. The magnetic field around it is disordered and the coordinates cannot be found. This island is also called Devil's Island. Why is it called this name? Because there are many serious criminals imprisoned in it. It is a demon on Earth. 10 years ago, a man was imprisoned in Devil's Island. Before he came in, Devil's Island was divided into dozens of forces, and no one was allowed. After he came in, there was only his voice on Devil's Island. He is the king of this island. No one dares to disobey. Dogs have to call him brother when they see him. A man close to God. Today, a man dressed as a secretary came and took him out. Chapter 485, Has the protagonist learned to be smart? Another trap. The daughter's denunciation. Xu Hao and Wen Jin's finished discussing cooperation. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and smiled. Happy cooperation. Looking at the hand in front of her, Wen Jin's hesitated. If she didn't shake hands, would she appear too arrogant and rude? Let Uncle Xu lose face. In the past, when she cooperated with others, she was always the more powerful party and never shook hands with others. Now, Xu Hao treated her very well. Not only did he respect her opinion on the matter of child marriage, he also gave her a valuable gift. After a brief hesitation, Wen Jin smiled and stretched out her hand. Happy cooperation. Xu Hao touched Wen Jin's hand and felt her delicate and smooth skin, which felt great. If he did something with this hand, I believe the experience would be better. But Xu Hao knew the limit. Touch and break, 620, showed grace. Uncle Xu, I have some urgent matters to deal with at my company, so I'll take my leave first. Wen Jin bowed slightly, her posture was elegant. Come to my house often when you have time. My daughters all praise you and look forward to spending more time with you. Wen Jin nodded gently. Uncle Xu, please stay. Then she turned around and left the Xu family. Watching her back, Xu Hao was thoughtful. He was still thinking about how to win over this daughter-in-law. I didn't expect her to come to him on her own initiative. After reaching a cooperation, there will be more opportunities to meet in the future. The sun shines in the courtyard of the Xu family. It's quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, a scolding voice came from a distance. Xu Aoshan, what are you trying to do by hiding here secretly? Xu Hao and his daughters all looked at the source of the voice. Xu Aoshan was seen standing behind a tree, looking very embarrassed, as if he was caught stealing something. It turned out that Xu Aoshan had turned the Xu group upside down. He could not find any evidence to prove that Xu Hao had committed a crime. Unwilling to give up, he shifted his target to the Xu family. He was confident that he was strong enough to sneak in. This was indeed the case. He quietly sneaked into the Xu family. He avoided Xu Hao and the emperor-level strongmen of the Xu family who were hiding in the dark. However, he never expected. He was discovered by a bird. Just now, several girls were playing with Xiao Qingluan. Xiao Qingluan keenly discovered Xu Aoshan hiding in the dark. It flapped its wings and flew straight over. Xu Huai followed curiously and found Xu Aoshan just like that. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Xu Aoshan's hiding method was indeed powerful. He didn't even notice it just now. The last time he was able to find him in the company was when Xu Aoshan showed murderous intent and had emotional fluctuations. That's why he caught it. Of course, it was also because of the distance. If the distance was closer, he could also sense it. If it was closer, Hao could also sense it. It was impossible to attack him secretly. Once he sensed the danger, he could teleport away. But now there is Xiao Qingluan. It seems that there is no need to worry about Xu Aoshan hiding. Xiao Qingluan is a divine beast. Isn't it a piece of cake to find Xu Aoshan? At this time, all the sisters of the Xu family gathered around Xu Aoshan. Pointing at him, their eyes were full of dissatisfaction and suspicion. Xu Feiyan folded her hands in front of her chest, sneered at the corners of her mouth, and said sarcastically, "Hiding here secretly, there must be no good intentions, maybe you want to steal something." Xu Shiqing's face was red with anger. "Xu Aoshan, Dad has already apologized to you. It's fine if you don't want to accept it, but now you sneak back to make trouble, it's too much." Even Xu Hongzhuang, who has always been steady and dignified, looked at Xu Aoshan with obvious evil in her eyes. "Since you don't want to recognize your father, we will not interfere with each other, but if you dare to do anything bad to Dad, we sisters will never agree." Xu Aoshan opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself. He swallowed the words back. Because he really had bad intentions on this trip. In order to find evidence of Xu Hao's crime. Xu Qingxie looked at him with displeasure. "How could you do this? Dad didn't lose you on purpose, and you actually wanted to hurt him." Xu Mingkong stood aside. She didn't have a good impression of Xu Aoshan. Just watching all this quietly. He didn't speak up to help Xu Hao. Xu Qingshan, who was always silent, also spoke up. "You should have seen the girl who just talked about cooperation with Dad. Dad is still thinking about marrying her to you. What about you? You don't know how to be kind." "What?" Xu Aoshan was stunned. Of course he remembered when Jinsu talked with Xu Hao. He thought she was also one of Xu Hao's many women. It turned out that she was the one who was betrothed as a child. Thinking back to Wen Jinsu's appearance, figure and temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Regret for rejecting this marriage last time. At this time, Xu Hao came over. I saw a helpless look on his face, and his acting skills burst out. "Aoshan, I still say that if you have a grudge against me, you can take revenge on me in any way you want. But I just hope you don't hurt others." Single quote. "I know you've suffered a lot outside these years. As long as you are willing to return to our family, I am willing to compensate you 100 times or 1,000 times. No matter what price I have to pay, I am willing to do it." His tone was sincere and heartfelt. It was like a tolerant father begging his misguided child. Xu Shiqing and the other girls listened to Xu Hao's words. Their eyes were red. They were moved by his words. Xu Mingkong was also moved, with a cold look in his eyes. However, Xu Aoshan felt nauseous. He felt that what Xu Hao said was hypocritical to the extreme. "What kind of person are you, can't I know?" He said he was willing to pay anything. He was just acting in front of his sisters. Seeing that his sisters were moved by Xu Hao, Xu Aoshan was furious. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. His anger also dissipated. Change the way of thinking. Going against Xu Hao must be what he wants. He won the favor of the sisters. But the misunderstanding between him and the sisters deepened. Why didn't he follow Xu Hao's wishes? 0.8 See if Xu Hao is really willing to give everything as he said. How will Xu Hao end up then? How will the sisters view him? Xu Aoshan sneered in his heart. He raised his head and looked directly at Xu Hao. Okay, didn't you say you were willing to give everything? Then I want your entire Xu group. This sentence is like a huge rock suddenly thrown on a calm lake, instantly stirring up thousands of waves. Xu Hao didn't have time to respond. The sisters around him couldn't sit still. They looked at Xu Aoshan with disgust in their eyes. Xu Group is a business empire that Xu Hao spent his life's efforts to build, with a market value of more than 1 trillion. It has a pivotal position in the entire business world. Xu Aoshan is going to give up the entire empire. It's like a prince who has been exiled and asked the emperor to pass the throne to him as soon as he came back. How shameless. Chapter 486, Brother-in-law, Brother-in-law. My dear son, this is your stepmother. Each has his own calculations. Dad, don't agree to him, he is just looking for trouble. Xu Huai said angrily. The other sisters also echoed. That's right, he is not sincere at all, and he must have bad intentions. He came back this time, he must want to make some trouble, we must not let him succeed. Xu Aoshan listened to the accusations of the sisters. He felt very uncomfortable. He could only comfort himself. All this is to let the sisters see the true face of Xu Hao. Grievances are temporary, and the sisters will understand themselves. What? Xu, you don't want to. Didn't you say it sincerely just now? Admit that you are acting for the sisters. Seeing Xu Hao didn't speak, Aoshan laughed at the wind. The smile on Xu Hao's face was still gentle. But there was a little more seriousness in his eyes, and he spoke. I really can't hand over the entire group to you. Xu Aoshan laughed out loud. I told you, sisters, Chen Hao is so hypocritical. However, he was greeted by the angry eyes of the girls. Xu Hao was not affected by Xu Aoshan's words. He continued. Your sisters have a share of the company, of course I can't hand it all over to you 19, but I can hand over the group to you to manage. Xu Feiyan and the other girls were stunned. They looked at each other. They saw surprise in each other's eyes. I didn't expect Xu Hao to still think about them at this time. He even planned to give them shares in the group. This thought touched them. Xu Aoshan's face was gloomy. Daki. This can be made up by Xu Hao. And he has gained a wave of favor in front of the sisters. He said unwillingly. Okay, then you give me the management of the group. He was determined. With Xu Hao's strong desire to control the group, he would definitely not give him the management. Unless Xu Hao was not afraid that he would act recklessly in the group and mess up the group. The sisters gathered around and persuaded Xu Hao. Dad, you must not agree to him. He definitely doesn't have the ability to manage the group. If you give him the management, it will definitely be a mess. That's right, he came back so suddenly, who knows what he is up to. Xu Hao raised his hand and signaled his daughters to be quiet. He looked at Xu Aoshan. No problem, but you just came back, and you won't be convinced if you take the position rashly. You can learn from me for a while, or I can set up a company for you to gain some experience. When the time comes, I will hand the group over to you, and no one in the group will say anything. Although the girls were unwilling, Xu Hao said so they didn't say anything more. Xu Hao's words were clear and logical, and his reasons were irrefutable. Xu Aoshan was speechless. His face kept changing, from blue to white, and his fists clenched. He just wanted his sisters to see Xu Hao's hypocritical face. But he never thought of recognizing this cheap father. When he was about to refuse, his eyes swept across the faces of his sisters, who were angry, dissatisfied, or disappointed. Xu Aoshan's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Instead of refusing, he would find evidence by himself and find a way to make his sisters leave Xu Hao. It's better to agree. Returning to the Xu family would also make it easier for him to search for evidence of Xu Hao's crimes. He could also learn more about his sisters and see what kind of magic potion Xu Hao had given them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. So, Xu Aoshan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. 7. Ban. The girls were very unhappy to see him like this. He was like a shameless B*****. Xu Huai said angrily. What did you agree to? We haven't agreed yet. We have never seen such a shameless person. Xu Shiqing hurriedly hit Xu Huai. This is what Dad meant, and as children, they can't refute it. Xu Feiyan's face was full of displeasure. Dad asked you to come back, we can't control it, but what is your attitude? At least you should respect Dad, right? Xu family members should act like Xu family members, don't think you can do whatever you want. Unless you are willing to call me dad, I don't agree to let you enter this family. Xu Qingshe nodded, supporting Xu Feiyan's words. Xu Hongzhuang and several other sisters also expressed no objection. They really didn't like Xu Aoshan. Xu Aoshan was dumbfounded. Asking him to call Xu Hao dad, isn't that recognizing a thief as his father? He couldn't say it anyway. Xu Hao sighed and said, how about this, Aoshan will live outside for a while, and you can go home often. Don't worry, Aoshan, your sisters are just angry, and they will naturally change their minds about you after some time to figure it out. Xu Aoshan felt a surge of blood. He thought that if he agreed to Xu Hao, he would be able to return to the Xu family smoothly and find evidence of Xu Hao's crime better. At the same time, he could also understand his sisters. Now his sisters won't let him into the house. He still has to live outside alone. What's the difference between this and the previous investigation alone? However, what makes him happy is being able to be with Xu Hao. It means there is a better chance to expose Xu Hao's true face. That's how it went. Xu Aoshan stayed with Xu Hao for a purpose. Xu Hao kept him by his side to prevent him from doing things secretly. He should not play tricks within his sight. It is also convenient to harvest the emotional value better. Both sides have their own calculations. From now on, Xu Aoshan will stay by his side. Xu Hao gave Hong Qiangwei a holiday. He assigned her a task to develop his subordinates, Wu Shang. Xu Aoshan took on the role of driver. Xu Aoshan was very depressed. He was the dignified god of war in the north, a powerful god in the realm of God with a great reputation. He was actually asked to be a driver. It was a humiliation to him. But Xu Aoshan thought of the real purpose of staying with Xu Hao. It was to be able to expose his true face one day. Make his crimes public. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and accepted this arrangement. Then Xu Hao asked him to drive all the way to Shen's house. Shen Luoyan knew that Xu Hao was coming, and waited at the door early. Seeing the car parked at the door, brother-in-law, as soon as Xu Hao got out of the car, Shen Luoyan came up and gave him a hug. Thinking back then, Shen Luoyan was forced to be with Xu Hao because of her sister. Under Xu Hao's subtle attack, 923 her heart was gradually softened. Finally, she and her sister surrendered to Xu. Xu Hao touched Shen Luoyan's head, smiled and asked, "Where's your sister?" Shen Luoyan let go of Xu Hao, looked up at him, and said sweetly, "She's taking care of the children inside. Brother-in-law, you haven't come to see us for a long time, and my sister will be happy." She showed a charming smile. "Brother-in-law, let's go in." At this time, Shen Luoyan noticed Xu Aoshan beside Xu Hao and asked curiously, "Brother Wu, who is he? Have you changed the driver?" Xu Hao introduced, "You must have heard that I have a son back. He is Xu Aoshan, now he is studying with me." After that, he turned his head again, smilingly introduced to Xu Aoshan, "Tian'er, this is the second daughter of the Shen family, and also your stepmother." Xu Aoshan's mouth twitched. Damn Tian'er, he complained in his heart. If every woman of Xu Hao wants him to call her stepmother, then he will call her you. Simply shut up and don't say anything. Shen Luoyan's pretty face blushed, holding Xu Hao's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, why call me stepmother? I'm still very young, okay." Xu Hao smiled brightly. After telling Xu Aoshan a few words, he walked into the Shen family's gate hand in hand with Shen Luoyan. Xu Aoshan was left standing there dumbfounded like a bodyguard. Chapter 487, Sister, don't look. What has the discipline become? You are not ashamed in broad daylight. Xu Hao and Shen Luoyan walked into the Shen family. Xu Aoshan was left outside the door, under the pretext of training. Looking at the backs of the two people going away, Xu Aoshan was angry. He investigated Xu Hao's women and found this woman, Shen Luoyan, the second daughter of the Shen family. She also has an elder sister. Both sisters have relationships with Xu Hao. The elder sister also gave birth to a daughter for Xu Hao. Sisters, still so exquisite. Xu Hao really knows how to enjoy. Xu Aoshan thought unhappily, his eyes became deep. He is a great war god, but he condescended to be a driver. Isn't it to get close to Xu Hao and collect evidence of his crimes? Why would he wait obediently at the door? While no one was paying attention, Xu Hao climbed over the wall and sneaked into the Shen family like a ghost, looking for Xu Hao's figure. In a quiet courtyard, he saw Xu Hao and Shen Luoyan. At this time, a mature and elegant woman was standing in front of them. She looked about 70% similar to Shen Luoyan. She was teasing the little girl in her arms. Seeing Xu Hao coming, the woman's face suddenly broke into a smile and called out happily. "Brother Hao, you are here." She was Shen Chanu. After the two heads of the Shen family were killed in succession, she was ordered to serve as the temporary head of the family. In the past year, with the help of Xu Hao, she has completely secured the position of the head of the Shen family. She managed the family affairs in an orderly manner. This made her original gentle temperament add a bit of majesty. However, at this moment, in front of the little girl, she was full of maternal brilliance. When looking at Xu Hao, her eyes revealed the tenderness of a good wife and mother. The little girl in her arms also called out in a baby voice. She stretched out two little hands. She couldn't wait to be hugged by Xu Hao. Xu Hao's smile deepened. He walked forward quickly and took the little girl from Yanyu's arms. He lifted her up high and turned her in the air. The little girl laughed like a silver bell. Xu Hao took out a doll from his personal space. The doll was wearing colorful clothes, like an elf in a fairy tale. He shook it in front of his daughter. "Lei, Daddy brought you a gift, what is it?" The little girl blinked her eyes, flashing with surprise. She reached out to grab it. "What a beautiful doll." Xu Hao handed the doll to her. The little girl hugged it tightly, put her little face on it, and smiled from ear to ear. Shen Chanu said with a smile on the side. "Lei, why don't you thank Daddy?" The little girl turned her head obediently, pressed a kiss on Xu Hao's cheek, and said in a baby voice. WWE. Watching the warm interaction of this family on the side, Shen Luoyan couldn't help but feel envious. When he first learned that his sister was pregnant, he was alert. He took precautions afterwards. After all, in her opinion, giving birth was too painful and she couldn't bear it. Now seeing the lovely Lei, his thoughts have quietly changed. "Brother-in-law, I also want to have a baby for you." Shen Luoyan walked over, pulled the corner of Xu Hao's clothes, blushed and whispered. Shen Chanu glared at her. "In broad daylight, you are not ashamed." Shen Luoyan didn't care. Who made Lei so cute? Look how bored she is alone. I don't want to give her a sister so that she can have a companion in the future. Take care of Lei first. I'll take over your brother-in-law first. I'll take your place later. Shen Luoyan blinked. He took Xu Hao's hand and walked into the house. Shen Chanu rolled her eyes unhappily. The sun was high. Xu Hao was agile and hid behind the flowers and trees outside the yard. Seeing Xu Hao and Shen Luoyan enter the house, he closed the door. What he did was self-evident. Xu Hao couldn't understand. As a sister, Shen Chanu turned a blind eye to it. She just rolled her eyes and didn't mean to stop it. Even though he had learned from intelligence that the two sisters of the Shen family had to obey in Haoshi, it still felt outrageous. No, Xu Hao had no right. Both women were extremely beautiful. They were sisters. Why would she be willing to be with Xu Hao together? Xu Hao was puzzled. He thought, if he understood it, maybe he would know why the sisters were so biased towards Xu Hao. More than an hour passed. The door opened slightly. Shen Luoyan walked out slowly. Her face was rosy and her eyes were moist, full of satisfaction and happiness. "Sister, I'll help you take care of Lei. Wu Zhe is waiting for you." After that, she took the little girl from Shen Chanu's arms. Her movements were gentle and skillful. Shen Chanu was more reserved, not as jumpy as her sister. She didn't want to go in the daytime, but Xu Hao was waiting for her inside, so she had to go in. Shen Luoyan teased the niece in her arms. The little girl was less than 1 year old, but she was as delicate as a porcelain doll, with a pink and cute face. Perhaps she was tired from playing, and fell asleep in a short while. Shen Luoyan looked at Lei sleeping in her arms. A little bored for a while. Thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time when she was with Xu Good time together. Scenes replayed in her mind. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and a wave of shyness and sweetness surged up. Suddenly, Shen Luoyan's eyes turned. A sly light flashed in her eyes. She held the child and walked into the house again with light steps. "Sister, why did you come in?" "Don't look." "Sister, Lei fell asleep." "Xu Hao, who was outside the courtyard, saw this scene. His face was terribly gloomy. He didn't expect it. The sisters were trained to this extent by Xu Hao. They didn't mind sharing with each other. Xu Aoshan couldn't help but think of his sisters. With their feelings for Xu Hao, would they be in front of Xu Hao together? Just thinking about it made him shudder and shudder. Xu Aoshan clenched his fists and swore secretly. No, I must not let that happen. I must protect my sisters. When the last rays of the setting sun disappeared from the carved window lattices of the Shen family, the whole mansion was wrapped in the hazy night. Unknowingly, Chen Hao spent a day at the Shen family. At this time, Xu Hao was sitting at the dining table with the two sisters Shen Chenu and Shen Luoyan. The dishes filled the entire table, steaming and fragrant. These were carefully prepared by the two sisters. Shen Chenu is the head of the Shen family. She is usually busy with family affairs. But today she cooked for Xu Hao, including the eldest daughter Shen Luoyan. Full of heart, Xu Hao sat between the two sisters. Seeing them busying around, he was in a good mood. Smelling the fragrance of the food, Xu Hao joked. I am lucky to eat the dishes made by two beautiful women today. Shen Chenu looked at him affectionately. Angkor, try this braised carp. I wonder if it suits your taste. As she said that, she picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it into Xu Hao's bowl. The fish is tender and smooth, with attractive color and fragrant aroma. Xu Hao took a bite and nodded in praise. Shenyu, your cooking skills are good. The fish is tender and the taste is also very fragrant. It's delicious. Shen Chenu's face flushed, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. Shen Luoyan saw it from the side and also picked up the crystal shrimp she made, saying with anticipation. Brother-in-law, my shrimp is not bad either. I spent a lot of effort to make it. The shrimp was crystal clear, round and full, and paired with emerald green beans. Xu Hao tasted one and felt that the shrimp was delicious and chewy, and gave a thumbs up. Luoyan's dish is also quite good, with good color, fragrance and taste. Thank you for your hard work. During the meal, the three of them talked and laughed. Shen Luoyan talked about what happened during this period. Shen Chenu picked up food for Xu Hao from time to time. Xu Hao was immersed in this warm atmosphere. On the other hand, Xu Aoshan was alone outside. A whole day of waiting exhausted his patience. He finally knew why Xu Hao had so many women. He had never come out since he entered the house. If there were not more women, who could stand it? Xu Aoshan secretly regretted it. He followed Xu Hao because he wanted to find evidence of the crime from Xu Hao and the reason why the sisters fell. As a result, he did nothing all day. It would be better for him to investigate slowly by himself. Xu Hao was leaving and said goodbye to the Shen sisters. The two sisters sent Xu Hao out. Their faces were ruddy, their spirits were full, and their eyes were reluctant to leave. Although it was a bit awkward to be in the same room. But it was not the first or second time, they were used to it. Especially when they first found out that each other had a relationship with Xu Hao. Both women were dumbfounded. They received education from a big family. He attaches great importance to propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame. His mood can be imagined. But under Xu Hao's step-by-step guidance, the two women gradually fell and accepted each other. Now they can take the initiative to enter the house. If Xu Hao can stay, it's okay for them to be together every day. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Xu Aoshan and asked in a puzzled manner. Aoshan, you don't look very good in your mental state. Didn't you get a good rest last night? Young people should know how to cherish their bodies and try not to stay up late. Xu Aoshan's face was indeed dark at this time, and he was a little absent-minded. It got darker after hearing this. Isn't it all your fault? You left him alone outside. And didn't give him food. I was accompanied by my sisters inside, scrambling to feed them food. He was furious. But Xu Aoshan had to hold it back. He couldn't get angry. He had to stay with Xu Hao to find evidence. If Xu Hao told his sisters about his behavior, the sisters would be even more disgusted. Then his frustration for the whole day would be in vain. I have to say, Xu Hao is really good at pretending. At this time, he is still acting like a loving father and a filial son. He really doesn't give him any chance. Xu Aoshan still wants Xu Hao to turn against him. He can record the evidence to show his sisters so that they can see Xu Hao's hypocrisy. But Xu Hao just doesn't fall for it. I'm still young, what's this little fatigue? But you, old man, have to take care of your health, don't run out of energy and can't even walk. Xu Hao suppressed his anger and said in a sarcastic tone. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. Tian'er, don't underestimate your father. Don't say it's just these two sisters, even if you deal with 7 at the same time, it's no problem. Xu Hao's face was gloomy. You, Tian'er is addicted, right? You are still, father, and climbing up the ladder. Can you have some shame? Then his face changed. 7 sisters. Is Xu Hao hinting at 7 sisters? This B** starred really has bad intentions. Xu Hao clenched his fists, trying his best to restrain the killing intent in his heart. Ding. Xu Hao is furious, emotional value plus 1000. After successfully harvesting, Xu Hao looked at Xu Hao and said calmly. It was beyond Xu Hao's expectation. Xu Hao did not go home as he thought. Instead, he went straight to the Zhao family. The current head of the family, Zhao Linger. She is also one of Xu Hao's many women. In the next few days, Xu Hao acted as a follower and served as a driver for Xu Hao. He did not get any valuable information. Xu Hao was either looking for a woman or on the way to find a woman. Immersed in the land of gentleness every day, he was ruthlessly left outside, not even a bowl of rice to eat, but 10 mountains, water and trees to drink. Until this day, Xu Hao drove with a dark face, and Xu Hao sat in the back. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. A call rang. Xu Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was from his good friend Wen Qian. He picked up the phone. Hello. After a small talk, Wen Qian talked about the marriage between the two families. He couldn't wait to marry his daughter to the Xu family. The market value of the Xu family exceeded 1 trillion. If they formed a marriage, they could walk sideways on the street. Xu Hao glanced at Xu Hao. Hao has returned home. Let's meet each other and let the two young people get to know each other. Wen Qian said hurriedly. That's perfect. How about tomorrow? I'll treat you. Chapter 488. In front of the fiancé and father. Refusing the marriage. Falling. Agreed to have lunch together at noon tomorrow. The place arranged by Wen Qian was a 5-star hotel. Wen Jins and Wen Qian came by car. On the way, Wen Qian turned his head and said to his daughter. Jins, you must behave well when you meet the father and son of the Xu family later. This marriage is very important to you and our family. Wen Jins pursed her lips, feeling helpless. Why is my father so obsessed with the marriage with the Xu family? Why can't he understand me like Uncle Xu? At the same time, Xu Hao and Xu Hao were also driving to the same destination. Xu Hao was still driving. Xu Hao sat in the back seat with a meaningful smile on his face, and Taguchi said. Hao, we went there today to discuss your marriage. You met Wen Jins last time, the one who came to our house to discuss cooperation with me. She is a good kid. Don't let her down. Xu Hao frowned. Wen Jins's appearance appeared in his mind. She is indeed very beautiful, not inferior to her sisters. But Xu Hao introduced a partner to him. He always felt that things were not that simple. So he kept silent and continued to drive forward. Finally, the cars of the two families arrived at the door of the hotel one after another. Wen Qian saw Xu Hao at a glance. The young man was tall and straight, with a majestic demeanor and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel happy. He showed an expression of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. 650, Wen Jins saw Xu Hao, but just glanced at him. She still remembered the last time she went to the Xu family. Hearing the Xu family say that Xu Hao Tian despised him, and even proposed the absurd thing of marrying him to Uncle Xu. When Wen Jins went out today, her father asked her to dress up. She was born beautiful, with skin whiter than snow, eyes bright as stars, nose straight and lips like cherries. Now with a little light makeup, she looked even more bright and charming, highlighting her natural beauty. A light and elegant dress fits her figure, like a fairy walking out of a painting. Seeing Wen Jins like this, Xu Hao was stunned. These days, he followed Xu Hao. He also saw many top beauties. But those have nothing to do with him. And the one in front of him is his fiancée. This made his mind active. Wen Qian and Xu Hao, the old friends, met and greeted each other warmly. Wen Qian was full of smiles. I haven't seen you for a while, and Brother Cho has become more and more charming. Xu Hao also responded with a smile. Old Qian, how are you? Quote. After saying hello, Wen Qian's eyes fell on Xu Aoshan again, and he couldn't help but admire him. I guess this is my nephew Aoshan, right? He is really a handsome man, a rare talent, and a good son is born out of a good father. Xu Aoshan curled his lips. He is not Xu Hao's son. Xu Hao introduced with a smile. Aoshan, let me introduce you, this is your Uncle Wen, my close friend for many years, you have to call him uncle. And this is your Uncle Wen's daughter Wen Jin's, who is a few months older than you. Although Xu Aoshan felt a little awkward, he still called out politely. Tet. Xu Aoshan called out a little awkwardly. He didn't mind calling someone uncle, but he felt like he was being ordered around by Xu Hao, which made him very unhappy. Hey, my dear nephew, you're welcome. Wen Qian smiled and said immediately. Before she finished speaking, Wen Jin's interrupted her. She didn't want to talk about marriage at the door of the hotel. Let's go in, and we'll talk later if we have anything to say. After that, he went into the hotel first. Wen Qian looked at his daughter's back and said to Xu Aoshan with a smile. My daughter is good in everything, but sometimes she is too willful. I'll have to trouble my dear nephew to take care of her more in the future. Xu Aoshan raised his eyebrows. Did this cheap father-in-law decide on him? However, he was indeed very satisfied with Wen Jin's. So he climbed up the pole. Uncle Wen, don't worry, I will. Xu Hao took in the scene, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Stepping into the magnificent lobby of the hotel. Under the guidance of the waiter. Everyone walked through a corridor decorated with art paintings and came to the box that Wen Qian had booked in advance. In the box, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. On the wall hung an elegant landscape painting, surrounded by antique vases and night pearls, making the whole box look high-end and atmospheric. Everyone sat down one after another. The waiter handed over the menu respectfully. Wen Qian smiled, turned the menu to Xu Hao, and said politely. Angkor, you order the food. Xu Hao waved his hand. Old Qian, you treat us, just order. Wen Qian handed the menu to Xu Aoshan again. Xu Aoshan took a look and said casually. I'm fine with anything, not picky. Wen Qian was no longer polite and scanned the menu. He ordered many expensive dishes such as Australian lobster, Kobe steak, shark fin soup, etc. After all, it was a banquet for Xu Hao, so he couldn't be stingy. The waiter took the menu, bowed slightly and left the box. Wen Qian hesitated slightly, cleared his throat, and said to Xu Hao. Brother Hao, there is no need to say much about the friendship between our two families for many years. Now if our children can get married, it will really be a close relationship. Xu Hao had a faint smile on his face. What Lao Qian said is right, but I still say that today we will bring them together. Whether to accept this marriage depends on their own wishes, we can't force it. Xu Aoshan sat aside. After observing all the way, he already understood in his heart. This Wen Qian wanted to get close to Xu Hao. That's why he was so eager to promote this marriage. Betroth his daughter to him. This made Xu Aoshan feel a little unhappy. Xu Hao just had some achievements in the business world and could make some money. In front of real power. What does this mean? He is the god of war in the north, the marshal, and controls 100,000 troops. That is the real power in hand. However, he changed his mind. If he could use Xu Hao's reputation and resources to seek some benefits for himself, it would also be a happy thing. Besides, although Xu Hao looked at his and Wen Jin's opinions, this sounds like an excuse. He wants to see, Xu, what's the secret behind this? Since you don't want me to arrange a marriage, I'll take this fiancé. So, Xu Aoshan put on a smile and continued. Uncle Wen, what are you talking about? Jin's is so beautiful and outstanding, and it's me, Xu Aoshan, who is not worthy of her. Wen Jin's listened to the side and sneered in her heart. Because of all the preparations made by Xu Hao before, she had no good impression of Xu Aoshan. At this moment, she only felt that he was slick and hypocritical, and she was even more disgusted in her heart. Wen Qian was stunned at first, and then laughed heartily. Aoshan, you have a good eye, ha. This is because he has taken a fancy to my daughter, it's settled. Xu Hao said. Since both of you are here, let's introduce each other, so that we can have a deeper understanding of each other. Wen Qian nodded repeatedly. Keep winking at his daughter. Wen Jin's frowned, and finally said impatiently. My name is Wen Jin's. Then, Then there was no follow-up. Wen Qian was confused. This was different from what he had told his daughter before. I had wanted his daughter to perform well and show her charm and talent, but she turned out to be so cold. He smiled awkwardly and hurried to explain for his daughter. Jin's is not like this usually. The group just came back from abroad recently, and she has been worrying about this matter. My daughter is a workaholic. Let me help her say that Jin's has been very smart since she was a child, and her grades in various subjects have always been among the best. Later, she was admitted to Harvard University and obtained a doctoral degree in engineering. After graduation, she joined the family group. When she served as the president, she was bold and ruthless, and managed the group's business in an orderly manner. Wen Qian talked about his daughter's experience from childhood to adulthood in detail, and his words were full of pride. It must be said that Wen Jin's resume is perfect. Afterwards, the eyes of several people fell on Xu Hao. It was his turn to introduce. Xu Hao knew that Xu Hao would not help him. He could only rely on himself to win the favor of his fiancée. He sat up straight and said slowly, "I was abducted by human traffickers when I was 3 years old. I wandered outside for a few years. Fortunately, I met a benefactor who took me into the army. I have been struggling in the army for these years. Now I am the Marshal of the North, leading an army and guarding the peace of one side." It seems that he is describing his experience lightly. In fact, it has a bit of pretentious meaning. Even though Wen Qian had heard about Xu Hao's identity before, hearing him say it in person, he still couldn't help but be amazed. This is the youngest marshal. Such achievements are not much worse than Xu Hao. He couldn't help but sigh. My dear nephew has suffered a lot these years, Xu Hao said with a smile. Fortunately, after the storm, there will be sunny days. Wen Qian admired Xu Hao more and more. After talking for a while, they got to know each other better about each other's preferences, ambitions, etc. At this time, the door of the box was gently pushed open. The waiters came in one after another. They served exquisite dishes to the table. Xu Hao asked everyone to eat first and talk about other things later. Wen Qian nodded in agreement. Xu Hao was chatting with Wen Qian enthusiastically. Xu Hao's interruption made him frown. But in front of everyone, he couldn't say much. The crystal chandelier cast a soft light, reflecting the exquisite dishes on the table. The steaming plates, the delicacies exuded an alluring aroma. Everyone sat around the dining table. During the meal, Wen Qian frequently winked at his daughter. Wen Jin's complained in her heart. We were eating, how should she behave? She accidentally glanced at the table. Then it suddenly dawned on her it turned out that Xu Hao was sitting a little far away. If she wanted to pick up the dishes on her side, she had to bend forward slightly, which was inevitably a little inconvenient. Wen Jin understood and picked up the chopsticks. She picked up the dish that Xu Hao liked and put it in Xu Hao's bowl. Xu Hao was very nice to her. She felt close to Xu Hao when she was with him. She was quite happy to pick up dishes for Xu Hao. Thank you Jins, I can do it myself. It's okay, tell me what Uncle Xu wants to eat, and I'll help you pick it up. Wen Jins smiled. Wen Qian saw his daughter's behavior from the side, nodded with satisfaction, and praised in his heart. His daughter is really sensible. Such behavior will definitely leave a good impression on Xu Hao. However, this scene caught Xu Hao's eye, and it made him feel like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He couldn't eat the food anymore. His fiancée picked up food for Xu Hao in front of him. He was so sensitive. He saw through Xu Hao's pretending at a glance. A powerful emperor, looking like he was having a hard time picking up food. He was really good at pretending. He was really one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. He said that Xu Hao, a pervert, how could he be so kind as to introduce such a beautiful fiancée 5.1 to him? It turned out that he was contacting his fiancée in the name of arranging a marriage for him. Xu Hao fell in love with his fiancée. Xu Hao had a gloomy face. He wanted to expose Xu Hao's ugly face. But the father and daughter of the Wen family didn't know. If he said it directly, Xu would blame him. Damn it. His thoughts were confirmed later. Xu Hao continued to deliberately pick up food from a distance. Wen Jins sensibly helped to pick it up in front of her. Jins is really sensible. Whoever marries Jins will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. No way Uncle Xu, you are too kind. Wen Jins said angrily. Xu Hao couldn't stop Xu Hao, so he could only watch, and was so angry that he wanted to overturn the table. "My dear nephew, why don't you eat? Is it because you don't like it?" When Qian saw that Xu Aoshan hadn't eaten, he asked in confusion. "No number, I was just thinking about something." Xu Aoshan forced an ugly smile. He picked up the chopsticks and took a few bites. He was speechless about this cheap father-in-law. "You are still thinking about pleasing Xu Hao. Little did he know that he was targeting your daughter. The good cabbage is going to be taken away by your good friend." "No, I have to remind him, and he can't say it out loud. Otherwise he will think that I am destroying their friendship." After dinner, Xu Hao and Wen Qian went to another private room to drink tea. The two young men were left alone to discuss. Wen Jin spoke without any emotion. "I don't agree with this marriage." Chapter 489, The protagonist has become a clown. His fiancée betrayed him. Dependence. "I can't eat this meal anymore." Seeing Xu Hao pretending that he couldn't get the food and asked his fiancée to get it for him. Xu Aoshan's face was extremely ugly. A murderous aura surged towards Xu Hao. Xu Hao frowned slightly. After all, Xu Aoshan was in the god realm, and there was a big gap between him, which brought him a little pressure. But it was just a little. It didn't have much impact, but it also made him a little unhappy. "It seems that I have to find something for you to do." So, Xu Hao thought about it and took out a bad luck card and crushed it. An invisible black gas surged into Xu Aoshan's body. He used the previous bad luck cards to capture the heroine. This was the first time he used it against the protagonist. The chair Xu Aoshan sat on. Starting from the chair legs, cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and then the whole chair cracked and fell apart. However, as a powerful person in the god realm, Xu Aoshan's reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people, and he tapped the ground lightly. He avoided the embarrassment of falling in public. Bibi. Everyone's eyes fell on him. "Aoshan, are you okay?" Wen Qian asked with concern. Xu Aoshan was still in a daze. He was very puzzled. He was sitting there. How could the chair fall apart without any signs? Just like this. It is also known as a 5-star hotel. It is a VIP box. He shook his head and answered easily. Xu Aoshan went to the side to get a new chair. The moment he approached the chair, the crystal chandelier above his head fell straight down. "Be careful." 290 When Qian happened to see this scene and hurriedly reminded. Xu Aoshan also noticed the crisis above his head at the first time. He tensed his body, exerted force on his feet, and prepared to move to the side to avoid it. But at this critical moment, the unbelievable happened again. His ankle suddenly twisted. His whole body lost balance. He was shocked and unbelievable. While he was stunned, the crystal chandelier fell on his head. Xu Aoshan stood there. It was not because his brain was damaged by the lamp. But he was thinking, how could he suddenly twist his ankle with a simple dodge? This kind of thing has never happened before. What happened? "Aoshan, are you okay?" Xu Hao asked with pretended concern. Wen Qian was angry and shouted at the waiter at the door. "Call your manager, what's going on in this box? Is this how you entertain VIPs? After all, Xu Aoshan has experienced countless storms and has a strong mind. Calm down from the accident." He looked at Xu Hao and Wen Qian. He saw through Xu Hao's hypocritical disguise at a glance. At the same time, he also felt that Wen Qian was really worried about him. So, Xu Aoshan spoke quickly. "Uncle Wen, no need to call for help, I'm fine." Indeed, with Xu Aoshan's strength, not to mention being hit by a crystal chandelier, even if he faces a small nuclear bomb attack, he can be safe and sound. But at this moment, he looks embarrassed. The image of the god of war collapsed in front of everyone. BJBC. It feels like he hit himself in the face. He is still the god of war, but he can't avoid a chandelier, which is completely inconsistent with his introduction just now. "Are you really okay?" Wen Qian looked at him suspiciously, and the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. "No." Xu Aoshan raised his hand and took away the chandelier that hit his head, in order to reassure Wen Qian. He also explained specially, "I could have easily dodged it just now, but who knew that I suddenly sprained my ankle? It's really strange." "What, sprained ankle? Did you hurt your bones? I'll take you to the hospital." Xu Hao pretended to be anxious. Seeing him like this, Xu Aoshan sneered secretly. He Xu Hao has a good plan. wanting to send me away and prevent me from going on a blind date with Wen Jin's. Then I won't fulfill your wish. He suppressed his disgust for Xu Hao and forced a smile. I'm really fine. As he said that, with a click, he twisted his sprained foot back to its original position. Then he shook his foot easily, as if nothing had happened. Wen Qian still advised worriedly. Why don't we go to the hospital? If there is any internal injury, it will be troublesome. Xu Haoshan shook his head firmly and rejected Wen Qian's kindness. Xu Hao said with a smile. Old Qian, I think he is fine. After all, the god of war is the god of war. How can he not have any tricks? It's okay if he doesn't want to go to the hospital. I think he wants to have a blind date with Jin's too much. Wen Qian also laughed when he heard it. However, Wen Jin's, who was standing aside, looked more disgusted after seeing Xu Haoshan's series of performances. This Xu Haoshan looked down on her before. Now that he sees her appearance, he is pestering her to have a blind date with her, and he is deliberately showing off here. It's so hypocritical. 014001519 Filu 173,201,121. Xu Haoshan noticed the disgust on Wen Jin's face, and his heart was gloomy. Xu Hao, this despicable villain, deliberately causing Wen Jin's to dislike him. Although he was angry inside, Xu Haoshan still pretended to be calm. He didn't want these accidents to ruin the atmosphere. So he persuaded everyone to continue eating. Everyone returned to the table and sat down again. Unlucky things continued to happen. When Xu Haoshan picked up the chopsticks and prepared to pick up the dishes, he didn't hold the chopsticks firmly. It fell into the pot of fragrant soup in front of him. The sudden scene caused everyone to stare at him blankly. Xu Haoshan himself was also confused. He didn't expect this situation. What the hell? You can't even hold the chopsticks steadily. Xu Hao said with pretended worry. Haoshan, look, you can't even hold the chopsticks steadily, why don't you go to the hospital? Xu Haoshan shook his head. It's just an accident, it's just a waste of a pot of soup. Wen Qian hurriedly said to smooth things over. It's okay, it's just a pot of soup, just ask someone to bring another bowl. As he said that, he waved to the waiter and asked him to change a bowl of soup. Xu Haoshan was alert at this time. At first he thought it was Xu Hao who was playing tricks on him. But after some investigation, he found that it was not. But this is too strange. What is going on? Ding. Xu Haoshan is very depressed, emotional value plus 1000. Not long after, the waiter brought up the recooked soup. And when the waiter passed by Xu Haoshan with the soup, the accident happened again. The waiter was tripped by something. The body lost balance instantly. The big bowl of boiling soup in his hand poured down on Xu Haoshan's head. Xu Haoshan was sensitive and found the problem at the first time. He instinctively wanted to dodge. Just as he exerted force on his feet to dodge to the side. But unexpectedly, the chair under him cracked again strangely at this time. This incident made him hesitate for a moment. And at this moment, a large bowl of soup had been poured on his head. He was soaked like a drowned chicken. The box suddenly fell into a deathly silence. They were all speechless because of the continuous accidents. The waiter who reacted was so scared that his face turned pale as paper. The body kept shaking, and he kept apologizing to Xu Haoshan. Yes, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean it. Xu Haoshan was extremely depressed. However, he also knew that the waiter was innocent, and waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you can go. Down." Seeing Xu Haoshan's miserable appearance, Xu Hao and Wen Qian persuaded him to go to the hospital for a checkup again, just in case. Xu Haoshan still refused their kindness. With his physical condition, there was nothing wrong with his body, but his clothes were dirty. Not long after, the hotel manager hurried over after learning what happened in the box. The manager bowed deeply to Xu Haoshan with an apologetic look on his face and apologized in person. And quickly arranged for someone to prepare clean clothes for Xu Haoshan, asking him to wash and tidy up. Everyone in the box looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Xu Hao broke the silence. Lao Qian, Jin's, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Haoshan is really not like this usually. Today, he may have lost his composure after seeing Jin's, so he was in a hurry and so many things happened. Wen Qian hurriedly said with a smile. These are all trivial matters. It's good that Haoshan is fine. We are all family members, so there is no need to care about these. Xu Hao asked them to continue eating. Don't worry about him, let's continue eating, and when he comes back, we'll order another portion for him. More than an hour later, Xu Aoshan returned to the box. It turned out that he encountered a series of inexplicable changes while washing up. He just walked into the bathroom and prepared to wash himself, but found that the shower head suddenly broke. No matter how he fiddled with it, no water came out. Just as he was about to call someone to repair it, the water pipe in the bathroom suddenly exploded, and the bathroom was flooded. Xu Aoshan felt that he was extremely unlucky. Chapter 490, The Daughter-in-Law is Touched. Xu Hao is so insidious. Falling off the cliff. When Xu Aoshan returned to the box in a mess. The few people had almost finished eating. Maybe he was pretending to be friendly. Aoshan, what else do you want to eat? Tell the waiter and order it again for you. Xu Aoshan knew very well that Xu Hao was just pretending. But he couldn't get angry. He could only force out an ugly smile. No, I've almost eaten enough just now. Wen Qian looked at Xu Aoshan's slightly haggard appearance. He asked worriedly, Aoshan, do you really not need to go to the hospital? You have been in trouble one after another, and I'm really worried. Xu Aoshan took a deep breath. No, I'm really fine, just a little unlucky today. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed again. It's good that you're fine. In that case, let's talk about your marriage with Jin's again. Xu Aoshan's heart moved. He had been enduring Xu Hao's hypocrisy. Wasn't he just waiting for further development with Wen Jin's? So he smiled. Okay. Xu Hao spoke at the right time. Old Qian, let's go to the next door for some tea and let the young people talk among themselves. Wen Qian understood and said with a smile. Okay. The two got up and left the box. Only Xu Aoshan and Wen Jin's were left here. Xu Aoshan cleared his throat and started talking first. Jin's, let's talk. What do you think of this marriage? While talking, he picked up a glass of water beside him and drank it. But, with his invincible means of picking up girls, this chick is easy to get. However, I don't know if he drank too fast. Xu Aoshan choked on the water. He kept coughing. Wen Jin's looked at him like this and felt more and more disgusted. Xu Aoshan was like a jumping clown. There was no attraction at all. Not to mention that she didn't have a good impression of him before. Even if it was a normal blind date, she would never fall in love with such a person. Now that her father and Uncle Xu were not present, there was no need for her to hide. Speaking directly, I don't agree with this marriage. Xu Aoshan stopped coughing. Hearing Wen Jin's words, he froze for a moment. What's going on? He guessed that Wen Jin's might refuse. But he didn't expect the rejection to be so thorough. Even if you don't like me, this is arranged by your father after all, why don't you give me any face? At least it should be like what is written in the novel. Pretend to be a boyfriend for a while, and then slowly cultivate feelings. How could Xu Aoshan know? If Xu Hao hadn't interfered, the plot would really develop as he thought. Xu Aoshan calmed down. Well, I know we just met for the first time and there is no emotional foundation. But feelings can be cultivated slowly. After all, your father and I both want us to be together. Why don't we try to get along for a while? If we find it's not suitable, forget it. We can also give an explanation to the elders. You don't want to embarrass your father, do you? Wen Jin's had a blank expression and a cold tone. Are you threatening me? This is not a threat. I'm telling the truth. After all, both of our fathers have this wish. Wen Jin's responded coldly. Then you're wrong. My father is indeed a little unreasonable, but Uncle Xu understands me very well and respects my opinion. You still dare to threaten me? Just give up this idea. I will never be with someone like you. Xu Aoshan's face changed, and his heart was burning with fire. Xu Hao. Damn it. It must be Xu Hao who is doing something behind the scenes. Wen Jin's wanted to leave the box after she finished speaking. But when she thought of Xu Hao who was still next door. It's not appropriate for her to leave rashly like this. She must give an explanation to Uncle Xu. So she took out her phone to inform her father that they had finished the discussion. After a while, Chen Hao and Wen Qian returned to the box. Wen Qian asked with a smile on his face. Aoshan, Jin's, how did you talk? Wen Jin's said without hesitation. I don't agree to marry him. Wen Qian was stunned, and the smile on his face froze. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He said angrily, "What did you say? Try to say it again. We decided on this marriage a long time ago. How can you do it at will?" Wen Jins pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Seeing this, Wen Qian hurriedly looked at Xu Hao to make peace. "Brother Wu, don't mind. My daughter didn't think it through for a while. When I go back and enlighten her, she will figure it out." Xu Hao deliberately frowned and said seriously, "Old Qian, what are you talking about? I said I would respect the opinions of the young people. What are you forcing them to do? Without this marriage, would our relationship fade? Or do you not recognize me as your elder brother?" Wen Qian hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. "Of course not, Brother Hao, you are my brother Wu forever." Xu Hao smiled with satisfaction. "That's it. Don't let some things deteriorate the relationship between our two families. So what if the marriage can't be reached? Jins will always be my niece. You can come to me if you need anything." Wen Jins, who was next to him, was moved when she heard Xu Hao's words. He looked at Xu Hao with gratitude. Seeing this, Wen Qian couldn't say anything else and could only sigh helplessly. "I'm just a little sorry for Aoshan. I asked you to bring him here, but I didn't expect that." Xu Aoshan saw Xu Hao's hypocritical face clearly and gnashed his teeth in anger. "Hypocrisy, hypocrisy, and hypocrisy. It's obviously you who want to take advantage of Wen Jins." He took a deep breath and spoke with a smile. "Uncle Wen, don't think too much. Maybe we don't know each other well enough. We can get to know each other privately in the future. It's not impossible to change our minds." When he said this, Wen Jins couldn't help but look at him in surprise. She didn't expect Xu Aoshan to say such a thing after being rejected by her. Xu Aoshan saw her eyes and felt relieved. He was secretly glad. Finally, Xu Hao didn't make me lose all my favor. He still had a chance. As long as he found evidence of Xu Hao's crime, he could change Wen Jins's opinion. After listening to Xu Aoshan's words, Wen Qian also felt that the child was sensible, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Aoshan is a good child. If my daughter is as sensible as you, I don't have to worry about anything." The two families walked out of the hotel. Although the marriage ended in failure, the two sides did not hurt each other. After chatting for a while, the two sides went home. Xu Aoshan was still driving. Xu Hao sat in the back seat. Thinking of Xu Hao was plotting against his fiancée and ruining his marriage, so he was furious. I really wanted to drive the car off the cliff and kill Xu. But he also knew this approach was not feasible. It would be better if he died. But Xu was a powerful emperor, so he couldn't be killed. When he complained to his sisters, they would hate him even more. The enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't retaliate. It was so frustrating. The car entered a mountain road. Suddenly, a dull roar came. Xu Aoshan glanced sideways and saw a huge stone wrapped in soil and branches on the hillside on the side. It rolled towards the car. Where the boulder rolled down, a cloud of dust and gravel was raised. Xu Aoshan reacted immediately. Turning the steering wheel, the car made a sharp tire friction sound, and the whole body tilted to the other side. Avoided this fatal blow. The rear of the car swung to the side under the action of inertia, bringing up a flying sand and gravel. However, on the road ahead, a truck rushed over crookedly. The front of the truck was billowing black smoke, the roar of the engine was deafening, and the speed was extremely fast. Obviously, the truck had lost control. Xu Aoshan's eyes fixed. Years of driving skills were displayed. He stepped on the accelerator to accelerate and narrowly avoided it. But there was a corner ahead, and the speed was extremely fast at this time. Xu Aoshan was calm and composed. He stepped on the brakes and was about to drift. But he found that the accelerator could not be stepped on, it was broken. What the hell? At such a fast speed, it is no longer possible to drift. The only way is to fall off the cliff. He was about to open the door and jump out of the car. The accident happened again, the door was locked and could not be opened. Xu Aoshan wanted to knock the door open, but found that he was stuck. He was half a beat slower and the car had already left the track. Xu Aoshan cursed in his heart. If it weren't for Xu Hao was still in the car, and he thought it was Xu Hao who was harming him. This is too unlucky. Xu Hao looked strange. He knew that the bad luck card was working. But he was not panicked at all about falling off the cliff. Not to mention his emperor-level physique. He can also teleport and fly. Of course, he can't cause any harm to Xu Hao. However, he can use this to further provoke the relationship between this rebellious son and his daughters. Chapter 491. The conflict between the rebellious son and his daughters escalates. The daughters' concern. As expected, the car fell off the cliff. In the air, Xu Hao's face changed, and he looked at Xu Hao in the rearview mirror. He could have easily punched through the car and got out. But he left, and Hao was in the car. What would the sisters think if they knew? It would be great if Xu Hao could be killed. But he couldn't. They would definitely think that he wanted to harm Xu Hao. It would deepen the sisters' prejudice against him. On the contrary, if he stayed, it could be explained as an accident. After all, he himself couldn't escape. So how could he deliberately harm others? With this thought, Xu Hao decided to bear it. Xu Hao sat in the back seat, saw his thoughts, and sneered. No matter what Xu Hao thought, he was bound to take the blame. And an interesting idea was quietly forming. Just as the car was about to hit the ground, Xu Hao's mind moved, and he teleported and disappeared in the car. At the same time, he controlled the flames. Ignite the fuel tank. The huge explosion was deafening, and the flames shot up into the sky. The car was instantly engulfed by the flames. Xu Hao immediately noticed that Xu Hao's breath disappeared. He was stunned. What's going on? Where are the people? How could they suddenly disappear? He glanced around, and the car door was still closed. There was no sign of it being opened at all. It was all too weird. He wondered if he had seen a ghost. And just as he was stunned, the car exploded. He urged his divine power to resist, but for some reason, the operation of the divine power suddenly became sluggish. It was not released for a while. The flames quickly enveloped him. Xu Hao stood on a huge rock not far away. He looked at the car in the flames with interest. After a while, Xu Hao rushed out of the sea of fire. His clothes were tattered, part of his hair was burnt, and his face was covered with black ash. The image of the mighty god of war was gone at this moment. The car explosion did not cause any harm to him. But it made him very embarrassed. As soon as Xu Hao came out, he saw Xu Hao not far away. His eyes were full of confusion and shock. He really couldn't figure it out. How did Xu Hao leave without opening the car door and without any breath fluctuations? If Xu Hao hadn't been standing in front of him alive, he really thought he had encountered a supernatural event. Xu Hao pretended to be concerned and asked, "Aoshin, are you okay?" Xu Hao frowned. "How did you leave?" Xu Hao had a harmless smile on his face. "You just came out like that. I thought it would be easy for you, Aoshin, to run out as a god of war, so I ignored you. If I had known you were in such a mess, I should have rescued you." Xu Hao heard the sarcasm in Xu Hao's words, his face became more gloomy, and he snorted in his heart. "Who the hell wants you to rescue? If I didn't think you couldn't escape, would I be trapped in the car waiting to be blown up?" At this time, passers-by nearby were attracted by the explosion. Someone quickly called the police. Not long after, the fire brigade came roaring in. Also came the sharp-sensed journalists and media. Xu Hao didn't want to be involved in this whirlpool of public opinion. Left the scene quietly. Reporters found the license plate that had not been damaged at the scene. One of them exclaimed, This is the car of the richest man Xu Hao. What? It really is, Mr. Xu was in a car accident, this is big news. Everyone immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. They quickly sent the news back to the company, edited it and posted it online. The richest man, Mr. Xu, had a car accident, fell off a cliff, and the car exploded. This news seemed to have wings and became a hot search at an alarming speed. It set off a wave of discussion on the internet. Oh my god, Mr. Xu had a car accident. What happened? I heard that the driver drove the car to the cliff. Damn, how did that driver drive? Isn't this harming people? Shish, keep your voice down. It is said that the driver is Mr. Xu's son, who has been training with Mr. Xu during this period. I heard that Xu Hao has a lot of opinions about Xu Hao. Do you think he did it on purpose? Mr. Xu is a good man. Don't let anything happen to him. Under Xu Hao's secret manipulation, the spearhead of public opinion gradually pointed to Xu Hao. Various speculations and doubts were heard. They all thought that he deliberately drove the car to the cliff in order to inherit trillions of assets and wanted to kill Xu Hao. After the women in various parts of the city saw the news, They all called Xu Hao anxiously to inquire about the situation. Xu Hao replied. He said that he was fine and asked them to rest assured. The daughters were even more anxious. They put down their work and rushed home. Xu Huai, Xu Shiqing, Xu Feiyan, Xu Hongzhuangyu came out one after another. Even the eldest daughter Xu Mingkong, who had not yet been subdued, hurried back. Their eyes were full of worry. When they saw Xu Hao was safe and sound, and the hanging heart was barely settled. However, he still pulled Xu Hao to look around. Dad, what happened? We were so worried when we heard that you had a car accident. Xu Huai asked anxiously, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, Dad, luckily you are safe, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Xu Shiqing held Xu Hao's hand tightly, tears flashing in her eyes. How could the car fall off the cliff? Xu Feiyan frowned, full of confusion. The girls talked to each other, surrounded Xu Hao, and carefully checked if he was injured. The concern was beyond words. Only Xu Mingkong did not step forward. Seeing that the sisters cared so much about Xu Hao, she felt quite complicated. She wanted the sisters to leave Xu Hao. But seeing the feelings of the sisters for Xu Hao, it seems a bit whimsical. Xu Aoshan stood aside. Seeing the sisters' feelings for Xu Hao, she was very worried. Xu Hao asked about his health, and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had also fallen off a cliff. Why didn't anyone care about him? Xu Hao looked at the daughters around him, smiled, and said lightly. It was just an accident, don't worry, I'm fine. Xu Shiqing suddenly turned his eyes to Xu Aoshan. His eyes were full of anger. Dad, did Xu Aoshan deliberately hurt you? It's all over the internet, saying that he wanted to kill you to inherit the family property because he had a conflict with you. As soon as these words came out, the girls' eyes immediately became unfriendly, all shooting at Xu Aoshan. Xu Huai gritted her teeth and said angrily. Xu Aoshan, you are simply not a human. Daddy kindly took you to experience by his side, but you turned your back on him and tried to plot against Daddy Tang. Xu Qingshe echoed. Daddy has already agreed to give you a share of the family property, why are you so impatient? Xu Qingshan was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. If I had known this, I would never have let Daddy keep you by my side, you ungrateful B*****. Xu Aoshan felt extremely wronged. Hurry up and waved his hand to explain. I didn't, sisters, listen to me, it was really an accident. First, there was a landslide, and a huge rock hit us. I managed to dodge it, and then a truck lost control and hit us. I accelerated to go around it, but I didn't expect that there was a sharp turn in front of me. I was sure I could drive through, but who knew that the brakes suddenly failed 307, and I fell down with it. If I wanted to hurt him, how could I not even want my own life? The girls were suspicious when they heard this. Don't believe what he said. What Xu Aoshan said was too coincidental. Xu Feiyan sneered. Xu Aoshan, don't pretend. You are the god of war in the north. What does a car explosion mean to you? You clearly want to kill your father and disguise it as an accident. You are so insidious. Xu Aoshan was stunned. He never expected such a misunderstanding. He was at a loss for a moment. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of the playful expression on Xu Hao's face, and his heart shuddered. Could it be that all this was directed and acted by Xu Hao himself? The purpose was to make the sisters hate him more. But all this seemed to be a coincidence. But with his divine perception, he could not tell that there was any trace of human intervention. He couldn't figure out how Xu Hao did it. At this time, Xu Hao raised his hand and signaled his daughters to be quiet. Then he slowly explained for Xu Aoshan, don't let your imagination run wild. I can guarantee that this is just an accident. Don't believe the rumors on the internet. However, this explanation was like adding fuel to the fire, and the girls became even more angry. Dad, it's already this time, and you're still speaking for him. Yes, Dad, you're too sentimental, this kind of person is not worthy of your protection. I strongly disagree with you keeping him around, it's too dangerous. I also disagree, kick him out of the Xu family, our Xu family doesn't need such a bad person. The girls expressed their attitudes one after another, and their words were fierce. Xu Aoshan was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally reacted. Xu Hao did it on purpose. He was immediately furious, so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 492, Secret. My daughter wants to practice. But I only have the dual cultivation method. Ding Xu Aoshan's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao pondered for a moment and spoke. Let's do this. Aoshan has been following me for a while, but he hasn't learned anything substantial. I'm thinking about investing in a company and letting Aoshan take full charge, so that he can get some experience. After that, Xu Hao looked at Xu Aoshan. Aoshan, what do you think? You should make some achievements in this company first. If you are really capable, I will let you manage the group's affairs later. Xu Aoshan's face was full of clouds. Xu Hao clearly wanted to get him out of the way. There must be some unspeakable secrets hidden in it. Thinking back to these days, Xu Hao has fun with his women every day, doing nothing. He doesn't look like the president of the group at all. He is probably trying to avoid me. As for me, I follow him every day like a humble follower. I either serve tea or drive to protect him. It's just a waste of time. However, Aoshan thought about it. Since Xu Hao asked me to manage the company, that's fine. I can take this opportunity to make some achievements. I'll see what excuses Xu Hao can find to prevent me from entering the core management of the group. If he insists on stopping me, I will tell my sisters about this. Let them see Xu Hao's hypocritical face. If I am lucky enough to enter the group, it will be easier for him to investigate Xu Hao's evidence of guilt. As for whether he can achieve results, in the dictionary of this war god of the north, there is no word for failure. After a flash of thought, Xu Aoshan raised his head. Promised. Okay, I promise. The sisters on the side saw Xu Aoshan's response. They were immediately furious and hated him even more. Too shameless. Dad 850 Dad just said one sentence, and he couldn't wait to climb up the pole. He really thought he could achieve results and think he was a business genius. That's right, looking at his smug look, it's really disgusting. Xu Aoshan was keenly aware of the contemptuous eyes of his sisters. He could only bite the bullet and pretend not to see it. He felt extremely bitter in his heart. I thought that when I returned as a war god, I would be able to protect my sisters and let them get away from Xu Hao. Live a carefree and happy life from now on. But now, the group is developing in the opposite direction. His image in the hearts of the sisters is getting worse and worse. All this is Xu Hao caused it. Xu Aoshan clenched his fists and his teeth clattered. He sent Xu Aoshan away. Xu Hao returned to the house and checked the system. Before he knew it, his emotional value had accumulated to 230,000 again. The old rules of the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn 210 points of free attributes. Not bad, not bad. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn special item, various flavors of popping candy x10. It came at the right time. The popping candy he drew was used up long ago. His women said they liked it very much. Xu Hao also enjoyed it. I haven't tried it on that legal loli and his daughters yet. Ding, congratulations to the host, the prize is drawn item, ecstasy powder. Colorless and tasteless, can control the person who is hit. Isn't this similar to hypnosis? But it seems different. Hypnosis doesn't work on people with strong mental strength. He can't use hypnosis to deal with that rebellious son. This ecstasy powder is different. Good stuff. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize, character, Emperor Realm Peak Dead Warrior X11. 2 Emperor Realm Peak. Good, good. The rebellious son has 100,000 subordinates. There are only 4 Emperor Realm Peak strongmen. With his current strength, the difference is not big. The middle level strength is even stronger. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize, special item, snow seed powder. What the hell is this? This thing has been drawn. It feels like it is developing in an improper direction. When will I find Su Wancho to try? As Xiao Wanzher grows up, the snow water gradually disappears. This won't do. Ding, congratulations to the host, winning the prize, item, Spirit Stone X69. Question mark. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. The spirit stones have all come out. Is it the spirit stone he thought of for cultivating immortals? Check the information. It's true. This world lacks spiritual energy, and cannot support cultivation. It can only absorb spiritual energy through spiritual stones. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the reward, item, Intermediate Bad Luck Card X3. Intermediate Bad Luck Card, when used on others, may cause death. This thing is not bad. I just used this thing to trick the rebellious son. Just imagine. When fighting with the protagonist, use a bad luck card. How can we fight the protagonist who makes mistakes everywhere? It would be even better if he can kill him. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 225 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, Spirit Stone X91. Spirit Stone again. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 216 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize item, Spirit Stone X6. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize 234 points of free attributes. Ding, congratulations to the host, you won the prize, special item, Flying Sword 7 stars 11. Swish. Xu Hao's eyes lit up. This is not an ordinary magic weapon. It is a flying sword used for cultivation. It can be stored in the body for warming and can also be enlarged or reduced. When the time comes, it will not be able to carry more than 2 people. Directly enlarge the flying sword and go to the sky together. Next, start the boutique. Lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have won the prize cultivation technique, Yin Yang longevity secret. Xu Hao's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell? The cultivation technique has come out. Are you really asking him to cultivate immortality? At the same time, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. He was a little uncomfortable with the god-level skills that he had long been accustomed to. He learned the details of this technique. Xu Hao's expression became very exciting. Because this cultivation technique BJFG is a dual cultivation technique. It is divided into 2 parts, Yang and Yin. Yin-Yang dual cultivation can not only improve strength, but also prolong life. This is definitely the best thing he has ever slept with. Not only can you cultivate immortality, but you can also live forever. It solves the fate of his women who will die of old age after 100 years. Don't worry, this is an urban worldview. Those who know what the dual cultivation technique is used for will know. Sorting out the harvest. Obtained 885 attribute points. 200 points of strength and physique each. 485 points of mental power. A familiar warm current emerged. Constantly transform his body. When the points are added, a panel will appear in front of him. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 46,132, peak of the Emperor. Physique, 42,421, ordinary person 10. Spirit, 44,783, ordinary person 10. Skills, close combat Grandmaster level, painting Grandmaster level, calligraphy God level, piano Grandmaster level, music Master level, T-art God level, firearms Master level, 18 martial arts Grandmaster level, assassination Grandmaster, chess Grandmaster, Tai Chi God level, medical Grandmaster, gambling Grandmaster, carving Master, knife flying Grandmaster, driving God level, Bajiquan Grandmaster, hacker Grandmaster, massage God level, hypnosis God level, rope art God level, various musical instruments Grandmaster, disguise Grandmaster, bartending God level, fishing Grandmaster, bagua palm God level, fashion design Grandmaster, undressing hand God level, beast taming Master, bartending Grandmaster, acting Grandmaster, voice changing Master, medicine Grandmaster, swordsmanship God level, knife skills Grandmaster. Items, human emperor banner, moral brick, God killing dagger, immortal binding rope, master key, 1000 miles of marriage X1, small whip, intermediate bad luck card X3, protective jade pendant, anti-aging pills X8, Grandmaster skill card. Special, portable space 10 cubic meters, teleport, deceiving 2 kidney, telekinesis, perspective, danger precognition, lightning control, double cultivation with a woman, invulnerable to all poisons, hand of God, fire control, invisibility, soul guiding dreams, wood control, photographic memory, healing, mind control, water control, space strangling, earth control, kingly aura, outlaw, flying with a sword, wind control, unbeatable golden spear, blood rebirth, calling the wind and rain, sword chi, gold control, clairvoyance, superb ears, yin and yang longevity secret. Emotion value 4,909. Free attributes 0. Finally reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Xu Hao was browsing the panel that only he could see. Someone walked into the study. It turned out to be Xu Feiyan. He approached and shouted. Xu Hao put away the panel and looked at her and asked. Feiyan, what do you want to talk to me about? Dad, I want to become stronger, can you teach me? Xu Feiyan asked expectantly. Xu Aoshan's expression just now really made her angry. I really want to rush up and beat him up. To vent my anger for my father. But, she knew that she was too weak and was no match for Xu Aoshan. After returning, she felt very upset, so she came to find Xu Hao. Xu Hao said earnestly. Didn't I ask you to practice martial arts? Martial arts cannot be achieved overnight, it requires perseverance. Before he finished speaking, Xu Feiyan interrupted. Dad, I don't want to learn martial arts, I want to learn your flying ability. She looked at Xu Hao expectantly. It is impossible to learn martial arts to surpass Xu Aoshan. She can only learn some special skills from Xu Wu. For example, flying with a sword, controlling lightning. Fei Yan, it's not that I don't teach you, it's really. Xu Hao stopped talking about this. Flying with a sword, and those special abilities, are all drawn by the system. He can't teach his daughters. Speaking of the means to deal with the protagonist, there is one more. Cultivating immortals. Teaching his daughters to cultivate immortals. But this is it, he only has the dual cultivation method. Is it okay to teach his daughters to cultivate dual cultivation? Xu Hao looked up the yin-yang longevity secret. Unlike other immortal cultivation techniques that require spiritual roots, this technique only requires finding nodes in the body that can absorb spiritual energy and constructing a longevity diagram to cultivate immortality. There are no restrictions. It can be taught to daughters. And after teaching, it is not necessary to practice dual cultivation. It's just that the speed of practicing by oneself is less than 1% of dual cultivation. The key to the problem is, this construction of the longevity diagram requires physical contact, and it is not as simple as holding hands. Is it appropriate? If it is not appropriate, will you not teach it to your daughters? Watch them die of old age in 100 years. Let them decide for themselves. So Xu Hao said, I can indeed teach you, but the conditions are a bit difficult. I don't know if you are willing. Xu Feiyan nodded without hesitation. Chapter 493, Teach my daughter the immortal cultivation method. Irresistible temptation. The master is here. Seeing Xu Feiyan blurt out her willingness, Xu Hao said. This is a special immortal cultivation method that can not only make you stronger, but also prolong your life and have a chance of immortality. Xu Feiyan's eyes widened. Her face was full of astonishment and disbelief. What? Can you really cultivate immortality like in novels? Although she saw Xu Hao flying with a sword and taking out so many good things, she guessed that Xu Hao was cultivating immortality. But she was still shocked to learn the truth at this moment. When she thought that cultivation could lead to immortality, her breathing became rapid and her heart beat faster. If their family cultivated, wouldn't they be together forever? Her eyes lit up and she looked at Xu Hao expectantly. Xu Hao waved his hand. Don't rush to agree. The immortal cultivation method is called the immortal secret, which is completely different from martial arts. I need to find the nodes in your body to absorb spiritual energy, and then construct the longevity map, which inevitably involves physical contact. This do you understand? Xu Feiyan was thoughtful. After reacting, her face slowly turned red, and her heartbeat accelerated. One good news, one bad news. The good news is that you can cultivate immortality. The bad news is that you have to make physical contact. Although there was also physical contact when I was teaching you hand in hand before. But this is obviously different. Xu Feiyan hesitated and replied. Dad, have you taught my sister and younger sisters? No. What about Su Ma's, 630? Before the spiritual stones were scarce, I recently collected some and planned to pass them on to her soon. Xu Feiyan's mind was in a mess. On one side was the temptation of becoming stronger and immortal. On the other side was embarrassment and shyness. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, she gritted her teeth. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Dad, I've decided, I'll learn. She had thought it through. Whether it was for immortality in the future, or after becoming stronger, to help Dad teach Xu Aoshan a lesson. She had to learn, and it was just physical contact. She had felt Xu Hao's power more than once. What's this little contact? It's not that kind of relationship. Thinking about it, she thought it through. Have you really decided? Xu Hao's eyes were filled with scrutiny. Xu Feiyan nodded heavily. Then go back to your room and prepare, I'll find you later. Prepare for what? Xu Feiyan was startled. Then she thought of constructing the immortality map, and her face turned red. She responded and hurried back to her room. In fact, it would be okay to go to the study. Xu Hao sent her away because he wanted to try it out on himself first. He calmed down, found those spiritual nodes on his body, and then constructed the immortality map. After finishing, he took out a spiritual stone to practice. Although you can practice without dual cultivation. But the speed of practice is really not good. Feeling that there was no problem, Xu Hao came to Xu Feiyan's room. At this time, Xu Feiyan was lying on the bed, with the quilt wrapping her whole body tightly. Only a red face was exposed. There was shyness and nervousness in her eyes. Xu Hao sat down beside the bed and asked softly. Feiyan, are you ready? Ready. Xu Feiyan's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Xu Hao took a breath and began to look for nodes to absorb spiritual energy and construct the longevity diagram. Ding Xu Feiyan is nervous, emotional value plus 888. Ding Xu Feiyan is flustered, emotional value plus 999. DJ. It took half a day to find it. Originally, it would not take so long. But Xu Hao found that the emotional value increased very quickly. So it was a little longer. It was definitely not because of reluctance or something. He is not that kind of person. Xu Hao retracted his hand, took out a few spiritual stones and handed them to Xu Feiyan. Okay, you try to practice it, according to the longevity diagram I constructed in your body, and circulate the Zodian. Xu Feiyan's face was flushed, she lowered her head, dodged her eyes, and did not dare to look at Xu Hao. She took the spiritual stone. Then she concentrated and did what Xu Hao said. At first, she didn't understand why and wondered if something went wrong. Because Xu Feiyan couldn't feel any changes. But after she circulated for a few weeks, a subtle but clear qi grew in her body. Xu Feiyan was ecstatic and shouted excitedly, Dad, I succeeded. Seeing her excitement, Xu Hao smiled and nodded, and helped her put on a piece of clothing. Xu Feiyan slowly calmed down. Xu Hao said with a serious expression, this is a secret of our Xu family. We can't tell anyone. Once it is leaked, it may bring us unimaginable disasters. Xu Feiyan knew the seriousness of the situation. She nodded, Dad, don't worry, I know the situation is very serious. Xu Hao was also relieved about his daughters who had a favorability of more than 90. After telling her to practice well, he left the room. It is very slow to practice alone. It is impossible to practice immortality by yourself. It has to be a double cultivation. As for Xu Feiyan's slow cultivation, whether she wants to speed up the cultivation. Xu Hao also let them choose. But he thinks his daughters can't resist the temptation of immortality. Xu Feiyan sat alone in the room, her face did not change, and her mind was full of thoughts. Night fell. The family sat around the dining table to enjoy dinner. Xu Feiyan seemed a little absent-minded. After a quick meal, she returned to her room and continued to practice. This surprised the sisters. Going to bed so early. Xu Hao saw all this. He himself was not so anxious about cultivating immortals. This is a double cultivation method. Xu Feiyan worked hard for several days and nights, but it was better for him to sleep with a woman. After he taught Su Wanchou to cultivate immortals, I believe it won't be long before Xu Feiyan will find out. Xu Hao chatted with his daughters and watched TV as usual until bedtime. Walked into the master bedroom with Su Wanchou, who was holding Xiao Wanzhi. After coaxing Xiao Wanzhi to sleep, Xu Hao talked to Su Wanchou about cultivating immortals. Su Wanchou was stunned. Can he cultivate immortals and live forever? It's incredible. At the same time, her heart was filled with joy. Xu Hao was willing to take her to cultivate immortals. She immediately asked Xu Hao to teach her without hesitation. Brother Hao, Master, Dad, I want to learn. Seeing her eager look, Xu Hao smiled. If you want to practice, you need to build a longevity map in your body first. They are an old couple. Su Wanchou calmly changed her clothes and prepared. Xu Hao's technique was skillful, and the livelihood map was quickly built. Then, he took out a few spiritual stones and placed them on the bedside. He and Su Wanchou began to truly practice the yin-yang longevity art. One night passed. Su Wanchou was not tired, but very energetic, and there was more true energy in her body. If she was not afraid of breaking down, she could continue. Su Wancho was a little confused. Just cultivate immortality like this? She didn't even know how she cultivated. Isn't this too good? Is it okay to cultivate immortality while lying down? And you don't have to worry about delaying your work. She tasted the sweetness of cultivating immortality. In the next few days, Xu Hao moved between women and constructed a longevity map. Let them embark on the road of cultivating immortality. That day Xu Hao came to the Qin family. The Qin family is also one of the top families, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Originally, under the guidance of Xu Hao, the Qin family was retaliated by the Protagonist, and a large number of crises occurred, and the assets shrank seriously. Later, Qin Wuyu, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, went to the battlefield to avenge her brother and father. In order to impress Xu Hao, she put down her dignity and sacrificed herself in exchange for help. With the help of Xu Hao, the Qin family gradually recovered. After a year of training by Xu Hao, Qin Wuyu has completely surrendered. Knowing that Xu was coming, Qin Wuyu picked out a sexy maid outfit. Standing in front of the mirror, she put on her makeup. She wanted to greet Xu Hao in the most beautiful posture. When Xu Hao appeared at the door, she quickly opened the door and showed a smile. "Master, you are here." Then, she slowly knelt down and changed shoes for Xu Hao. Because Xu Hao not only helped her revenge, but also helped her revive the Qin family, Qin Wuyu was very grateful. So she also tried to please Xu Hao and often played some new tricks. Xu Hao touched her fox tail. Walking into the house, he sat down on the sofa as if he was at home. Qin Wuyu was like a real maid, quickly brought tea and handed it to Xu Hao. Then, she snuggled in Xu Hao's arms and said aggrievedly, "Master, you haven't come to see me for a long time." Xu Hao drank tea comfortably. While reaching out to scratch her chin, like teasing a pet. "Didn't you say you wanted to start a business? If I come to you every day, can you bear it?" Thinking of Xu Hao's strength, Qin Wuyu shrank his neck and gritted his teeth. "I can bear it, really. We'll verify it later. Let's give you an appetizer first." Qin Wuyu rolled her eyes charmingly, swallowed her saliva, and continued to massage to get up. Xu Hao was enjoying it while drinking tea, so happy. After drinking tea, Qin Wuyu couldn't wait, but was stopped by Xu Hao. Constructing the longevity map on her body. After listening to Xu Hao's explanation, Qin Wuyu was very excited. Xu Hao actually wanted to take her to longevity together. She was so excited that she couldn't help herself. "Master, I want to give birth to a child for you, then you have to work hard. Time flies in cultivation, and it's night in a blink of an eye." Qin Wuyu is in high spirits. She feels that she is still okay, but her physique can't keep up, so she has to stop. The sky outside the window is getting darker. Qin Wuyu got up and went to the kitchen to make a loving dinner for Xu Hao. During the meal, Qin Wuyu seemed to remember something, looked up at Xu Hao and asked, "Brother Hao, will you go to the investment summit the day after tomorrow?" Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. He looked at her suspiciously. "Why do you ask about this?" As the name suggests, some people have good projects, but lack funds, and need to find a boss to invest. On the contrary, the boss has money, but no good projects, and also needs to find a good project to invest money. Of course, there are also bosses who want to find partners at the summit. This is a matter of mutual benefit. But their status has reached this point. Those projects can't attract their attention at all. There is no shortage of partners, and almost those partners are rushing to find them for cooperation. Why do we need to go to the summit to find them? He didn't participate in these investment summits a long time ago, and no one would remind him to participate. Qin Wuyu brought it up at this time. I have to say it's a bit strange. Qin Wuyu put down her chopsticks and explained. It turned out that a good friend of hers in the imperial capital was coming to the magic city to find Xu Hao to discuss cooperation. It just so happens that there will be an investment summit the day after tomorrow. So he asked her if Chen Hao would attend. At this point, Qin Wuyu's eyes flashed with a cunning, and added, "My friend is very beautiful." Xu Hao asked with a smile. "As beautiful as you?" Qin Wuyu felt jealous, but still said proudly. "We were about the same before, but now with the master's care, I must be more beautiful." Guessing Xu Hao's thoughts, she couldn't help laughing. "Master, don't hit on her, she is a real workaholic. There is nothing else in her eyes except work, you have no chance." Xu Hao smiled without knowing whether it was okay or not. What workaholic, iceberg beauty, misogynist. When they are in his hands, don't they have to call dad obediently? Xu Hao patted her and teased. Aren't you also a workaholic? Think about how happy you were just now. Qin Wuyu blushed and said coquettishly. Then, she looked at Xu Hao again with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Then will you participate, master? Xu Hao said after thinking for a moment. It's okay to go and take a look. A beauty as beautiful as Qin Wuyu is probably also a heroine. If she is a heroine, he will not let her go. Chapter 494, Dumbfounded. A new protagonist. But the heroine is pregnant. A day passed in a flash. Today's Times Square is very lively. The annual investment summit will be held here. The sun gradually became hotter, and the square was boiling. More and more people gathered around. Noises came one after another. FK. Isn't the man wearing a dark gray custom suit and gold-rimmed glasses Zhang Cheng, the president of Ziyuan Group? The industries under its umbrella involve multiple fields. This time, they came to participate in the investment summit, and there must be big moves. A young financial practitioner's eyes lit up. Excitedly said to his companion beside him. Yes, and the old man with gray hair but full of aura is Zhao Weiban, the chairman of Hengda Group. He has a pivotal position in the traditional manufacturing industry. It's rare for these two big guys to appear here at the same time. The companion also responded excitedly, stretching his neck. Try to take a few more glances at these big shots who can only be seen on the cover of financial magazines on weekdays. Those big bosses, all with smiles on their faces, walk confidently and calmly. Zhang Cheng, the president of Ziyuan Group, just stepped into the square. Zhao Weiban, the chairman of Hengda Group, greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhang, long time no see, how are you? Zhao Weiban was the first to extend his hand. Zhang Cheng also hurriedly extended his hand to shake it, with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, you are still so strong, I dare not say long in front of you. You are the evergreen in the industry. As the two exchanged greetings, the surrounding flash lights kept flashing. The media were racing against time to capture the precious pictures 020. As time went on, more and more bosses arrived one after another. Su Yuan, the young president of Xingyao Technology. A simple yet stylish white suit, particularly conspicuous in the crowd. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a low exclamation. Wow, that's Su Yuan. Under his leadership, Xingyao Technology has become a new technology upstart in just a few years. He is simply a business genius. Su Yuan seemed to have long been accustomed to these looks. He just nodded politely, then he quickly stepped forward to greet other CEOs. Mr. Chen, your logistics empire has expanded a lot recently, right? Mr. Su is joking. We still have to learn innovative thinking from you new technology forces. The organizer shuttled through the crowd with a smile on his face. Invite all bosses to the venue hall to take a seat. At this time, another luxury car drove up and stopped at the entrance of the venue. The car door opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a pair of slender and white legs. Then, a woman stepped down from the car. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, as if she was a work of art carved by God. Her long hair fell behind her. She was wearing a simple but noble long dress, just right. The tailoring of the dress fully reveals her curvy figure. Her waist is not too thin, and her skirt flutters as she walks, as if she has walked out of a painting. However, she has a cold temperament. She keeps people at a distance. At the same time, the door of the driver's seat was quickly opened. A cold young man got out of the car. He was tall and straight, with deep and sharp eyes. He stood not far from the woman. The angle of his position was very clever. Once someone did something wrong to the woman, he could react quickly and take protective measures. The crowd was immediately attracted by the woman, exclaiming, and the discussion was endless. Wow, what a beautiful woman with temperament. With such a face and figure, even compared with those famous female CEOs in our Magic City, they are not inferior. A young man opened his eyes wide, his face full of admiration, and exclaimed. Hee, look, what is she looking for when she looks around? Isn't she looking for me? A self-satisfied young man said expectantly. Hee, you don't look good, but you think beautifully. Someone next to him poured cold water on her mercilessly. Everyone burst into laughter. Meng Weiyang ignored the discussions around her. I didn't see the person I wanted to see. She frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She was the friend that Qin Wuyu told Xu Hao. This time she came to Magic City from the imperial capital. I wanted to talk to Xu Hao about cooperation. At this time, the organizer came up with a smile on his face. He led Meng Weiyang to the hall. The cold-faced young man followed closely behind. The two gradually disappeared behind the door of the hall. Only the people who were still discussing were left outside. The investment summit was officially held. In order to promote the development of Magic City, some bosses were invited. But bosses who did not receive invitations can also come. The business circle of Magic City was curious about this newly arrived, beautiful entrepreneur with a good aura. Until they saw Meng Weiyang's registration information. President of Meng's Technology. Everyone suddenly realized. It turned out to be the daughter of the Meng family in the imperial capital. She was promoted to president not long ago. Many people became active. They wanted to build a good relationship with the daughter of the Meng family in the imperial capital. Su Yuan, the young president of Xingyao Technology, could not sit still. He showed a smile that he thought was extremely charming. He walked towards Meng Weiyang, who was sitting alone. When he came closer, Su Yuan said in a casual tone. Hello, Mr. Meng, I am Su Yuan from Xingyao Technology. I have long heard of the name of Meng's Technology. I originally planned to go to the Meng family in the imperial capital for exchanges recently. I didn't expect that we would meet here in advance. It's a blessing. Meng Weiyang just looked up at him. Su Yuan paused and continued. I don't know why Mr. Meng came to the Magic City this time. If you need any help, just speak up. I still have some connections in this area. Meng Weiyang sat elegantly, her red lips slightly parted, and her tone was neither salty nor bland. Thank you, no need. The attitude can be said to be indifferent. If it was a business cooperation, she could communicate in a friendly way. But she always disdained this kind of flirting. Su Yuan's face froze. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. But he was still unwilling to give up. After calming down, he continued. Mr. Meng, you may not know much about our Xingyao Technology. I just won a big project recently, and we have in-depth cooperation with many local companies. Maybe there will be opportunities for our two companies to work together in the future. Single quote. Really? Then congratulations first, Meng Weiyang said impatiently. She was too lazy to pay attention and glanced at the door from time to time. Waiting for Xu Hao to appear. Su Yuan was speechless and threw out another topic. Mr. Meng, I heard that you like art. There is a grand art exhibition in Shanghai recently. If you are interested, Before he finished speaking, Meng Weiyang interrupted. I'm not interested. Su Yuan was frustrated and could only leave in disappointment. Everyone was paying attention to the situation here. Seeing Meng Weiyang's indifference to Su Yuandu, they all put aside their frowns and did not try to please him. Gradually, as more and more people came into the hall, they either whispered or exchanged glances, conveying various messages. The organizer checked the guest list. All the business leaders invited were present. According to the procedure. Next, the leaders will give speeches. This will kick off the investment summit. Just then, a loud noise came from the door of the hall. The leaders on the stage could not help but frown. A trace of displeasure flashed in their eyes. In such a solemn occasion, who does not know the rules? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. This look made them stand still. Xu Hao slowly walked into the hall. Xu Hao, the richest man in Shanghai, a business legend. His influence has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Whether it was a veteran boss or a learned expert, who didn't know him? For a moment, the whole hall fell into a dead silence, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. The expression on their faces was nothing but astonishment. Never expected. A legendary figure like Xu Hao, who stood at the top of the business world. Would he come to this investment summit in person? The leaders of the organizers came to their senses first. They smiled and hurried forward to greet him. The voice was full of excitement. Mr. Xu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Xu Hao smiled and waved his hand. I just came here to take a look. You guys are busy with your things, don't worry about me. However, how dare they really ignore Xu Hao? This is a big man who can influence the entire business landscape. After some discussion, They invited Xu Hao to the main seat. Xu Hao was not polite. After sitting down, he looked around. I want to see the friend Qin Wu you mentioned. Soon, he saw a beautiful figure in the crowd. Character Meng Weiyang. Identity President of Meng's Technology. Heroine of The Strongest Dragon in the City. Charm 95, Full Value 100. Strength 13, Normal Person 10. Physique 12, Normal Person 10. Spirit 14, Normal Person 10. Favorability 10. Chapter 495. The little heroine is not easy to capture, so we can only use some special means. The leaders of the organizers were very excited. Xu Hao was able to attend the summit hosted by them. It will undoubtedly greatly increase the value and influence of this business summit in the industry. A leader could not suppress his inner desire. He approached Xu Hao cautiously and asked softly, Mr. Xu, welcome to this summit. Can you please say a few words to everyone? Everyone present here has admired you for a long time and is eager to get your guidance. Xu Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. As the summit officially began, the leader excitedly shouted, Hello everyone, welcome elites from all walks of life and industry leaders to participate in this investment summit. Now, let us welcome Mr. Xu with the warmest applause. As soon as the voice fell, the big bosses in the hall, who were usually powerful, applauded vigorously. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Xu Hao raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he smiled faintly and spoke. I don't dare to be a guide, I'll just say a few words. The hall was quiet in an instant, and everyone pricked up their ears and listened attentively. With the development of the times, the business world is also unpredictable. We can't just be satisfied with the existing achievements and models. Xu Hao looked around the crowd and continued. For investment, vision and decision-making are important, but what is more indispensable is the insight and grasp of future trends. The rise of new technologies, such as artificial intelligence and quantum computing, is reshaping various industries at an unimaginable speed. We cannot be afraid of change, but should actively accept it and find new business opportunities and breakthroughs from it. The big bosses in the audience nodded in thought. They knew that what Xu Hao said was not empty talk. It was the valuable experience he summed up after experiencing the ups and downs of the officialdom. Moreover, win-win cooperation is the long-term way. Enterprises should not only be limited to competition, but should also seek complementary advantages and jointly develop the market. Just like the various links in an industrial chain, only by being closely connected and developing in coordination can they be invincible in the tide of the global economy. Xu Hao's words were resounding. At this time, some bosses who were originally just waiting and watching also had waves in their hearts. They realized that this summit might become an important turning point in their business careers. The appearance of Xu Hao. It also lit a bright light for them to move forward. Xu Hao paused. Finally, I want to say that no matter how the business environment changes, integrity and social responsibility are always the cornerstones of the enterprise. A company that loses its credibility is doomed to not go far. And actively taking on social responsibilities and giving back to society will also win more respect and support for the company. Wow! Thunderous applause broke out in the hall. The applause lasted for a long time. It was everyone's respect and gratitude for Xu Hao. It was also an approval of his words. The applause ended, and the leaders spoke. The leaders finished speaking. Next is the interactive session. Whether the investment goal can be achieved depends entirely on their own group and ability. 18 plus. Meng Weiyang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her eyes were locked on Xu Hao. Then she moved lightly and walked towards Xu Hao. In the hall, everyone seemed to be talking to each other. But the corners of their eyes drifted to Xu Hao from time to time. As soon as there was any movement, they can quickly make arrangements. Someone noticed Meng Weiyang approaching Xu Hao and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with Xu Hao? If they could reach a cooperative relationship with Xu Hao, that would be a great success. However, the gap between them and Xu Hao was like a chasm, and they could only sigh helplessly. They were not worthy of talking to Xu Hao at all. Meng Weiyang came closer and smiled. Mr. Xu, I am Meng Weiyang, the president of Meng's Technology. May I talk to you? Xu Hao's eyes moved slightly. He knew that Meng's Technology focused on chip research and development. Although the Meng family's assets were also several hundred billion, But in the huge imperial capital, it could only be regarded as a medium-sized family ant. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. Are you Wu Yu's friend? Meng Weiyang nodded. Wu Yu and I are classmates, and we started a business together after graduation. Xu Hao smiled. In that case, let's take a minibus. Meng Weiyang pointed out the direction with her hand. She was pleasantly surprised. She originally thought that it would be difficult to meet Xu Hao with his status and position. Even if she was lucky enough to meet him, it would be even more difficult to discuss cooperation with her. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed to be all because of her good friend Qin Wuyu. Just when Meng Weiyang and Xu Hao turned to the side, the stern young man who had been hiding in the shadows in the corner appeared. He unconsciously moved closer to Meng Weiyang. He stared at Xu Hao with a sharp gaze. He couldn't see through this person. Xu Hao glanced over him. Character Chu Nan. Identity Protagonist of Peerless Dragon in the City. Charm 81, Full Value 100. Strength 49,862, Peak of the Emperor. Constitution 36,976, Ordinary Person 10. Spirit 31,869, Ordinary Person 10. 7-10. Peerless Dragon. Xu Hao was stunned. He seemed to have seen it a long time ago. It should be the heroine. This is a fusion novel world, with many protagonists and naturally many heroines. Xu Hao does not have to wait for the protagonist to appear before accepting the heroine. As long as it is a heroine, he will not let it go. So he accepted the heroines in the books of the protagonists he had never seen before. Xu Hao has a photographic memory and remembered it after a while. A neighbor queen named Su Leiyao. It shows that she is the heroine of Peerless Dragon. She seems to be pregnant now. This is interesting. Xu Hao and Meng Weiyang came to a quiet place by the window. Almost at the same time, the waiter quickly brought tea and quietly left. Meng Weiyang is a workaholic and got to the point first. Mr. Xu, I heard that you are developing mobile phone holographic imaging. I wonder how it is going. Xu Hao said casually. I have handed this matter over to my second daughter. She is very concerned. It has now reached a critical stage. In my opinion, it will be available soon. After the previous education of the second daughter, Xu Qingshan obviously learned the lesson, and the research and development efficiency has been greatly improved, and the progress has been rapid. 0. Meng Weiyang hesitated and said with courage. Mr. Xu, the holographic imaging technology you developed is of epoch-making significance. I wonder if our Mengxi technology can have the honor to cooperate with you. Who is Xu Hao? He instantly saw through Meng Weiyang's intentions. Mengxi technology focuses on chip research and development. If it can be combined with his holographic imaging technology, then in the future market, it can almost form a monopoly on mobile phone chips. Xu Hao couldn't help but admire. This heroine is indeed very business-minded. Others also know that he is researching this technology. But he is still waiting and watching. She came to discuss cooperation directly. However, Xu Hao has his own plan. He is still thinking about waiting for the technology to be successfully developed. To personally create a unique mobile phone. With the attraction of holographic imaging technology, the entire mobile phone market can be monopolized in one fell swoop. Now cooperating with others, it is to hand over the huge benefits that are about to be obtained to others, which is not worth the loss. Of course, if it is a heroine who can be conquered, it is not impossible for him to share some of the benefits and brush up a wave of goodwill. But Xu Hao can see it. This Meng Weiyang has her own principles. It is indeed the same as Qin Wuyu said, there is only work in her eyes, nothing else. It is impossible to win her over by brushing goodwill. Some other means must be used. Although he thought so and didn't plan to cooperate, Xu Hao couldn't let her run away. So, Xu Hao said slowly. Mr. Meng, your proposal is very good, but it's not that I don't want to cooperate. After all, this technology has not been developed yet, and I can't be sure what the final effect will be. In case of any deviation, I don't want to implicate you. Meng Weiyang said hurriedly. Mr. Xu, I have confidence in you and your team. I believe this technology will be a complete success. Xu Hao smiled. It seems that he has thought of a compromise. How do you think about this? The development of this technology has reached a critical period and will be completed soon. If it is convenient for you, you can stay in the Magic City for a while. After the development is successful, we will discuss the specific matters of cooperation. By then, we will have a comprehensive understanding of the technology and can rest assured to cooperate. Meng Weiyang couldn't help but hesitate. After several years of experience, she was promoted to the president of the group not long ago, and she was full of ambition to make some achievements. She thought of the holographic imaging technology that Xu Hao was developing. She immediately realized the business opportunity. That's why she rushed to Shanghai without stopping. It was to successfully win the cooperation project. But now Xu Hao asked her to wait for the technology to be developed. She originally planned to return to the group to handle affairs after discussing the cooperation. Meng Weiyang was entangled. On the one hand, it was the various affairs of the group. Although she could work remotely, she had just taken office, and she was afraid that she would be sidelined by those people at home after a long time. On the other hand, it was the huge benefits that could be brought by cooperating with Xu Hao, and the long-term development of the group. After weighing the pros and cons, Meng Weiyang gritted her teeth and agreed. As long as she could reach a cooperation with Xu Hao, these sacrifices were insignificant. Then I wish Mr. Xu to develop new technologies as soon as possible, and I will wait for good news in Shanghai. Chapter 496, Dad Loves You. The personal bodyguard always wants to practice. Temptation. I wish Mr. Xu a successful research and development soon. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. Then I'll borrow Mr. Meng's good wishes. During this time in Shanghai, Mr. Meng can go around and appreciate the local customs and customs of Shanghai. You can also visit my Xu group when you have time. Meng Weiyang's heart moved slightly and nodded. Then I'll bother you then. Xu Hao built a trillion-dollar business empire in a short period of time. Even if Xu Hao didn't say it, she would go to Shanghai this time to see it. The investment summit is in full swing. The lights are bright in the hall. Business tycoons from all walks of life in bright clothes shuttled in it. Some talked in a low voice, while others listened attentively to the project presentation on the stage. But their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally looking in the direction of Xu Hao and Meng Weiyang. The two chatted and laughed. But many bosses in the hall were shocked. That person from the capital came to Mr. Meng and actually got to know Mr. Xu. They couldn't help but beat their chests. If they had known that Mr. Xu was so easy to talk to, they should have gone to say hello earlier. Maybe they could reach a cooperation. Watching Meng Weiyang and Xu Hao talking happily, they seemed to see countless wealth and opportunities slipping away from their eyes. On a high platform, an ambitious entrepreneur was giving an impassioned speech. Boss, my project is about the development and application of new environmentally friendly energy. If it can get enough financial support, I believe it will completely change our existing energy structure. It will not only have huge commercial value, but also a great contribution to the global environmental protection cause. His tone was sincere, trying to impress those investors. There were also many people looking for partners. They whispered about project details, or exchanged business cards. Time passed quietly, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. This investment summit will not end in a short time. But Xu Hao gradually lost interest. He came here today to see this little heroine. Xu Hao just walked out of the venue when his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at the contacts. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiaoshan. His cheap daughter Yu Xiaoshan, the little lowly. He answered the phone. Dad, what are you busy with recently? Xiaoshan hasn't seen you for a long time. /closing square bracket /. A soft and sweet lowly voice came from the other end of the phone. Xu Hao smiled slightly. I miss Xiaoshan too. I'm planning to come to see you soon after I finish my work. Wow, that's great. Yu Xiaoshan shouted excitedly. Dad, come to us now. Mom is not working at home today. Yu Xiaoshan said expectantly. Xu Hao thought about his schedule. It was nothing important, so he readily agreed. Okay, since Xiaoshan has spoken, I will come right over. Yeah, Mom, make some delicious food for lunch, Dad will be here soon. Yu Xiaoshan shouted to his mother who was busy in the kitchen. Then he said sweetly to the phone. Dad, come over, I'll let Mom prepare the meal for you, Xiaoshan loves you. Hang up the phone. Xu Hao couldn't help but think of that little lowly. More than a year has passed, and she is 15 or 16 years old. She is still 1.5 meters tall, and her face is very tender. Except that the parts that should be developed have grown to an explosion. It seems that she has not grown up much. Same as Luo Li. The difference is that Luo Li is a legal Luo Li. Yu Shaoshan is a real loli. However, she is almost 16 years old, can she still be called a loli? Is this loli legal? But whether it is legal or not is not important. What you should see and what you shouldn't see, have you seen enough little loli? Not only did he often lie on the wall to eavesdrop when sleeping, but he was also bold enough to open the door and peek. Xu Hao did not admit that he had left the door open. The thought flashed through his mind, and Xu Hao asked Hong Qiangwei to drive. After sending away the rebellious son, Hong Qiangwei returned to her body. This personal bodyguard was still comfortable to use. He was usually used as a bodyguard. When needed, he could also transform into a juicer. However, after Xu Hao taught her the immortal cultivation method, this personal bodyguard began to disobey. Often pestered him to practice. Hong Qiangwei always felt guilty. She felt that her strength was improving too slowly, and as Xu Hao's bodyguard, she was not competent at all. Not only could she not protect Xu Hao, but she also had to be protected by Xu Hao. She wanted to improve her strength. But the improvement of strength can only be gradual. There is also a shortcut, which is Xu Hao's reward of elixirs. Elixirs are not often available. After Xu Hao taught her the immortal cultivation method, Hong Qiangwei saw the hope of becoming stronger. So she, who had always been submissive, became particularly proactive. She would pester him whenever she had the chance. Just like now. After picking up Xu Hao, Hong Qiangwei drove the car to a relatively quiet corner on the roadside. Then she took off her casual pants, revealing her slender legs wrapped in heels. Then, she undressed, revealing a set of green clothes. She raised her head slightly and looked at Xu Hao charmingly. Her originally cold eyes seemed to be ignited at this moment, full of passion and desire. She gently uttered 2 words. E. While speaking, she laid the seat flat, leaned back, and posed a seductive pose. The atmosphere was set off to this point. Can Xu Hao bear it? Damn, practice. After Xu Hao left, Meng Weiyang also left the venue. Meng Weiyang and Qin Wuyu agreed to have lunch together at noon. Chu Nan drove to the destination and served as a bodyguard dutifully. He looked at the tall buildings and the endless traffic around him with deep eyes. It was as if he had returned to more than 10 years ago. Chu Nan was from the Magic City. He lived in the Magic City until he was 10 years old. Those were his most carefree days. Why do you say that? Because he went abroad with his parents when he was 10 years old, and soon after he went abroad, he encountered danger and his parents died. From then on, he began to wander. Later, he met a famous teacher and tried his best to become fishy. In order to avenge his parents, he broke into the dragon's den and destroyed the killer force. He also killed a senior official of a big country who established that killer force. After that, he was hunted down, and finally he was captured and imprisoned in the Devil's Island prison. After entering the Devil's Island, his strength was further improved in battle after battle. Gradually he became an awe-inspiring existence in the Devil's Island. His name frightened those criminals. Now, his strength is close to that of a god, and it is hard to find an opponent. He could have escaped. But Chu Nan didn't, because where could he go after he got out? He would be hunted down. The world is so big, there is no place for him to stay. So he just stayed on Devil Island and bullied those evil people. Not long ago, Meng's father, who was close to him, Li Li, sent someone to pull him out. Knowing that he had nowhere to go, Meng's father asked him to protect his daughter Meng Weiyang. Considering their friendship, Chu Nan agreed. This time, he followed Meng Weiyang to the Magic City to discuss cooperation with Xu Hao. After more than 10 years, Chu Nan returned to the Magic City again, feeling a lot of emotions. He couldn't help but see a small figure in his mind, a little girl like a porcelain doll. That was his memory before he was 10 years old. At that time, he had a neighbor, a girl next door, and they often went to school together. I thought the relationship would always be stable. Unexpectedly, he followed his parents abroad and later experienced so many ups and downs. This is the memory he buried in his heart. As he returned to the Magic City, it suddenly appeared. Chu Nan had an impulse to return to his old home to see how the girl next door was doing now. Does she still remember him? Has she grown into a beautiful lady? The car drove all the way to the destination, a 5-star hotel. Chapter 497, Sharing a Bed with a Best Friend. My childhood sweetheart is pregnant. The protagonist is stunned. Meng Weiyang just got off the car. She saw her good friend Qin Wuyu waiting there. Qin Wuyu was wearing a knee-length skirt, revealing her skin as white as snow, and her figure was almost perfect. Seeing Meng Weiyang get off the car, Qin Wuyu smiled and came up to her. He gave her a warm hug. Wei, I finally see you again. It's been more than a year since we last met, right? Who said it wasn't? Well, Wuyu, how come you have changed so much in a year? Meng Weiyang looked at Qin Wuyu carefully and couldn't help showing surprise. She found that Qin Wuyu seemed to be more beautiful than before. Is it that obvious? Let's go in and talk. I have already ordered a meal. Qin Wuyu blinked her big eyes. Then she took Meng Weiyang's hand and walked towards the hotel. Weiyang. Chu Nan suddenly called Meng Weiyang. Meng Weiyang frowned, stopped, and looked at him impatiently. How many times have I told you not to call me Weiyang, call me by my full name? There was a hint of coldness in her tone. She was obviously annoyed by Chu Nan's address. Okay, trapped official. Chu Nan raised the corner of his mouth and smiled lazily. He didn't take Meng Weiyang's words to heart. Instead, he thought she looked cute when she was angry. You have dinner with your friends, and I'll go out for a walk. Her eyes fell on Qin Wuyu. Even though Chu Nan had seen many beauties, Meng Weiyang was the top beauty he had ever seen. I didn't expect her friend to be no less beautiful. Even better. Where you go is none of my business, Meng Weiyang said with a cold face. Then she ignored Chu Nan and turned around and walked into the hotel with Qin Wuyu. Chu Nan stood there, looking at their backs as they left. Qin Wuyu asked curiously, Weiyang, who is he? Your admirer? Meng Weiyang's voice was full of obvious disdain. It's my dad who said he was worried about my safety and arranged a bodyguard for me. Qin Wuyu took Meng Weiyang into the hotel box. All the way, Meng Weiyang was looking at this friend. She found that she had indeed changed a lot. She could understand the change in her mental temperament. After all, Qin Wuyu was in charge of the entire Qin family and managed so many people. Of course, it would not be like when he started a business with her. But what happened to this physical change? The skin became more delicate and smooth, the hair became more smooth, and Shangda and Shang-er became greater. Meng Weiyang followed behind with thoughts in mind. Entering the box, Qin Wuyu asked the waiter to serve the dishes. Then he chatted with Meng Weiyang. Weiyang, you met the host Mr. Xu today, right? She was used to calling him that, and almost didn't react. Meng Weiyang nodded. Well, I talked to Mr. Xu about cooperation, but because the technology has not been developed yet, we didn't discuss it. Mr. Xu revealed that the technology is about to be developed, and I plan to stay in Shanghai for a while so that I can discuss cooperation with him as soon as possible. After saying that, she looked at this friend. She thought that she could meet Xu Hao before, which was related to Qin Wuyu. Otherwise, with Xu Hao's status, would he come to the investment summit? But it's unrealistic to think about it. Qin Wuyu doesn't have the ability to convince Xu Hao, right? Weiyang, you want to stay in the Magic City. Qin Wuyu became happy. That's perfect, let me do my best to be a good host and take you to experience the customs and culture of the Magic City, as well as some special food. Meng Weiyang was not interested. She only thought about work. She was not interested in external things at all. If it weren't for the fact that this cooperation with Xu Hao was so important, she wouldn't stay in the Magic City. With this time, she didn't know how many group affairs she had handled. But out of politeness, she replied, Thank you, Wuyu. Qin Wuyu waved his hand. We are good friends, it would be awkward to say thank you. After a few rounds of small talk, Qin Wuyu began to test. Weiyang, why are you working so hard? Why don't you just find a boyfriend and have him by your side to help you? Wouldn't it be better? Meng Weiyang shook her head without hesitation, her tone firm. I want to work. I won't consider other things before I get the approval of my family. A big stone fell quietly in Qin Wuyu's heart. Although she likes Xu Hao very much. But she doesn't want to lie in the same bed with her best friend at that time. Meng Weiyang was suddenly startled. Qin Wuyu's words reminded her. Did Qin Wuyu change because he was nourished? Meng Weiyang asked suspiciously. Wuyu, you have changed like this, are you my boyfriend? Qin Wuyu's face froze. Then he laughed dryly twice and laughed. I'm not, I haven't, you think too much. Meng Weiyang looked at her with a changed look. But Chu Nan started the car, driving in the direction of his home more than 10 years ago. Chu Nan followed his memory and came to the community where he used to live. Seeing that it was a luxury car, the community security guard did not stop him. Chu Nan drove the car in smoothly. More than 10 years have passed. The community has been rebuilt, and things here have changed a lot. The familiar paths, flower beds and those iconic trees. Now they have been replaced by brand new landscapes and buildings. Chu Nan parked the car and got out. Looking around, he vaguely had 10 ideas of the past. After walking around the community, Chu Nan was ready to go back. So much has changed. I wonder if the neighbor girl from more than 10 years ago still lives here. I will find her after he investigates later. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a lady dressed in gorgeous clothes and elegant temperament happened to pass by him. She looked like she was in her 40s. But the years seemed to have left no trace on her. She was well maintained, and she had a gentle temperament in her every move. Chu Nan caught a glimpse of her face inadvertently. He was completely stunned. Those eyebrows and eyes, those outlines, weren't they the neighbor Aunt Sue back then? That neighbor girl was her daughter. In his memory, Aunt Sue and her daughter had always depended on each other. Aunt Sue lived here. The neighbor girl must be here too. Chu Nan was excited and blurted out, Aunt Sue. Su's mother turned her head subconsciously. Her eyes fell on Chu Nan. She saw a strange young man standing in front of her. She frowned, her eyes full of doubts, and asked hesitantly, "Re?" Chu Nan took a deep breath. He tried to calm down the waves in his heart. I'm Chu Nan. We were neighbors more than a decade ago. Later, I went abroad with my parents. Su's mother pondered for a moment, and her brows gradually relaxed. She asked in surprise, You are Xiao Nan. Are you back home? Where are your parents? Chu Nan looked lonely. He lowered his head and said hoarsely, They are gone. Ah, what happened? Su's mother exclaimed. Chu Nan's tone was low. Not long after we went abroad, my parents encountered danger. Su's mother looked apologetic. There was a trace of sigh and emotion in her eyes. She got along well with Chu Nan's parents back then. I didn't expect that they were already far apart. Su's mother looked at Chu Nan with a little more pity in her eyes. If their family encountered danger not long after going abroad, then the child must have suffered a lot. Xiao Nan, you have suffered a lot over the years, right? Chu Nan forced a smile. It's okay, I made it through. Su's mother greeted her warmly. It's already noon, Xiao Nan, you haven't eaten yet, right? Liao happened to cook at home, come back with me and have some together. Chu Nan did not refuse. He originally wanted to come back to see the girl next door. They can be considered childhood sweethearts. Chu Nan followed Su's mother into the building. Along the way, Su's mother kept asking, Xiao Nan, you are coming back now, are you planning to settle down in China? What kind of job are you doing now? If you don't have a job, let Liao introduce you to. Chu Nan scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I have this plan. If I have a job, I am running errands for others. His current identity is a bodyguard. It is appropriate to say that he is running errands for others. The two talked and laughed all the way, and soon they arrived at Su's house. Su's mother took out the key and opened the door. As he pushed the door open, he shouted, Liao, come out for a moment, who did I meet today? Su Liao's lazy voice came from the room. Who is it? Just hearing the voice made me feel soft. One can't help but guess that it's a beautiful woman. Then, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Chu Nan looked in the direction of the sound. Su Liao's figure appeared in his sight. She is indeed a beautiful woman. Her skin is as delicate as mutton fat jade, her eyes are clear and bright, and she looks bright and beautiful. Her eyebrows are like distant black, her nose is straight, her lips are red without any makeup, and her long hair falls on her shoulders. She wears an exquisite necklace around her neck, which makes her temperament dignified and beautiful, making people unable to look away. Chu Nan was struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. Because Su Liao is pregnant. She is holding a slightly bulging belly. Her face is filled with the happiness and love of being a mother soon. Chapter 498, The Secret Under the Table. Daughter teaches is a noodle. Shameful. Su Leiyao couldn't help but be curious when she saw her mother bringing back a strange young man. Su's mother explained with a smile. This is Xiaonan, our former neighbor, don't you remember? When you were young, you often went to school together. Su Leiyao tilted her head, but couldn't remember it at all, just said, oh. Chun Nan looked at Su Leiyao. There is still a shadow of her childhood. But she has lost her immaturity and has grown into a beautiful woman. During his days abroad, his parents died and he was alone. He could only struggle and fight alone. Often when he was about to give up, Chun Nan would think of this neighbor girl, giving him courage. It can be said that she is his spiritual sustenance. He just arrived in the Magic City today, and he couldn't wait to come back and wanted to see this childhood sweetheart. He saw her, but she was already pregnant. Chun Nan felt a little uncomfortable. However, after all, he had been struggling in the dark world for many years. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and smiled. Leiyao, long time no see. Su Leiyao just nodded. He turned to ask his mother. Mom, didn't you go to 970 to buy baby products? Why didn't I see you bring anything back? Su's mother replied with a smile. There are too many things. The supermarket said they will deliver them directly later. Yao Yao, are you hungry? Let's eat first. Speaking, Su's mother turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she brought a dish of fragrant food to the table. Afterwards, Su's mother helped her daughter sit down at the table, and then warmly invited Chu Nan to sit down. Chu Nan broke the silence. Aunt Su, I came here in such a hurry this time that I didn't have time to prepare any gifts for you. I'm so sorry. Mother Su waved her hand indifferently. What are you talking about, kid? We are old neighbors, so why do we need any gifts? Quote. Chu Nan said tentatively. Aunt Su, it's a pity to say that if I could return home earlier, maybe I could catch up with Liao's wedding. Su's mother froze, and the smile on her face froze. She didn't know how to respond to Chu Nan's words. After all, her daughter was not married at all. Not to mention that she was pregnant before marriage, she couldn't expose it. Because her daughter was pregnant with Xu Hao's child. At that time, she saw her daughter's belly gradually getting bigger. Su's mother thought she was deceived by a scumbag. She was furious and wanted to settle the score. However, when she learned from her daughter that the father of the child was Xu Hao, she was dumbfounded. Daughter was actually Xu Hao's lover. How could her daughter be a lover when she was so beautiful and so young? And maybe it was because of her age, over 50 years old, older than her as a mother. At first, of course, she didn't agree. She tried hard to persuade her daughter to leave Xu Hao. Su Leiyao was extremely determined. No matter how she persuaded, she was unmoved. In addition, Xu Hao looked very young, often sent gifts, and was very kind to her daughter. She slowly accepted her fate. Although she accepted that Xu Hao and her daughter were together. But every time she talked about her daughter, she found it difficult to speak. Chu Nan keenly noticed that Su's mother's expression was wrong. But she didn't know the reason, and was puzzled. Su's mother also realized her own gaffe. She hurriedly changed the subject and asked with a smile. Xiao Nan, how have you been living abroad these years? Chu Nan said casually. I kept thinking about Su Leiyao's marriage. Is there any hidden story? I'll check it out when the time comes. The meal was not very tasty. Ding Chu Nan was depressed, emotional value plus 456. This way. We still have to go to the little Loli's house. Xu Hao turned on the battle mode and quickly resolved the battle. Hong Qiangwei drove honestly. Xu Hao was sitting in the back seat, checking the information about Meng Weiyang and the protagonist Chu Nan that his subordinates had just sent. Meng Weiyang, the daughter of the Meng family, has a strong personality and is determined to make achievements and gain recognition from her family. Chu Nan, who was taken out of Devil Island half a month ago, is now Meng Weiyang's bodyguard and is a close friend of Meng's father. With the power of Wu Shang, now, as long as it is not some secret, it can be found out clearly. Xu Hao rubbed his chin, thinking about how to harvest this new protagonist. As for being afraid of his threats, there is no fear at all. He is not worried about rebellious sons, let alone those who are at the same level as him. Unless they are those protagonists with systems, he will pay attention to them. The car drove into a residential area. Yu Shaoshan waited at the door, looking forward to Xu Hao's arrival. When the car stopped in front of them, Xu Hao got out of the car, and she hurried to meet him. He directly hit him with the ball. "Dad, you're finally here." Xu Hao picked up the little girl and spun her around in the air. "Xiaoshan, do you miss your dad?" Xiaoshan hugged Xu Hao's neck and nodded vigorously. "I miss you, Dad, why did you come just now?" Xu Hao walked into the house with her in his arms, smiling. "Something delayed me, but now I'm here." At this time, Yun heard the noise outside and walked out of the house. Seeing Xu Hao, she smiled gently. "Brother Hao, come in quickly, the food is ready." After entering the house, Yun turned and went into the kitchen. After a while, a plate of delicious dishes were served and filled the table. The little girl pulled Xu Hao to the table, and after she sat him down, she sat next to Xu Hao. Yun sat opposite and started eating. The little girl picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks. The braised pork was bright red, shiny, and full of rich meat aroma. "Dad, try this braised pork. Mom made it delicious." 014001519 Filu 173,221,211. The little girl said. She handed the meat in front of her to Xu Hao. Xu Hao was about to take the bowl, but the little girl mischievously withdrew her hand and shook her head. "Dad, I'll feed you." Xu Hao's eyebrows jumped. He slowly opened his mouth, ate the braised pork fed by his daughter, and praised. "Well, it's delicious, Xiaoshan is so good." Xu Hao touched the little girl's head. The little girl was like a kitten with its fur smoothed, squinting her eyes, looking very happy. Yun was sitting opposite. Seeing this warm scene, she smiled happily. If people who knew her in the outside world saw it, they would be stunned. The Queen of Law is famous. In their impression, Yun is always vigorous and serious. Who would have thought that she would be so gentle and blessed like a little woman? However, this warmth did not last long. Yun felt that there was an extra foot on her calf. The foot was rubbing her calf. A strange feeling with a slight electric current spread throughout her body. She was startled. Only her daughter and Xu Hao were opposite, and the owner of the foot was self-evident. She looked up at Xu Hao. But Xu Hao looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Xu Hao will not let go of any opportunity to brush emotional value. She kept her eyes on Xu Hao. In front of Xu Hao. Hao ate as if nothing had happened. He continued to tease. Yun felt that the current was getting stronger, her face turned red, and her body tensed up. Suddenly, the chopsticks trembled, and fell on the table, making a crisp sound. The sound attracted the attention of the little lowly Xiaoyao. She blinked her big eyes in confusion, looked at Yun and asked. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red?" Yun was panicked. She stretched out her hand and fanned it with a calm face. "It's a bit hot." The little lowly tilted her head, even more confused. "Is it hot? Why didn't she feel it?" Mom looked like she was with Dad at night. To confirm this idea, the little lowly began to observe her mother secretly. Sensing her daughter's gaze, Yun sat upright, trying to make her expression look more natural. At the same time, she looked at Xu Hao, cast a pleading look. "I hope he can let me go." However, Hao didn't mean to stop at all. He not only activated the lightning control, but also used the skill of God's hand. No, it should be said that it was God's foot. It was so sour. Yun collapsed and couldn't help but exclaimed. Ding. Yun was ashamed, emotional value plus 999. Yu Xiaoyao felt more and more familiar when she heard this voice, and was more certain of her thoughts. "Mom, are you okay? I'll take care of you and pick up some food for you." After the little Lolita finished speaking, she was about to go to Yun to see what was going on. Who knew that Yun's face changed drastically and her voice became louder. "Xiaoshan, don't come over. What if her daughter finds out? How can she face her daughter?" The little girl stopped and looked at her in confusion. Yun had no choice but to say. "Just take good care of your dad, Mom will be fine soon, don't worry about me." The little girl didn't force it. She thought about the reason secretly. Why is this? It's not night yet, and Dad hasn't entered the room with Mom and run together. Why did Mom become like this? She looked at Yun for a while, then at Xu Hao for a while, confused. Chapter 499, The Little Lolita Outside the Door. "Dad, I want to cultivate immortality too." Found out. After dinner, Xu Hao leaned comfortably on the sofa. The little Lolita came over. Xu Hao held her in his arms and watched TV together. Yu Yun calmly found a tissue. While the two were not paying attention to this side, she quickly wiped the seat. After cleaning up the dishes, Yu Yun went to take a shower again. When Yu Yun came out of the bathroom, her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, and the little Lolita blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Mom, it's not time to go to bed yet, why are you taking a shower?" Yu Yun subconsciously glanced at Xu Hao with resentment. She said perfunctorily to her daughter, "I took a shower when I felt a little uncomfortable. Why do you ask so many questions, kid? Watch your TV." The little Lolita grumbled dissatisfiedly. "Did the kid provoke you? And I'm not little, okay." She hugged Xu Hao's arm and acted coquettishly. "Dad, please help me judge, where am I small?" Xu Hao was amused by her cute appearance. "Tell the truth." Yes, Xiaoshan has grown up, not small at all." The little girl got her father's approval and raised her chin proudly. Then she thought of something and asked with expectation. "Dad, you finally came here, and Mom happened to be at home, can't we go out and play together as a family?" She pulled Xu Hao's arm and shook it. Seeing her eager eyes, Xu Hao's heart softened and replied, "Where do you want to go?" The little girl's eyes lit up immediately when she heard that there was a chance, and she said excitedly, "I know a new theme park. I told my mother for a long time, but she never had time to take me there." At the end, there was still a trace of grievance in her voice, and her little appearance was pitiful. Xu Hao rubbed her head and agreed. "Okay, Dad will take you there." The little girl got the answer and cheered excitedly. She knew it very well. As long as Dad agreed, Mom would definitely not refuse. If Mom dared to refuse, she would let Dad teach Mom a lesson at night. Little Lolita ran to Yu Yun quickly and told her the good news. Yu Yun did not object. Just when the family was about to go out, the doorbell rang suddenly. Yu Yun opened the door and found that it was Mo Bingyan. Yu Yun was a lawyer and Mo Bingyan was a judge. They were good friends. And because of Xu Hao, their relationship was even closer. They became best friends who could talk about anything. Mo Bingyan was surprised to see Xu Hao there. "Brother Wu, you are here too. Are you going out?" Little Lolita invited enthusiastically. "Auntie Mo, we are going to the theme park. Auntie, will you come with us?" Auntie Mo often came to her house. She would bring her delicious food every time she came. So little Lolita liked her very much. And she also knew that Aunt Mo had a good relationship with her parents and often lived together, so she was not an outsider. Yu Yun also made an invitation. "Today is a holiday to accompany the children, Bingyan, you come with us." Quote, Mo Bingyan also wanted to be with Xu Hao, so he readily agreed. Then, the family went to the theme park. After arriving at the park, the lively atmosphere hit them. Gorgeous decorations, melodious music, and people's laughter. The little girl's face was flushed with excitement. Her eyes were shining, and she pulled everyone forward. The group came to the Ferris wheel. "Dad, Mom, I want to do this." The crowd walked into the cabin one by one. As the Ferris wheel rose, the scenery on the ground gradually became lower. The little girl stuck to the window, curiously looking down, and exclaimed from time to time after getting off the Ferris wheel. The little girl rushed to the pirate ship again. She jumped onto the bow excitedly and called for everyone to come. Everyone smiled and went up to sit next to her. Xu Hao held her in his arms. The pirate ship started, swinging slightly at first, and then the amplitude became larger and larger. The little girl was not afraid at all. Xu Hao gave her a full sense of security. Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan sat at the stern. Although a little nervous, seeing the little girl having so much fun, she was also infected by her happiness. Played in the theme park for an afternoon. The little girl had a lot of fun. Not only was her mother with her, there were also her father and Aunt Mo, who were very happy. The happy time passed quietly, and it was dark before she knew it. Mo Bingyan originally had work to deal with, but Xu Hao invited them to return to Yu Yun's house together. The night was getting darker. It was time to go to bed. After washing up, the little girl said sensibly, "I'm going to sleep, you guys chat slowly." After that, she jumped into her room. After the little girl left, only Xu Hao, Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan were left in the living room. A subtle and ambiguous atmosphere spread. Xu Hao smiled and said, "Let's go to bed early too." He took a step forward, holding Yu Yun in one hand and Mo Bingyan in the other. He walked straight to Yu Yun's room. When closing the door, he deliberately left a small gap. Not long after, a pair of curious eyes appeared in the gap of the door. It turned out that although the little girl said she was going to sleep, she was curious in her heart. Slip out quietly and hide outside the door. In the room, Xu Hao told the two girls about the immortal cultivation method. Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan were so shocked that their eyes widened and their mouths opened slightly. Unbelievable. He could actually cultivate immortality and live forever. Is this true or not? Xu Hao smiled. Believe it or not, you will know in a moment. Then he continued. I will build a longevity diagram for you first. The little Lolita outside the door was also shocked. Oh my god. Dad is actually cultivating immortality and may live forever. She usually yearns for those immortal cultivators who can fly and hide in the sky and can do everything in the novels. She fantasizes that one day she will also have magical powers. At this moment, she learned that her father might be an immortal cultivator. The little Lolita's mind became active. If her father really knows how to cultivate immortality, then she must learn. So, she stared at the crack of the door without blinking, for fear of missing any details. Looking forward to watching how Dad helps Mom and Aunt Mo cultivate immortality. Perhaps he felt his daughter's desire. Xu Hao slowed down the speed of constructing the longevity map. Both girls blushed a little. But they had been with Xu Hao for countless times. It was nothing to just look for spiritual nodes on the body. Construction completed, Xu Hao finished work. Yu Yun and Mo Bingyan looked at each other, full of confusion. Mo Bingyan spoke first. Is it all right now? But I don't feel any changes. Xu Hao smiled. Don't worry, you can only practice now, but you haven't cultivated the true qi yet. As he said, he took out a few spiritual stones. Next, practice began. Xu Hao first guided Yu Yun to practice. After more than an hour, Xu Hao asked, do you feel the true qi in your body? Yu Yun closed her eyes slightly, felt it carefully, and then looked surprised. The tone was full of incredible. Mo Bingyan was also shocked when she heard her bestie's words, and couldn't help muttering to herself. This can you cultivate immortality like this? It's outrageous. Yu Yun looked at her seriously and said, Although it's a little hard to understand, I really felt a stream of air, but the size of the airflow was withdrawn from the body. If you don't believe it, you will know if you try it. So, Xu Hao asked Mo Bingyan to start practicing again. After the practice, Xu Hao asked, how is it? Bingyan slowly opened her eyes were full of Tuxu and Yi Chinmo. I also felt it. The two girls looked at each other. They realized that they could really cultivate immortality. The little Lolita outside the door was confused. She scratched her head. What is it? Isn't this the same as before? There is only one more step of touching the bones. How can you cultivate true qi? But seeing the ecstatic look on her mother and Aunt Mo's face, she knew that they were definitely not lying. The little Lolita secretly made up her mind. No, my mother has cultivated immortals. I want to cultivate immortals with my father too. The cultivation in the house is still going on. The little girl looked for a long time but couldn't see tomorrow. She went back to her room because she was too sleepy. Ding Yu Shaoshan blushed, emotional value plus 892. The whole night ended in cultivation. The sky was turning pale. It means a new day is coming. The morning sun shone into the house. The family sat around the dining table to enjoy breakfast. After breakfast, Mo Bingyan looked at the time, remembered the pile of work matters on hand, and said goodbye to everyone and hurriedly left Yu Yun's house. Yu Yun cleaned up the dishes on the table. The sound of water washing the dishes came from the kitchen, and the occasional collision of dishes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the little girl came to Xu Hao's side quietly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Xu Hao's arm. While shaking, she acted coquettishly in a soft voice. "BB." Xu Hao raised the corner of his mouth. Touching the little girl's head, he asked knowingly, "What's wrong with Shaoshan?" The little girl pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, as if she was struggling whether to say it out. But in the end, the strong desire for cultivation prevailed, and she mustered up the courage to say, "Dad, I also want to cultivate." Xu Hao paused, but pretended to be surprised. "Shaoshan, what are you talking about? Where is the cultivation of immortals? After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a spirit." The little girl was anxious and her face flushed. She pouted. "Dad, you are lying. You obviously taught Mom and Aunt Mo to cultivate immortals, but you didn't teach me. Xu Hao looked surprised. I taught your mom to cultivate, how did you know? Whoa. I saw it last night. The little girl blurted out. As soon as she said it, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth. Her face was flushed, and she looked very cute. Chapter 500. I also want to play games with my dad. Daughter's massage. Seduced. Tricked the little loli. Xu Hao pretended to be surprised. Shaoshan, didn't you go to bed early yesterday? The little loli's face flushed red. She lowered her head, almost buried in the mountain. This is good, she exposed the peeping. The little loli was in a state of anxiety. I don't know how dad will look at her. Xu Hao laughed secretly, his face was calm, and he said nonsense in a serious manner. Xiaoyao, I was playing a game with your mother, Aunt Mo, don't take it seriously. The little loli was muttering in her heart. How could there be such a game? Do you really think she is a 3-year-old child? Is it a game of cultivating immortals? Looking at the expressions of her mother and Aunt Mo at the time, it didn't seem like they were faking it. So she said anxiously. Then Dad, I want to play games with you too. Xu Hao immediately frowned. Shaoshan, this game is not suitable for you, you are not too young. As soon as the word, young, came out, the little girl immediately refused to do it, and her mouth was pouted. She protested dissatisfiedly. I am over 15 years old, how can I be young? Dad, you also said that I have grown up. I don't care, Dad, I just want to cultivate immortals like Mom. As she said, she held Hao's arm tightly with both hands. While shaking, she looked at him with her big watery eyes full of expectation. The meaning of coquettishness is self-evident. Xu Hao seemed to be moved by her soft and hard nagging. She sighed helplessly and compromised. Okay, I promise you, I really can't do anything about you. HB. The little girl cheered excitedly. Xu Hao then said seriously. But this matter must be kept secret from your mother. If your mother knows, you will not be able to cultivate immortals. The little girl nodded vigorously. Indicated that she understood and would definitely not leak the secret. Then, Xu Hao made another arrangement. Go to your room and tell your mother that you need to do your homework. I will go to tutor you. The little girl turned around and walked towards the kitchen obediently. In the kitchen, Yu Yun was cleaning up the dishes. The little girl walked to her side and said obediently. Mom, I don't know how to do some homework. I want to ask Dad for help. Yu Yun smiled and nodded, and told her to study hard. After the little girl completed the task, I couldn't wait to pull Xu Hao to her bedroom. Push open the door. A unique girlish breath hit her face. The room was full of dolls, furry bear dolls, Barbie dolls. While Xu Hao was looking around the room, the little girl closed the door and looked at him expectantly. She couldn't wait to cultivate immortality. Seeing her eager look, Xu Hao said hesitantly. If you want to cultivate immortality, I have to build a longevity map on you so that you can absorb spiritual energy. Since you have seen me help your mother and Aunt Mo cultivate immortality, you should know how to do it, right? If you can't accept it, forget it. The little Lolita thought of everything when Chen Hao built a longevity map for her mother last night. But when she thought of cultivating immortality, she bit her lip and nodded firmly. The voice was like a mosquito. I don't mind, practice the circulation of qi in accordance with the longevity diagram I constructed. The little girl nodded obediently and began to guide the qi in her body to circulate according to what Xu Hao taught her. Once, twice after dozens of times, she suddenly felt a surge of true energy. Although it was still very weak, it was real. The little girl opened her eyes suddenly. After recovering from the shock, she was surprised and happy. Dad, I can cultivate immortality, thank you. She excitedly approached Xu Hao. However, the little girl suddenly noticed that Xu Hao looked tired. At this time, Mom usually needs to help with massage. But Mom is busy at the moment. And the matter was caused by her after all. If she hadn't insisted on cultivating immortality, it wouldn't have led to the current situation. The little girl was entangled. After a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind. Massage Xu Hao. Xu Hao touched her head. So sensible. Outside, Yu Yun, who was cleaning the house, looked at her daughter's room. Thinking that Xu Hao was teaching his daughter to do homework inside, he looked happy and moved briskly. After a while, Xu Hao and the little girl came out. Xu Hao didn't eat it all at once. First, it will let Yu Yun notice. Second, falling step by step is also a good experience. Anyway, it's all his meal. Xu Hao proposed to leave. I have to go to the group to deal with things, so I'll leave first. Remember to notify me if there is anything. Yu Yun was reluctant, but she also knew that work was important, so she didn't keep him. Before leaving, Xu Hao winked at the little Lolita. Indicated that this was a secret between them, so keep it secret. The little Lolita nodded with a red face. She glanced at her mother secretly. She and her father also have a secret. Leaving Yu Yun's house, Xu Hao got on Hong Qiangwei's car and went to Xu's group. On the way, Hong Qiangwei reported to him what Xu Aoshan had been doing these days. According to Xu Aoshan's request, Xu Hao registered a jewelry store company. During this period, Xu Aoshan has been using his divine ability to continuously open jadeite in the raw material market. He even went abroad to build a mine. This is to make achievements quickly, and see if Haoan will arrange him to manage the group. Xu Hao doesn't care about this. There will be many ways to deal with him when the time comes. It seems that the company opened for Xu Aoshan is in the name of a branch of Xu Group. All Xu Aoshan did, all of this is to prepare wedding clothes for him. Then, Hong Qiangwei also reported about Chu Nan's visit to Su Leiyao's house yesterday. Xu Hao stroked his chin. It's time to send abortion medicine to Su Leiyao, and go to see him in the evening. Arrived at the group, Xu Hao was about to get off the car, but was stopped by Hong Qiangwei again. Today Hong Qiangwei changed into a maid outfit. She was eager to cultivate immortality and become stronger. Xu Hao certainly satisfied her. Lightning plus God's hand, it won't take long. Xu Aoshan came to Xu Group. He touched a delicate little box in his arms. A smile appeared on his face. Today he didn't come to search for evidence of Xu Hao's crime. But he came to give a gift. Of course, he didn't give it to Xu Hao. He gave it to my second sister Xu Qingshan. The box contained a necklace made of glass-type imperial green and some colored jadeite, which was hand-carved by an international craftsman. It was worth tens of millions. He dug out the jadeite these days. He found a mine with a lot of jadeite. He also hired the craftsman through his connections. He carved it according to his requirements, which was in line with the style of my second sister Xu Qingshan. Some time ago, Xu Hao instigated a rift between him and his sisters, which caused the relationship between him and his sisters to deteriorate. He thought about giving gifts to win their favor. Coincidentally, when Xu Aoshan just arrived at the gate of the group, Wen Jintz also drove over. Last time, he discussed cooperation with Xu Hao. Today, she brought the contract and prepared to reach a cooperation. Seeing Wen Jintz, with her beautiful face and graceful figure, Xu Aoshan felt complicated. It was a sure thing that she would become his fiancée. But Xu Hao messed it up. Damn it. The sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming pieces of light and shadow on the ground. Xu Aoshan walked towards Wen Jintz's direction. A smile was forced on his face. He said, "Hello, Sister Jintz, what a coincidence, what are you doing here?" Wen Jintz just glanced at him lightly. She did not respond to Xu Aoshan. She walked into the company building with a click in her high heels. She hadn't forgotten that this guy had once despised her. Now that she was pretty, he came up to her, which was really disgusting. Xu Aoshan was a little embarrassed by Wen Jintz's disregard. He subconsciously touched his nose. This woman is a little arrogant. He immediately followed her. At this time, in Xu Hao's office, Xu Qingshan was standing in front of the desk, reporting the development progress of mobile phone holographic imaging technology. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair and listened. He didn't lie to Meng Weiyang. This research and development has indeed reached a critical stage, and it is not far from a successful launch. The desk in front of Xu Hao was full of documents. They were all accumulated over the past few days. Xu Qingshan finished his report. Xu Hao smiled with satisfaction and encouraged. Not bad, keep working hard and strive to develop it as soon as possible. I'll remember your great achievement when the time comes. Xu Qingshan's eyes were firm. Don't worry, Dad. There won't be any difficulty later. It can be completed within half a month. That's good, Xu Hao said, stretched his waist, and prepared to continue processing documents. Xu Qingshan looked at him and felt something in her heart. Dad, you look a little tired. Let me give you a massage. I learned some from Siwei. Xu Qingshe is a miracle doctor and knows the acupuncture points of the human body very well. She taught some massage techniques. The sisters have mastered them a little. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Thank you Qingshan then, Xu Qingshan said hurriedly. Viz. She can achieve results in many research projects such as virtual technology. It is inseparable from Xu Hao's daily guidance and support. It is only natural to do something for him at this moment. As she said, Xu Qingshan came behind Xu Hao. Please give me flowers. She started to use massage techniques. She asked while massaging, Dad, is this strength okay? Xu Hao closed his eyes slightly, feeling the comfort on his shoulders, and said, Not bad, just right. Just as Xu Hao was enjoying his daughter's massage, Wen Jins and Xu Aoshan took the elevator to the upper floor. Secretary Ji Feishui brought the two to the door of the president's office and knocked on the door. Xu Hao responded, Come in. Xu Qingshan did not mean to stop the massage. The visitor was most likely Secretary Ji Feishui. She also vaguely realized that there was a special relationship between Xu Hao and Ji Feishui. Then he was not an outsider. Moreover, it was normal for a daughter to massage her father. Ji Feishui opened the door. Wen Jins and Xu Aoshan saw a garden of fatherly love and filial piety in the office. Wen Jins did not think there was anything wrong. Xu Aoshan's face became extremely ugly. He knew that Xu Hao had bad intentions towards his sisters. He actually asked his second sister to give him a massage. His anger was ignited at once. Xu Qingshan saw that it was them, so he slowly stopped his hand. Xu Hao greeted Wen Jins. Jins is here, please sit down. Wen Jins called before coming and said that she came to sign the contract. Xu Hao's tone was not so good for Xu Aoshan. Aoshan, what are you doing in the company? But the newly opened company has encountered troubles. Xu Aoshan suppressed his anger. There is nothing wrong with the Jade Pavilion. I came to see my second sister. I want to talk to my second sister alone. Xu Qingshan frowned slightly. Just say it if you have anything to say. There is nothing shameful. Seeing his second sister's attitude, Xu Aoshan had no choice. He had to take out the exquisite little box that he had been holding in his arms. He opened the box. There was a necklace lying quietly in the box. The jade inlaid on the necklace was green, red, purple, blue, and various colors intertwined. It looked particularly beautiful under the light. Xu Aoshan handed the box to Xu Qingshan. There was a hint of flattery in his tone. Second sister, I forgot to bring you a gift before, so I'll make up for it now. Xu Qingshan was a little surprised, but soon regained her composure. She said lightly, You can give it to someone else, I won't use it. Xu Aoshan suddenly became anxious. Second sister, this is something I made specifically for you, how can you not accept it? Xu Qingshan responded indifferently. Thank you for your kindness, but I already have a necklace, so I don't need it. Xu Aoshan immediately began to emphasize the value of the necklace. He excitedly talked about how he found the mine with the best glass jade. And how he took great pains to invite the best craftsmen to carve it carefully. In summary, this necklace is very valuable and embodies his countless efforts. However, just as Xu Aoshan was talking non-stop, Xu Qingshan took out a necklace from somewhere. As soon as the necklace appeared, it seemed to cover all the surrounding light. Attracted. It is more beautiful than the necklace in Xu Aoshan's hand. This is a gift from Xu. It comes from the system, and its exquisiteness is beyond the reach of ordinary craftsmen. And it also has a special function. Because it is too beautiful and precious, Xu Qingshan is reluctant to wear it on weekdays and puts it in the storage ring. When Xu Aoshan saw the necklace, he was stunned. His voice gradually lowered, and he slowly became speechless. His eyes wandered between the two necklaces. A strong sense of frustration surged in his heart. He could see it. This necklace, which is much better, must have been given by Xu Hao. Xu Hao always treats the sisters well first. He even got the first chance to give a gift. Xu Aoshan felt extremely aggrieved. Seeing this scene, Wen Jins couldn't help but be surprised. Thinking secretly, it seems that Xu Aoshan's situation in the Xu family is not optimistic. Even a gift was rejected. Xu Qingshan carefully put away her necklace. Dad, then I'll go back to the laboratory. After saying that, he left the office. Xu Hao looked at Xu Aoshan and said with false concern. Aoshan, your sisters may have some misunderstandings about you. Don't worry, it will get better slowly. Xu Aoshan was resentful. With Xu Hao constantly sowing discord, how could the relationship between his sisters and him get better? But he still had to pretend. He said with a firm tone, "My sisters will understand me one day." Xu Hao smiled without comment. He looked at Wen Jins and said to Xu Aoshan, "Aoshan, do you have anything else to do? I want to talk to Jins about cooperation. You can go to the group to have a look." After taking a deep look at Wen Jins, Xu Aoshan turned and left the office. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Wen Jins, his daughter-in-law. For a long time. Chapter 501, Teach the daughter-in-law hand in hand. The little heroine is flustered. It hurts. After Xu Aoshan walked out of the office, he closed the door considerately. But he did not leave, but eavesdropped at the door. Wen Jins's appearance is not inferior to her sister's. Her father is still optimistic about her, and she has a great chance. The premise is to prevent Xu Hao from doing something secretly. Xu Aoshan knew that Xu Hao was planning to take advantage of Wen Jins. There are only 2 people in the office now, so of course he has to keep an eye on them. Xu Hao can't be allowed to take advantage of them. Xu Hao walked to the coffee table and sat down. He extended his hand to signal Wen Jins. "Jins, don't stand, sit down and talk." Wen Jins bowed slightly and sat opposite Xu Hao. He took out a contract from his bag and began to talk about cooperation. "Mr. Xu, this cooperation project has very detailed plans, whether it is resource integration or market expansion. As for the product launch channels, we plan to carry out both online and offline." Xu Hao nodded slightly. While listening to Wen Jins's speech, she fiddled with the tea set in front of her. She skillfully warmed the pot and cup, poured tea, and woke up the tea. Each movement was as natural and smooth as flowing water, which was pleasing to the eye, as if appreciating an art. While making tea, Xu Hao did not forget to respond to Wen Jins's words. "Jins's plan sounds quite comprehensive, but in terms of marketing, I think we can combine the current hot spots on social media and do some activities that can arouse topics, and the effect will be better." Wen Jins's eyes lit up. Following Xu Hao's words, she talked freely. But gradually, she was attracted by Xu Hao's smooth and natural tea art. She stared at Xu Hao without blinking. The speed of speaking became slower and slower, and finally stopped. Xu Hao made tea, poured a cup for Wen Jins, and slept in front of her. "Jins, try it." Wen Jins came back to her senses. Smelling the misty tea fragrance, she picked up the teacup expectantly and took a sip. Instantly, her eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. The tea spread on her tongue, first with a burst of fresh sweetness, followed by a long-lasting tea fragrance. "Mr. Xu, can you tell me more about the ins and outs of this?" She has had a strong interest in tea art since she was a child. At this time, facing Xu Hao, the tea art master, she couldn't wait to ask for advice. Then, Wen Jins talked to Xu Hao about tea art. Xu Hao patiently responded to her questions. After a discussion on tea art, Wen Jins was still interested and benefited a lot. Xu Hao said with a flash of his eyes, "Jins, if you want to improve your tea art, just discussing is not enough. If you really want to understand the essence of tea art, why don't you try it yourself, and I'll guide you by your side." Wen Jins hesitated. If she really wants to make tea like Xu Hao, she will buy it. "Then I'll try. Please, Uncle Xu." Wen Jins came to Xu Hao's seat and sat down. Took a deep breath and began to make tea according to the steps in memory. Xu Hao watched her movements from the side. When Wen Jins made a mistake in one step, Xu Hao pointed it out immediately. "Jins, this step should be to warm the tea first, which can better stimulate the tea." Wen Jins hurriedly adjusted it after hearing it. In this way, Wen Jins made tea and Xu Hao kept correcting her mistakes. At this time, Wen Jins made a mistake in one step, and Xu Hao corrected it several times, but Wen Jins didn't correct it. So Xu Hao directly reached out and held her hand from behind. Swish! Wen Jins froze instantly. She could feel the warmth from Xu Hao's palm and the masculine breath coming towards her, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Ding! Wen Jins was flustered. Emotional value plus 963. Opening square bracket. Xu Hao said seriously. "Jins, don't be distracted, you have to do this." As he spoke, he guided Wen Jins's hand and completed the steps of making tea one by one. Wen Jins could feel that Xu Hao was teaching her carefully. She gradually let go of her nervousness and shyness. Immersed in the tea art taught by Xu Hao. Under Xu Hao's guidance, Wen Jin's finally made the tea. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although it couldn't be compared with the tea brewed by Xu Hao. But it was much better than the tea she had brewed before. Wen Jin said happily. Thank you, Uncle Xu. Xu Hao showed a barely perceptible smile. Jins, you have done a good job, but there are still some areas that can be improved. You might as well try again. Wen Jins nodded and tried again. Xu Hao pointed out the problem beside her. The steps were disrupted and she was a little overwhelmed. Xu Hao continued to teach her step by step. This time he began to test her, and he pushed her further and further, and his faces were almost touching. Outside the office, Xu Aoshan listened to the movement inside with his extraordinary hearing. Gradually, the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Didn't they talk about negotiating a contract? Why did they talk about tea art? And they taught how to make tea. Why did Wen Jins's breathing become more and more rapid? Was Xu bullying her? Xu Aoshan's face changed. No, I have to go in and take a look. He immediately pushed the door open and rushed in. The scene in front of him made his eyes widen. Xu Hao was hugging Wen Jins from behind, and the two were tightly pressed together, with their faces particularly close. Wen Jins's face was flushed and shy. Xu Hao, what are you doing? Xu Aoshan said angrily. Wen Jins had long been regarded as his fiancée by him. Although Wen Jins had always disagreed with his marriage. But he relied on his own scheming and methods, plus Wen's father's appreciation and support for him. He firmly believed that it was only a matter of time to conquer Wen Jins. In his cognition, Wen Jins belonged to him, and no one could touch her. And at this moment, seeing his enemy molesting his fiancée, how could he not be angry? Xu Hao let Wen Jins go calmly. He still had that calm smile on his face. As if nothing had happened. He explained. Aoshan, don't get me wrong, Jins made a mistake in making tea just now. I was teaching her. It's not what you think. Xu Aoshan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He was so familiar with this. Every time he caught her in the act, she would say the same thing. You call this teaching tea art? How can you teach by hand? You are just taking advantage of Sister Jins. Ding. Xu Aoshan was furious. Emotional value Wang Jiao plus 999. Xu Hao looked helpless. I saw Jins was a little flustered. I was afraid that it would affect the tea fragrance, so I helped her. If it affects Jins, apologize. He spoke calmly and his eyes were sincere. But in Xu Aoshan's view, it was just Xu Hao pretending. At this time, Wen Jins had calmed down. Just now, Xu Hao taught her sincerely. Holding her hand, he also followed the way of making tea. There was no intentional move to take advantage of her. She raised her head. I can prove that Uncle Xu is teaching me tea art, not what you think. After a pause, she glanced at Xu Aoshan and said coldly. He is a person with a heart, and he is serious about everything he sees. Xu Aoshan was dumbfounded. He stood there, feeling aggrieved and confused. Xu Hao had already made a move. Why did Wen Jins still speak for him? He thought he was a hero saving a beautiful woman, protecting Wen Jins, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood. It felt like a knife stabbed into his heart. Chapter 502. Aunt Su is her lover. Are they mother and daughter? Crazy. Xu Hao broke the awkward atmosphere. He looked at Wen Jins with a gentle tone. Jins, let's stop here today. We will continue to discuss tea art next time. Wen Jins picked up the contract on the table and handed it to Xu Hao. However, when looking at Xu Hao, her eyes unconsciously dodged a little. Xu Hao took the contract and signed it directly without hesitation. It means that the cooperation has been reached. Wen Jins was moved when she took the signed contract. She didn't expect that Xu trusted her so much. She didn't even finish talking about the content of the contract, and she signed it directly without even looking at it. She took a deep breath, looked up at Xu Hao, and said solemnly. Mr. Xu, don't worry, I won't let you down. Then, she said goodbye, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped again. She looked back at Xu Hao. Uncle Xu, my dad felt embarrassed last time. When are you free? He wants to invite you to dinner at home. Xu Hao said with a smile, I have a lot of time. Call me when the time comes. Wen Jins left. Only Xu Hao and Xu Aoshan were left in the office. Xu Hao sighed. Aoshan, I know you have some opinions about me, but you really misunderstood. Xu Aoshan looked at him deeply. gritted his teeth and said, "Xu Hao, don't be complacent. One day, I will let them see your true face." After that, he turned around and strode out of the office. Looking at his back, Xu Hao looked playful. "Is it broken? It's just the beginning." The setting sun slid towards the western sky. The afterglow sprinkled every corner of the 713 city. Xu Hao took Hong Qiangwei's car and came to Xiangyang Community, Su Leiyao's home. At Su Leiyao's home, pregnant Su Leiyao had many inconveniences in moving. Su's mother was taking care of her daughter. Knowing that Xu Hao would come later, Su Leiyao's smile never stopped. Her eyes looked at the door from time to time. Finally, the doorbell rang. Su Leiyao's eyes lit up. Su's mother rolled her eyes at her daughter and got up to open the door. Xu Hao appeared at the door. "Brother Hao, you are finally here." Su Leiyao wanted to get up to greet him. Xu Hao took a few quick steps, came to her side and supported her, and scolded her. "Be careful, don't move around." He took her into his arms. Feeling Xu Hao's strong embrace, Su Leiyao felt sweet in her heart. She looked up at Xu Hao's eyes and pouted. "Brother Hao, you don't miss me. I haven't come to see me for so long." Xu Hao scratched her nose. "I'm busy, and why don't I miss you? You don't know how much I want to fly to you in the company." Su Leiyao smiled even more happily. Xu Hao asked back, "Then do you miss me?" She took Xu Hao's hand and put it on her belly. "Brother Wu, it's not just me who misses you, the baby misses you too." Xu Hao pretended to get close to her belly. "Really? I want to hear if it's true." Su Leiyao was amused by his actions. "You'll scare the baby." Xu Hao stood up and pinched the bag in his hand. "I almost forgot, this is the pregnancy-preserving medicine I brought for you." As he said that, he put the bag on the table on the side. He took Su Leiyao's hand and sat on the sofa. "Yao Yao, do you take it every day? This medicine is very important to both the baby and you can't be careless." Su Leiyao nodded quickly. "I have food, Brother Hao, don't worry. I know you are doing this for my own good." She snuggled in Xu Hao's arms. Feeling his warmth, she was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Mother Su, who was watching this scene, had mixed feelings in her heart. She looked at her young daughter, being so intimate with Xu Hao, who was a few years older than her. Especially since her daughter was pregnant with his child. This complicated relationship made her feel very embarrassed. She coughed lightly. "I'll go cook, you guys chat slowly." After that, she hurried into the kitchen to make room for them. Only Xu Hao and Su Leiyao were left in the living room. Xu Hao stroked Su Leiyao's hair. "Yao Yao, you've worked hard during this period. Do you feel bored when you're alone at home?" Su Leiyao shook her head. "No, I talk to my baby every day, and when I imagine what she will look like in the future, I feel that time passes quickly. And I'm not lonely at all with my mother by my side." Su Leiyao raised her head, with a gleam of longing in her eyes. "Do you think the baby will look like you or me?" Xu Hao said with a smile. "If it's a daughter, she must be as beautiful as you." After a while, the aroma of food came from the kitchen. Su Leiyao sniffed. "Brother Hao, Mom is going to make steamed fish today. You're in for a treat today, that's a good coincidence for me." At this time, Su's mother came out of the kitchen with a dish. Seeing the intimacy between Xu Hao and Su Leiyao, her steps paused slightly. But she soon returned to normal. She put the dish on the table. "Mr. Xu, eat some fruit first. The meal will take a while to be ready." Xu Hao took the fruit plate and said, "Let me do this." Su's mother smiled. "Then you guys chat, I'll go check the dishes." Xu Hao picked up a piece of fruit and fed it to Su Leiyao's mouth. "Come, eat some fruit." Su Leiyao opened her mouth obediently and ate a strawberry, with a happy face. "Brother Hao, you too." Su Leiyao also picked up a grape and fed it to Xu Hao's mouth. Suddenly, a doorbell broke the silence. Su's mother was busy in the kitchen. Su Leiyao wanted to get up and open the door. But it was a bit difficult to be dragged down by the weight of her abdomen. Xu Hao asked her to sit down, got up and walked to the door. The door opened. Chu Nan, who was standing outside the door, was smiling. He was holding an exquisite gift box in his hand. However, the moment he saw Xu Hao, the smile froze on his face. He went home to visit yesterday at noon. Unexpectedly, he met Su's mother, who warmly invited him to have a meal. At that time, he had nothing in his hands. He felt bad, so he brought gifts to make up for it today. Never expected. There was a man in the room. Today. He had seen this man before. It was Xu Hao, who Meng Weiyang wanted to cooperate with. Chu Nan was a little confused. He didn't understand how Su Leiyao and her daughter could be related to Xu Hao, the richest man in Shanghai. Could it be that Aunt Su was Xu Hao's lover outside? Chu Nan had some guesses in his mind. Brother Hao, who is it? Su Leiyao's voice came. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Chu Nan. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He just knew that Chu Nan had been to Su's house yesterday. He came to see today. Unexpectedly, he ran into her. Su's mother heard the doorbell and came out of the kitchen. Seeing Chu Nan carrying something, she blamed him. Xiao Nan, you said you would come, so why did you send something over? Chu Nan quickly put away his doubts and forced a smile on his face again. Aunt Su, I came here yesterday without any gifts. I'm making up for it today. I hope Aunt Su doesn't mind. These are health products for you. These are some supplements that are good for pregnant women like Li Yao. Mother Su thanked politely, took the gifts, and warmly invited Chu Nan into the house. Chu Nan walked into the house and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xu Hao. For some reason he sensed malice in Xu Hao's eyes. This made him feel repulsive. Mother Su seemed to remember that she hadn't introduced the two yet. She patted her head and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xu, the president of Xu Group. I'm sure you all know him, so I won't introduce him anymore." Then she turned to Xu Hao. "His name is Chu Nan. He was our former neighbor. Tian went abroad a few years ago and just came back recently." Xu Hao had a polite smile on his face. "Hello, Xiao Nan." Chu Nan also forced a smile. "Hello, Mr. Xu." But the doubts did not dissipate. "I can't figure out what the relationship between Xu Hao and Su Leiyao's mother and daughter is." Just then, a pungent smell of burnt food came from the kitchen. Su Leiyao shouted, 19 ***. Mr. Xu, Xiaonan, please sit for a while, the food will be ready soon. Su's mother said hurriedly and hurried into the kitchen. Xu Hao greeted like a host. Xiaonan, sit anywhere, don't be polite. Chu Nan felt strange, although he felt a little uncomfortable. But he still sat on the sofa next to him. Xu Hao returned to sit next to Su Leiyao. Su Leiyao saw Xu Hao coming back. A smile appeared on her face again. She picked up the peeled grapes on the coffee table. "Brother Wu, the grapes are peeled for you, ah." Xu Hao opened his mouth, and Su Leiyao fed the grapes into his mouth. This scene fell into Chu Nan's eyes, and his pupils shrank suddenly. "Isn't this too intimate?" Su Leiyao looked very happy. Chu Nan had a guess in his mind. Aunt Su is not Xu Hao's lover, but Su Leiyao is. Or both mother and daughter. Su Leiyao is also pregnant with Xu Hao's child. Next, the actions of Xu Hao and Su Leiyao also confirmed this. Su Leiyao picked up a biscuit. "Bring it to Xu Hao." Xu Hao declined. "Eat it yourself." Su Leiyao was relentless. "You eat it." The two of them pushed each other like this. Xu Hao suddenly smiled. "Then let's eat together." He held half of the biscuit in his mouth. Then he leaned towards Su Leiyao. The two of them ate the biscuit together. As they ate, they became entangled. With outsiders around, Su Leiyao blushed a little. But being close to Xu Hao overcame his shyness, and he ate the cookies with abandon. Chu Nan watched all this in a daze. There was a storm in his heart, and it took a long time to calm down. Chapter 503, Adopted a Goddaughter. Cultivating immortals even when pregnant. Love is born. Ding Chu Nan is confused, emotional value plus 999. Chu Nan looked at the scene in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. His childhood sweetheart is really with Xu Hao. But why? There is such a big age difference between them. How could Aunt Su agree? After harvesting a wave, Xu Hao smiled. Until Su's mother came out of the kitchen with the dishes. Xu Hao stopped talking. Su Leiyao panted slightly and rolled her eyes at Xu Hao. Su's mother brought out the prepared meals from the kitchen one after another. The table was soon filled. Then she invited Xu Hao and Chu Nan. "Mr. Xu, Xiaonan, let's eat first." Xu Hao helped the pregnant Su Leiyao to sit down at the dining table. Chu Nan's eyes swept back and forth between Su's mother and Xu Hao. Wanted to see the relationship between them. Fortunately, after careful observation, it was not what he thought. Chu Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but then he had new confusions. How could Su's mother agree to her daughter being Xu Hao's lover? Could it be that Xu Hao used his strong financial resources to put pressure on her? If so, then he had to take care of it. Aunt Su was very good to him. He couldn't let Aunt Su and her daughter be wronged. Su's mother warmly invited Xu Hao and Chu Nan to have dinner. 857, Chu Nan was worried, smiled and picked up the chopsticks but had no appetite at all. Xu Hao was not polite. He ate heartily. He also picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Su Leyao's mouth. Su Leyao ate it happily. Then Su Leyao also ignored her shyness and picked up food for Xu Hao and fed it to her mouth. The two showed their love. Su's mother and Chu Nan seemed to be treated as heir. Su's mother was still very relieved. Xu Hao treated his daughter so well, proving that his daughter had not chosen the wrong person. Chu Nan felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He opened his mouth several times to speak but stopped. The dinner ended in this weird atmosphere. Su's mother got up to clean up the dishes. I'll go clean up, you watch TV for a while. Chu Nan sat in the living room. Xu Hao and Su Leyao had been hugging each other. It kept irritating his nerves. He wanted to wait for Xu Hao to leave and ask Su Leyao and her daughter clearly. Were they forced by Xu Hao? But until late at night, Xu Hao had no intention of leaving. He was planning to stay. Chu Nan's face was ugly. In the end, he had to settle for the second best. When he left, he said to Su's mother, "Aunt Su, are you coming out with me? I have something to ask you." Su's mother followed him outside with doubts. "Xiao Nan, just tell me what you want to say." Chu Nan took a deep breath and asked, "Aunt Su, what's going on with Xu Hao and Liao?" Su's mother's face changed slightly. But she still said, "Xiao Nan, you know. Yao Yao is indeed with Mr. Xu, and she is pregnant with his child." Chu Nan was puzzled. Xu Hao is so old, why did he let Liao be with him? "Aunt Su, are you threatened by Xu Hao?" Su's mother smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's not what you think. When I learned that Yao Yao was pregnant, I was also very angry, but Yao Yao volunteered and insisted on being with Mr. Xu." Chu Nan couldn't figure it out. Xu Hao is indeed handsome and rich, but he is so old. And he is willing to have a child. Do little girls now like uncles? Su's mother looked at him with a hint of pleading. "Xiao Nan, you just need to know about this, don't tell anyone, otherwise I'm afraid Yao Yao will be affected." Chu Nan responded, leaving in a daze. Ding. Chu Nan's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. Sleep at night. Xu Hao of course stayed at the Su family. Live in Su Leyao's bedroom. "Leyao, I will take you to cultivate." Su Leyao instantly thought of that thing. Said shyly, "Brother Wu, I'm sorry, I'm pregnant now. I'll use other methods." Xu Hao scratched her nose. "Little fool, what are you thinking? I really want to take you to cultivate immortality." Then he told Su Leyao about cultivating immortality. Su Leyao's face turned redder. She also said that it was not like that. She said that cultivating immortality would not hurt the baby in her belly. After she agreed, Xu Hao constructed the longevity map and began to cultivate immortality. In the next room, Su's mother lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She couldn't help but worry. Will this really not hurt the child? What if something unexpected happens? It wasn't until the next morning that she saw that her daughter was fine. She was relieved, but she still blamed her unhappily. "Yao Yao, you are pregnant now, don't you know to avoid those things?" "How?" Su Leyao's face turned red. And Xu Hao and her mother found out about their relationship. This made her very embarrassed. She said hesitantly, "I know, don't worry, Mom, nothing will happen." Mother Su couldn't do anything with her daughter. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. That day, Xu Hao was in the villa. The phone rang. Xu Hao picked it up and saw that it was not connected. "Pick up the phone." A warm voice came from the other side. "Brother Hao, are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal, mainly to apologize to you for Jin's refusal to marry last time." Xu Hao said this deliberately. "It's okay to eat, but forget about the talk. Brother Wu, this is my fault." "Okay, see you at noon." At noon, Xu Hao took a car to a mountain villa. Wen Qian and his daughter Wen Jin stood at the door and looked forward to it. When he got off the car, Wen Qian smiled and walked forward. "Brother Hao, you are finally here. You have worked hard all the way. Wen Jin's also walked closer with lotus steps. Hello, Uncle Xu. She was wearing a hip skirt today, showing her perfect figure, and she was a sexy queen. Xu Hao's eyes stayed on Wen Jin's for a short time, smiling and greeting the two. Then, Wen Qian led Xu Hao to the villa. As they walked, he introduced it with great enthusiasm. Brother Hao, I just bought this villa. Let me show you. Xu Hao looked around. Pavilions, towers, carved beams and painted buildings, and the garden was full of various rare flowers. There was also a large fish pond behind the villa. Xu Hao joked. Old Qian, you are going to create a paradise. You are getting better and better at enjoying life. Wen Qian laughed. I don't have any ambitions anymore. Now, I just want to enjoy my old age. After the tour, everyone walked into the restaurant. Wen Qian waved his hand. Immediately, a waiter brought the food. There were all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Wen Qian picked up the wine pot and filled a glass of wine for Xu Hao. Then he raised the glass. His face was full of guilt. Brother Hao, the last marriage was all my fault for not thinking it through. I thought we could get closer, but I didn't expect Jin's to be so ignorant. I'm really sorry for you. As he spoke, he glared at Wen Jin's who was sitting next to him. Wen Jin's pursed her lips and lowered her head slightly. Xu Hao waved his hand. Old Qian, what are you talking about? We have been friends for so many years, how can we become estranged because of this matter? In this era, young people value free love, and we old guys should not get involved. Speaking of this, Xu Hao's eyes flashed and he said in a joking tone. But then again, Jin's is really an excellent child, and she is about the same age as my daughters. I have thought more than once, it would be great if it was my daughter. Wen Jin's was obviously startled. She raised her head, her eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect Uncle Xu to think so highly of me. Wen Qian suddenly moved. He became active. Xu Hao likes his daughter so much, if she can't be his daughter-in-law, she can be his daughter. He can still get closer to Xu Hao. In fact, the reason why he wants to get closer to Xu Hao is for his own comfort. In recent years abroad, he has used all means to expand his career. He has touched the interests of many powerful groups. Now, some companies have threatened to make them pay a heavy price. This is also one of the reasons why he asked his daughter to transfer the company back to China. But this is not safe. It would be great if he could find a backer. Xu Hao is a good backer. So, Wen Qian struck while the iron was hot and planned to make this happen. Brother Wu, you have this intention, it is really a blessing for Jin's. I think this is okay. After a pause, Wen Qian continued. Brother Hao, you also know that Jin's lost her mother when she was young. I raised her alone, and I am always afraid that I will not do well in some places. Now that you are her godfather and she has several sisters to get along with, I am completely relieved. At this moment, he expressed his true feelings. Some sadness, but more excitement. Xu Hao's eyes flashed with a smile, pretending to shirk. If such an excellent Jin's is my goddaughter, I am of course willing, but I don't know what Jin's thinks. We must respect her ideas. Wen Qian was full of confidence and patted his chest to guarantee. Brother Wu, you like Jin's, and Jin's also likes you. She will definitely not refuse. Jin's, don't you think so? Wen Jin's was stunned when she heard it. Recognize Uncle Xu as your godfather. For some reason, she was a little resistant in her heart. It's not disgust. On the contrary, it's because of the necklace. She is very close to Xu Hao. But, after experiencing Xu Hao teaching her to make tea, she was a little resistant to becoming a father-daughter relationship with Xu Hao. The reason is naturally, in the office that day, Xu Hao taught her to make tea. When she was at a loss, Xu Hao hugged her from behind and taught her step by step. Warm embrace, masculine breath, strong sense of security. After returning, she tried to make tea. Her tea art improved. From then on, Wenwan would think of Xu Hao every time she made tea, and ripples appeared in her heart. Wen Jin's came back to her senses. Seeing her father looking at her expectantly, her uncle's eyes were gentle. She forced a smile. Uncle Xu is a very good person. He has always taken good care of me. It is my honor to recognize Uncle Xu as my godfather. Xu Hao laughed heartily. Good, good, good. My good daughter, I will love you well. 11. Wen Qian felt relieved, and his daughter finally did not refuse. He quickly said to his daughter. Why don't you toast to your godfather? This is a happy event. Wen Jin slowly got up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and walked in front of Xu Hao. She raised her head and looked at Xu Hao. Godfather, this glass of wine is for you, I wish you peace and happiness. After saying that, he raised his head and drank it all. Xu Guo took the wine glass and drank it all. Wen Qian on the side showed a relieved smile. With Xu Hao's words, he felt relieved. Brother Hao, Jins, I'll trouble you to take care of this child in the future. Of course. Xu Hao made a promise, then looked at Wen Jins and said domineeringly. Don't worry, my dear daughter, with Godfather here, I won't let you suffer any grievances in the future. He said so. In fact, he had another idea in his heart. If this is conquered, will it harvest a lot of emotional points? Maybe it's looking forward to it. Be my little princess, just eat water and don't. Chapter 504, The Willing Ones Take the Bait. The joy of playing with fish. My daughter just wants to change her pants. After Wen Jins recognized Xu Hao as her godfather, the whole box was enveloped by a layer of joy. Wen Qian's smile never stopped. He warmly invited Xu Hao to eat and toasted with Xu Hao. The meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. There was constant laughter and joy. After dinner, Wen Qian took Xu Hao to the tea room of the villa. The tea room was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance, and the tea sets were neatly arranged. Wen Jins walked to the tea table, raised her white hands, and began to make tea. The tea set was played in her hands. Not long after, the fragrance of tea filled the room. Wen Jins made tea, poured a cup, and handed the tea to her father Wen Qian first. Wen Qian smiled and waved his hand. Arts. Wen Jins followed his words, holding the teacup in both hands, and walked to Xu Hao. Godfather, please have some tea. Xu Hao took the teacup. Wen Jins poured another cup for his father. Wen Qian picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. In an instant, the fragrance of tea spread in his mouth, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Jins, how come your tea art has suddenly become so good? He often drinks tea brewed by his daughter on weekdays. He is very familiar with his daughter's tea art level. The taste of this tea today is more genuine and wonderful than before. After secretly glancing at Xu Hao, Wen Jins slowly said, Last time I went to Godfather's company to sign a contract, Godfather taught me some tea art. Godfather's tea art is really amazing. Wen Qian showed a look of realization. Smiled. Brother Hao has decades of experience in tea art. You can't compare to him. I can learn more from you in the future. Wen Jins responded softly. Recalling the scene of Xu Hao teaching her, Wen Jins's face turned slightly red and she lowered her head quietly. Fortunately, Wen Qian's attention was on Xu Hao and he didn't notice his daughter's abnormality. Xu Hao smiled and said, I didn't teach anything, we just discussed with each other. Jins is more talented in tea art. Wu Zhe is too modest. I often drink Jins's tea. This time, the improvement is particularly great. It is not something that can be improved by self-understanding. Then, the two chatted freely, and Wen Jins occasionally interjected a few words. After a few cups of tea, Wen Qian was in high spirits and suggested going out for a walk. The three of them strolled in the villa. The breeze blew gently, and the leaves rustled, which was very pleasant. When passing by the quiet lake, Wen Qian had an idea. Brother Hao, we haven't fished for a long time. How about we try it here? Xu Hao readily agreed. $7 sis. Wen Qian called the waiter, and the waiter quickly brought the fishing rod and fishing gear. Wen Qian handed Xu Hao a fishing rod. Then he fiddled with the bait. Xu Hao found a sunshade by the lake with the fishing rod and sat down. Wen Qian said to Wen Jins, Jins, go take care of your godfather. Wen Jins walked to Xu Hao's side. It happened to see Xu Hao was throwing out the fishing rod in a cool manner. Wen Jins was sharp-eyed and saw that Xu Hao had not put the bait, so she hurriedly reminded him. Godfather, you haven't put the bait yet. Xu Hao turned his head and looked at her meaningfully. Don't you know that Zhang Taigong fishes and those who are willing to take the bait will take the bait? Wen Jins was a little confused. Isn't that a story? Yike, can you really catch fish? Her delicate face was full of disbelief. No fish would be so stupid, right? Without bait, would the fish bite the hook? Seeing her puzzled face, Chen Hao smiled without saying a word. After a moment, the float suddenly sank rapidly, and the bait was hooked. Xu Hao was not in a hurry, and he began to fish with a slight shake of his wrist. His technique was skillful. After a while, a big fish was caught. Wen Jin's was stunned, her mouth slightly opened, her eyes full of surprise. Can you really catch fish without bait? She had never seen anyone catch fish without bait. This was too unreasonable. Saw, she muttered to herself. Xu Hao raised his mouth slightly and cast the rod again. Not long after, another fish was hooked, and the fish caught was not small. He caught fish faster than those who used bait. After a few times, Wen Jin's was stunned. Confirmed that there was indeed nothing on Xu Hao's hook. What is the principle? Brother Hao, this is the bait I prepared for you. If you use this bait to fish, the bait will be hooked quickly. At this time, Wen Qian finally got the bait ready and came over to give some to Xu Hao. Wen Jin's rolled her eyes and pointed to the bucket beside her. Dad, look. Wen Qian looked at it in confusion. He saw that there were already several big fish in the bucket. He looked confused. Where did these fish come from? Wen Jin's answered his question. That's what Godfather caught. How Jie has bait? Wen Qian asked in surprise. It's only been such a short time, and you've caught so many. What kind of bait did Wu Jie use? Wen Jin shook her head and said. Godfather didn't use bait. Wen Qian exclaimed. He is also a senior fisherman. I have never seen anyone fishing without bait. And he caught so many. Just at this time, another fish was hooked and pulled up by Xu Hao. Wen Qian looked and found that there was really no bait. Ida. Wen Jin asked for her doubts. Godfather, how did you do it? Xu Hao looked at her and laughed. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Wen Jin nodded without hesitation, and she looked very cute. Wen Qian wanted to ask. But he thought that this was a good opportunity for his daughter and Xu Hao to enhance their relationship. Then he quietly walked aside, skillfully made a nest, put on the bait, and cast the hook by himself. Xu Hao handed the fishing rod to Wen Jin. He began to explain to her the so-called fishing technique without bait. Wen Jin listened attentively. She didn't realize that the distance between her and Xu Hao was gradually shortened. In fact, Xu Hao was fooling her the whole time. There is no technique to catch fish without bait. It's just that Xu Hao saw the fish in the lake through perspective, and then controlled the mind power to make the bait bite the hook. After speaking, Xu asked Wen Jin to try it herself. Wen Jin took the fishing rod without bait. Throw the fishing rod as Xu Hao said. Xu Hao stepped forward to correct the mistake. Your way of casting the rod is wrong, the distance is too close. Wen Jin tried again. After several times, Xu Hao was still not satisfied. She had no choice but to teach her step by step. She felt the familiar male breath coming to her again. Wen Jin's heart was in turmoil again. Two blushes appeared on her cheeks quietly. After helping her cast the rod step by step, Xu Hao let her go, and Wen Jin felt a little disappointed. She quickly put her thoughts aside after coming to her senses. Is this all right? Can you catch fish? Although she didn't believe it in her heart, she still stared at the float, full of expectations. At this time, Xu Hao secretly used telekinesis to select a big fish weighing dozens of kilograms to bite the hook. Wen Jin was immersed in the strange feeling just now. Suddenly, the float sank. Wen Jin was startled at first, and then a strong force came, almost pulling her into the lake. She hurriedly pulled the fishing rod hard. However, it was difficult to resist the force, and the fish pulled her to the lakeside little by little. Just when she couldn't hold on any longer, Xu Hao put his hand around her from behind, held the fishing rod, and said softly, Jins, don't panic, there are skills to slip the fish. Don't use brute force. If you use too much force, you might break the fishing rod. Wen Jins tried to concentrate on listening to Xu Hao's explanation at first. But gradually, her mind was no longer on fishing. Because she noticed something was wrong with Xu Hao. His chest was pressed against her back. The body temperature was transmitted through the clothes. It made her heart beat faster. The blush on her face became more intense. After a lot of trouble, the big fish weighing dozens of kilograms was finally caught. Wen Qian saw this and hurried over. After weighing the fish, he couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, 58 kilograms. He confirmed again that there was no bait on the hook, and was shocked. He praised Xu Hao and Wen Jin. Brother Hao, you are really amazing. Congratulations, you caught such a big fish. Xu Hao smiled and waved his hand. All of them were caught by Jin. The fish I caught combined are almost as big as this one. The fishing activity continued. Xu Hao secretly picked big fish for Wen Jin's every time. When Wen Jin's was not strong enough, Xu Hao stepped forward to help. Physical contact was inevitable. Wen Jin's heart beat like a drum every time, shy and nervous. This kind of close contact with Xu Hao, especially in front of her father, was too embarrassing. She knew it was wrong, but she didn't interrupt. Not far away, Wen Qian watched his daughter catch big fish one after another. And he used high-end bait, but only caught a few small fish, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But seeing that his daughter and Xu Hao had a closer relationship, he felt sincerely relieved. Unknowingly, it was evening and the sun was setting. The horizon was dyed a brilliant red. It was getting late. Xu Hao got up and said goodbye. Wen Qian and his daughter sent him to the gate of the villa. Wen Jin's kept her head down. She didn't even dare to look at Xu Hao, and now she just wanted to go back and change her pants. Chapter 505, The Snow Seed Powder is so powerful. My daughter drank the milk tea. It's so embarrassing. As the night deepened, Xu Hao returned home. He walked straight to the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Su Wancho sitting in front of the bed, holding a cup of carefully prepared milk tea in her hand. When she saw Xu Hao coming in, her eyes were full of resentment. It has been more than a year since Su Wancho gave birth to her child. She had been weaned a long time ago. But just a few days ago, Xu Hao got a snow seed powder from somewhere, and she ate it and then she got pregnant again. And the most was beyond imagination. Sometimes Xu Hao was not at home, and it was a pity to waste it. So she thought about preparing it for her daughter. It would also help the child to replenish his body. Xu Hao walked forward, picked up the glass, and put it to his nose tip sniffed. The fresh milk fragrance came to his nose. He raised the corner of his mouth and joked. Wancho is so nice, it's so late, and she still prepares a midnight snack for me. Su Wancho rolled his eyes. Anyway, there seems to be no difference between Xu Hao and his daughter drinking this milk tea. She couldn't help but ask. Brother Hao, when will this end? I have so many inconveniences in my work every day. Xu Hao responded with a smile. Isn't this good? It smells like milk every day. Su Wancho scolded. I really don't know where you got these weird things from. The two were talking when the door suddenly slammed. Xu Wei pushed the door open and walked in. She saw Xu Hao in the room at a glance. Her eyes lit up and she shouted happily. Dad, you are back as expected. It turned out that she was discussing going out to play with her sisters these days. She was waiting to tell Xu Hao today. As a result, Xu Hao was not there, and she didn't sleep either. After hearing the noise, she came to check the situation. Xu Hao is back as expected. Xu Hao frowned and said seriously. It's so late, why aren't you sleeping yet? Xu Wei didn't care, I'm just waiting for Dad to come back. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the milk cup in Xu Hao's hand, and her eyes blinked. Then she pouted and pretended to be angry. Dad, you actually cheated on me, and you didn't think about your precious daughter when you had good things. As she said that, she walked quickly to Xu Hao and took the milk cup. She asked curiously, Dad, what is this? As she spoke, she leaned in to smell it. The rich milk aroma was fragrant. Then, Xu Wei drank a big mouthful without thinking. Because Xu Hao often brought some good things back to them, Xu Wei thought this was also. The taste was indeed different from those milk teas outside. After drinking it, she licked her lips with satisfaction and looked at Xu Hao with expectation. Dad, it's delicious, is there any more? Su Wancho froze when she saw this. This milk tea was originally prepared for her daughter. It would be fine if Hao drank it. But Xu Wei drank it like this. She felt a sense of shame in her heart. Ding Su Wancho was ashamed, emotional value plus 852. Xu Wei noticed her strangeness and asked in confusion. Mom Su, what's wrong with you? She often hugged Xiao Wanzher on weekdays. She knew that Su Wancho had been weaned long ago. Naturally, she would not think that there was anything wrong with this cup of milk tea. Xu Hao looked strange, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. Wei, what do you want to talk to me about? Xu Wei then remembered the business. Pulling Xu Hao's arm, shaking and coquettishly. Dad, I have discussed with my sisters. We will go out to play together in a few days. Can you take us out? That depends on your performance. Don't go back. Xu Hao immediately straightened his chest and said confidently. I'm very well behaved, okay. Xu Hao frowned. You're not sleeping so late, you call me good. Why don't you go back to bed? Xu Hao responded obediently. Then she leaned forward and gave him a sweet puff, then skipped back to her room. Xu Hao then turned around and looked at Su Wancho, who was still standing there in a daze, blushing. He said with a playful smile. Wancho, it seems that your tea art is good, and it has been recognized by my daughter. Su Wancho was embarrassed and anxious. He quickly reached out to block Xu Hao's mouth. Brother Wu, don't say it, it's so embarrassing. Xu Hao's life ushered in new waves. He led out a beautiful horse. With his god-level beast-controlling skills. But in a moment, he tamed the horse completely. The next day, Xu Group. In the president's office, Xu Hao was discussing the strategic details of riding a horse to kill the enemy with his secretary Ji Feishui. Ji Feishui tried to maintain the calm on the surface. But the slightly trembling hands and feet still revealed the waves in her heart. At this time, the phone on the table rang suddenly. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. After hanging up, Ji Feishui said to Xu Hao. President, Qin Wuyu from the Qin family and the president of Mengxi Technology are here, and they want to see you. Xu Hao had a playful smile on his face. He pulled up Ji Feishui's ponytail and said teasingly. Oh, there are guests coming, so hurry up. Ji Feishui said angrily. President, two beauties are here this time, aren't you worried that they will find something wrong when the time comes? Xu Hao didn't care. If they find out, they will become your sisters anyway. Qin Wuyu is his woman anyway. There is no need for Meng Weiyang. After investigation, it was found that it was very difficult to attack her with conventional tactics. Xu Hao had already thought of ways to deal with her. Therefore, he didn't care about being discovered at all. However, Xu Hao still reminded the little secretary. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself, do you know what to do? Not long after. Under the guidance of the waiter, Meng Weiyang, Qin Wuyu and Chu Nan walked to the president's office. Ji Feishui happened to come out from inside. Although she tried to hide it. But the faint blush on her face and the moisture in her eyes could not be concealed. Qin Wuyu has rich experience. Seeing Ji Feishui as so beautiful. How can he not understand? It would be strange if he would let such a beauty go. Seeing her man with other women. It would be a lie to say that she was not jealous. But it was just a little bit. There was no way. Who made Xu Hao so powerful? She couldn't handle it alone. Chu Nan also saw it at a glance. He was very unhappy with Xu Hao. His childhood sweetheart Su Leiyao became his lover. Aunt Su also agreed. This is the Su family's family affairs, he can't control it. But it doesn't prevent him from being unhappy with Xu Hao. Now he sees Xu Hao hooking up with other women. Chu Nan feels very unworthy of Su Leiyao. You are together regardless of Xu Hao's age. The person you like doesn't take you seriously at all, and turns around to be with another woman. Even Meng Weiyang noticed the problem. Have you ever seen a pig run before? Ji Feishui's performance is really obvious. The good impression she had on Xu Hao disappeared without a trace. It turns out that Xu Hao is also a hypocritical person. He cheated with other women behind his wife's back. But not having a good impression doesn't mean she won't cooperate with Xu Hao. This cooperation is very important to her and Meng's technology, and it must be achieved. These days, Meng Weiyang has been with her good friend Qin Wuyu. Qin Wuyu took her to many places and ate a lot of local specialties. Today she decided to visit Xu's group. Take a look at the business model of this trillion-dollar group. Next to her, Qin Wuyu saw her changing expression and was secretly happy. Meng Weiyang saw another side of Xu Hao. She would not like Xu Hao even more. She avoided the situation of serving Xu Hao with her good friend for. Chapter 506, The daughter of a wealthy family is willing to be a lover. Take a big plane to the sky. It's so annoying. Seeing the appearance of the few people, Ji Feishui felt ashamed and secretly blamed Xu Hao. She had already increased Xu Hao's attack speed. But Xu Hao was too powerful. She just barely managed to finish before the few people came. However, she has been a secretary for quite a while. Because Xu Hao is a hands-off boss. Most of the decisions are left to her, and she has long developed the habit of not changing her expression. Ji Feishui put on a professional smile on her face. She stretched out her hand to signal, Boss Qin, Boss Meng, please come in. Meng Weiyang and Qin Wuyu walked into the office. Chu Nan stayed outside. Ji Feishui didn't invite him in, and he didn't want to see Xu Hao. In the office, Xu Hao was standing in front of the French window, holding a cup of tea in his hand. The sun shone through the glass on him, outlining his tall figure. It was as if a king was overlooking his territory. It seemed that he heard the movement at the door. Xu Hao turned around. Seeing the two of them, he showed a smile like spring breeze on his face. If Meng Weiyang hadn't just seen Ji Feishui's appearance, she would really be confused by Xu Hao's appearance. Boss Qin, Boss Meng, we meet again, come and try the tea I brewed. Xu Hao walked to the coffee table and sat down. As he spoke, he gestured to sit down. Meng Weiyang frowned slightly. She came to Xu Group this time to learn about Xu Group, especially the research and development progress in mobile phone holographic imaging technology. She didn't want to drink tea with Xu Hao. Qin Wuyu didn't think much and went straight to the tea table and sat down. Meng Weiyang saw her friend like this. She had no choice but to sit down with him. Xu Hao poured a cup of tea for each of them. Qin Wuyu picked up the teacup, blew it gently, and then took a sip. He couldn't help but admire. Mr. Xu, the tea you brew is really fragrant. Weiyang and I came here today because we have something. Xu Hao smiled. Oh, Mr. Qin, you can tell me. 19. Qin Wuyu put down the teacup. Mr. Xu, my friend has heard of the name of Xu Group in the imperial capital for a long time and has always been interested in it. Today I specially brought her to visit your company. Xu Hao readily agreed. No problem. I told Mr. Meng last time that I welcome you to visit me anytime. Meng Weiyang hesitated and spoke. Mr. Xu, excuse me. How long will it take for your company's mobile phone holographic imaging technology to be successfully developed? Although she planned to cooperate with Xu Hao. But if Xu Group's development is too slow, then she would have to consider whether to stay in Shanghai. This is all a waste of time. Xu Hao said with a smile. Mr. Meng, don't worry. My daughter is leading the team to work overtime on the research. It won't be long before it's done. It just so happens that I'm free now. I can take you to the R&D department to have a look. Meng Weiyang was delighted. It would be best to see the progress of the research and development. Not letting her wait for long, after drinking tea, Xu Hao brought the two girls to the R&D department. Walking into it, a strong atmosphere of science and technology hits you in the face. In the R&D room, various advanced equipment is neatly arranged, and the technicians are busy at their respective posts. Hello, President. Seeing Xu Hao coming, they all greeted him. Xu Hao waved and went straight to Xu Qingshan's research room. At this time, Xu Qingshan was standing in front of a laboratory table. She was wearing a lab coat and concentrating on the data report in her hand. She raised her head after hearing the noise. Said in surprise, Dad, why are you here? Looking at the two women. Is this another woman that Dad keeps outside? Xu Hao brought Meng Weiyang and Qin Wuyu over. Qingshan, these two are President Qin and President Meng. President Meng plans to cooperate with us after hearing about the mobile phone holographic imaging technology we are developing. Please introduce the research and development progress to them. Xu Qingshan nodded. Then he began to introduce. We have successfully improved the clarity and stability of holographic images through the research of new materials and the innovative application of optical principles. At the same time, we have also done a lot of optimization work in the algorithm, which greatly reduced the computing resources required for holographic image generation. It concerns the future of the family, so I didn't listen carefully. From time to time, I asked some questions. Ms. Xu, how do you control the cost of materials? Can this new material be mass-produced? Also, after the algorithm is optimized, are the hardware requirements for mobile phones still very high? Xu Qingshan answered patiently. Mr. Meng, there is no need to worry about the cost of materials. We adopt. In terms of production, my father has already built a production line, which is also not a problem. As for the requirements for mobile phone hardware after algorithm optimization, it requires certain high-performance chip support. Qin Wuyu also listened with great interest. Ms. Xu is really young and promising. Not long after she developed virtual technology, another technology that changes the world has come out. Xu Qingshan smiled modestly. Mr. Qin, thank you for the compliment. This is the result of the joint efforts of the team, and mainly due to my father's support. She looked at Xu Hao gratefully. After Xu Qingshan finished the introduction, he showed them the samples. Meng Weiyang had a deeper understanding of mobile phone holographic imaging technology. It was confirmed that it would be completed in less than half a month. She was relieved, decided to stay in Shanghai for half a month. After reaching a cooperation with Xu Hao, she would go back. After visiting the R&D department. Next, she was going to visit other places. Xu Hao was no longer in the mood to go shopping with them. After leaving the house, he winked at Qin Wuyu. How could Qin Wuyu not know what Xu Hao was going to do? Rolled his eyes. Your friend was still there, and he wanted to do something bad. But this was Xu Hao's request, and she couldn't refuse. You have to find a way to get Weiyang out of the way. Qin Wuyu suddenly had an idea. After walking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he remembered something, and said to Xu Hao said. By the way, Mr. Xu, what do you think of the cooperation we discussed last time? Xu Hao understood and cooperated immediately. I haven't thought about the plane you mentioned yet, tell me more details. Qin Wuyu turned to Meng Weiyang and said. Weiyang, I just remembered that I have a cooperation with Mr. Xu, so I can't accompany you to visit. Meng Weiyang expressed understanding. Business is more important, so I'll accompany you. Qin Wuyu waved his hand. You finally came here. It will be good for you to continue to visit Xu Group when you go back to manage the company. At this time, Xu Hao also said on the side. Boss Meng, let Ji Feishui take you to continue the tour. She is very familiar with the company. Meng Weiyang hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Then, Xu Hao took Qin Wuyu to the president's office. Watching their backs, Meng Weiyang didn't think much. In her eyes, Qin Wuyu is worth over 100 billion, and he is also the head of the Qin family. How could he have that kind of relationship with Xu Hao? Ji Feishui knew Xu Hao better. She looked strange and thought to herself. It turns out that this head of the Qin family is also my good sister. Putting away her thoughts, she smiled and gestured to Meng Weiyang. Boss Meng, please come this way. Chu Nan was very sensitive. He caught something wrong from Qin Wuyu's expression. He frowned, his heart was full of doubts, and various thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Xu Hao and Qin Wuyu walked into the president's office. He closed the door directly. Xu Hao pulled Qin Wuyu to talk about the aircraft cooperation. He learned that Xu Hao had won a big plane in the lottery. The plane is not only big, but also has a strong endurance, which can be called a fighter among planes. Qin Wuyu especially wanted to take a ride and enjoy the joy of flying. Xu Hao certainly satisfied her. While discussing the details of the plane with Qin Wuyu, Xu Hao calculated the time in his mind. He wanted to harvest more emotional points, so he deliberately delayed. Until Ji Feishui took Meng Weiyang to visit the entire group. Xu Hao let Qin Wuyu go. Qin Wuyu tidied her clothes and hair, with a blush on her face that had not completely faded, and walked out of the office. As soon as she went out, she saw Meng Weiyang and Ji Feishui just returned here. The eyes of several people met, and time seemed to freeze. Qin Wuyu felt embarrassed. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Her current state is more obvious than Ji Shui's before. Meng Weiyang was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Her friend, the head of the Qin family with a net worth of hundreds of billions, turned out to be Xu Hao's woman. Ji Feishui saw Qin Wuyu's embarrassment, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an unexpected smile. Chu Nan was also stunned. Although he had noticed that there was something wrong with the two before. But he didn't expect it to be this kind of relationship. He felt complicated. Qin Wuyu is not only beautiful, but also the head of a top family, a top white, rich and beautiful woman. He said it was impossible to have no ideas. Unexpectedly, Qin Wuyu is also Xu Hao's woman. Chu Nan's face was extremely gloomy. He felt more and more sorry for Su Leiyao. He saw Xu Hao with two women in the afternoon. How many women did Xu Hao have? What he couldn't figure out the most was, why were these women willing to be with an old man? Ding Qin Wuyu's heartbeat accelerated, emotional value plus 951. Ding Meng Weiyang was in a complicated mood, emotional value plus 789. DJ. Qin Wuyu noticed that everyone had different expressions. She was a little panicked, but she still pretended to be calm and spoke. Wei Yang, are you done with the tour? It just so happens that President Xu and I have also finished talking about cooperation. Let's go back. Meng Wei Yang opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. The atmosphere was so awkward that it seemed to condense the air. Ji Feishui saw that the situation was not right and coughed lightly. Today's tour ends here. If President Meng has any other questions, you can contact us at any time. 423 Meng Wei Yang nodded. Then she walked into the office and said goodbye to Xu Hao. Not sure if it was an illusion, she smelled a strange smell. Thinking that Xu Hao was here with her friend to do business, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Mr. Meng, I hope you can forgive me for not treating you well today. Xu Hao smiled hypocritically. Mr. Xu, what are you talking about? I want to thank you. Today's trip has benefited me a lot. Meng Wei Yang said politely, and then pulled Qin Wuyu away. After leaving Xu Group, Chu Nan drove, and the two women sat in the back. Meng Wei Yang kept looking at Qin Wuyu strangely. Qin Wuyu felt a little guilty. She said weakly, Wei Yang, why are you looking at me? Meng Wei Yang said angrily. Qin Wuyu, shouldn't you explain it? She always regarded Qin Wuyu as a good friend. She could be called a best friend. So seeing her and Xu Hao together, she couldn't help but get angry. Xu Hao has a family. The eldest daughter is older than them. Today, I also saw Xu Hao having an affair with his secretary. It can be seen that Xu Hao is not as good as people think. Xu Hao is a very affectionate person to the outside world. This kind of person is so hypocritical. Were you deceived by Xu Hao? Otherwise, why would you be with him? I know you are not a snobbish person. Are you deceived by Xu Hao's hypocritical appearance? Meng Wei Yang guessed the reason. Chu Nan, who was driving, couldn't help but speak. Xu Hao is indeed hypocritical. Buru. The two women looked at him curiously. Chu Nan's face was ugly. The daughter of my neighbor's aunt also had a relationship with Xu Hao and was pregnant with his child. The two women looked strange. What does the neighbor's daughter have to do with you? As for being so angry. Looking at the top of Chu Nan's head, I felt a little green. Qin Wuyu spoke. Wei Yang, you all misunderstood. I was not deceived or threatened. I was willing to be with President Xu. After getting along with Xu Hao for a long time, she also gradually got to know Xu Hao's character. But she certainly couldn't tell anyone. After all, he was her man, and he treated her very well, and even took her to cultivate immortality. What? Meng Wei Yang was confused. You volunteered. Are you sure? You are worth hundreds of billions, and you are willing to be someone's lover. Is Qin Wuyu crazy, or is she crazy? Or is the world crazy? Chapter 507, Xu Hao has taken action. The conspiracy against the heroine. Playing with applause. Meng Wei Yang lives in a villa arranged by Qin Wuyu. Since Meng Wei Yang came here, Qin Wuyu has also lived here, and the two besties have been together tilde. However, as the helmsman of the Qin group, Qin Wuyu still has to go to the company to handle affairs. Qin Wuyu went to the company. Meng Wei Yang finished remote work online. Took a look outside, the weather was very good today, so she planned to go out for a walk. These days, Qin Wuyu has been with her, and she has never gone out alone. As she walked out, Chu Nan, the bodyguard, immediately followed. Meng Wei Yang walked on the street. He followed silently behind. Meng Wei Yang is so beautiful, it's not that he didn't think about following her and walking together. But Meng Wei Yang disliked him very much. One did not disturb her, and sent Chu Nan away. Chu Nan was very depressed. However, protecting Meng Wei Yang was Meng's father's request, so he followed closely. Relying on his strength, if someone harms Meng Wei Yang, he can quickly stop them. In the bustling streets of the bustling city, people come and go. A white-haired old man came towards them. Just when the two were about to pass by each other, the old man fell to the ground without any warning. Chu Nan was stunned. Then, the old man grabbed his legs tightly. He shouted at the top of his voice. Hey, young man, why are you trying to hurt me? Don't even think about running away today. Come on, come and see, you are bullying me. This sudden shout attracted the attention of passers-by around him. Chu Nan looked at the old man at his feet in confusion. He was walking on the road just fine. Why did he push someone? After a short moment of unconsciousness, he gradually came to his senses. He was being scammed. Chu Nan himself laughed out of anger. For so many years, he didn't know how long it had been, no one dared to hurt him. Today, he actually encountered one. He was so brave to be scammed. He wasn't afraid of losing his arms and legs. As the old man's shouting continued, people have the nature of watching the fun, and slowly a large group of people gathered. When they saw the old man lying on the ground, they looked at Chu Nan with contempt, and accusations came one after another. "What's wrong with you, young man? You are so old. Gently, you are so cruel to the old man. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. You are so good, bullying the elderly openly. Do you have any moral bottom line?" Looking at his expression, he must be guilty and dare not admit it. For a while, Chu Nan was put at the center of the whirlpool of public opinion. Even Meng Wei, who had been walking in front, was attracted by the noise here, turned around and turned back. She stood at the edge of the crowd and watched coldly. She didn't have any good feelings for Chu Nan. Naturally, she didn't mean to step forward to help out. See how he solves this matter. Chu Nan took a deep breath and explained to the people around him. Don't be misled by him. This is a scammer. I didn't even touch him just now. He suddenly fell down and hugged my legs. His words made some passers-by who blindly followed the trend and accused them stunned, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. After all, in today's society, the incidents of the elderly scamming are common. They are not completely without judgment. However, at this time, the old man lay on the ground and wailed. His expression was very painful. "Ouch, my legs are going to be broken, it hurts, it hurts." He kept groaning, as if he really suffered great pain. The old man's appearance made the people who had just wavered tend to believe him again. Chu Nan saw this and frowned. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He said coldly, "Stop acting in front of me, get out of the way. If you dare to continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude." In Chu Nan's eyes, the old man's performance was full of flaws and too clumsy. But the old man was determined. He turned a deaf ear to Chu Nan's warnings and cried even louder, with tears and sobs. "Why am I tampering with someone? I don't want his money. I just want everyone to see the ugly face of this man." Everyone nodded and thought it was okay. People tamper with someone for money. But the old man didn't mention the money at all. He couldn't be deliberately looking for trouble, could he? Who would have the time to do that? So everyone pointed the finger at Chu Nan again, and the accusations became more and more violent. "Listen. The old man has said so. He must have been wronged. This young man is really inhuman. This kind of person is simply a social scum. He doesn't even let the old man go. He deserves to be punished by God. He is simply a scum. He doesn't deserve to live in this world." Meng Weiyang stood aside, listening to the old man's crying and the accusations of everyone. "I also think what the old man said makes sense." I couldn't help but feel a little disgusted with Chu Nan. Chu Nan's face became extremely ugly. If this matter cannot be properly resolved, it will make Meng Weiyang's misunderstanding of herself deeper. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "You are still pretending, right? Okay, then let's make things clear in front of everyone. Tell me what happened." Although Chu Nan was also puzzled by the old man's behavior of not asking for compensation. But he firmly believed that the other party was deliberately hitting the porcelain. As he spoke, Chu Nan released his momentum and enveloped the old man. This is also a kind of deterrence. It makes people feel fear and pressure psychologically. Over the years, he has killed countless people in the dark world. His momentum is extremely terrifying. No one in the same realm dares to look directly at his edge. He still restrained himself a little. Fear of scaring the old man to death. The old man felt this strong pressure. It felt a little difficult to breathe. At that moment, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His body began to tremble involuntarily. Fine beads of sweat also oozed out of his forehead. However, what surprised Chu Nan was that, although the old man was trembling, his eyes revealed a stubbornness, and he insisted that it was Chu Nan who wanted to harm him and refused to change his words. Chu Nan couldn't help but be surprised. He realized that things were not as simple as he imagined. Let alone an old man. Even a strong man would reveal his flaws or simply give up resistance when facing such a strong deterrent. But this old man was extremely tenacious. Why exactly? At this time, the discussion in the crowd became more and more noisy. What is this person doing? He actually threatened the old man. Is he bullying the weak? This kind of scum should be handed over to the police directly, and let the law punish him. What are you still hesitating about? Call the police quickly, and don't let him get away with it. I have already beaten Yao Yaoling, and the police should be here soon. Everyone was talking at the same time. It wasn't long before the sound of sirens came closer and closer. A police car drove to the scene. The car door opened and several police officers got out quickly. They began to understand the incident in an orderly manner. There happened to be no surveillance equipment around the scene. Chun Nan and the old man each had their own opinions. The scene was also surrounded by many emotional passers-by. The scene was in chaos. The police officers could not accurately judge the truth of the matter for a while. After a brief exchange of ideas, the police decided to put Chu Nan and the old man take them all back to the police station for further detailed investigation. Looking at Chu Nan being taken away, Meng Weiyang frowned slightly. After a moment, she did not go up to stop him. First, it was not easy for her to help with this matter. If Chu Nan really bullied the elderly, she would not help Chu Nan get away with it. If it was a hit and run, the police would investigate it clearly, and Chu Nan would naturally be fine. Second, she disliked Chu Nan and did not want someone to follow her while she was shopping. So she ignored him and continued to stroll forward. But she did not walk for long. She was spotted by someone. Husband. Chapter 508. Shock. The heroine killed someone. Behind the scenes. Control everything. Two hooligans staggered on the road. Their faces were flushed and their eyes were drunk. They kept mumbling something. These two people were idle on weekdays. They were good at stealing and provoking troubles, and they were famous hooligans in this area. Just as they were about to go back, a mysterious person quietly appeared in front of them. She said to the two hooligans in a tempting tone, "I have a good job here, do you want to do it?" "What is it?" the mysterious person said to introduce them to a super beauty. "As long as the job is done, a large sum of money will be given." The two hooligans immediately became energetic and sobered up a little. They looked at each other, their eyes full of greed. There is such a good thing. Not only a beauty, but also money. This is simply pie in the sky. No need to think at all. The two agreed. Seeing them take the bait, the mysterious person raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a trace of disdain and sneer. She pointed to the direction where Meng Weiyang left. After a few simple explanations, he left. Meng Weiyang didn't realize that she had been targeted at all. Because Chu Nan was captured. She felt much better when strolling around. At this time, the two hooligans also saw her, their eyes shining. Damn, this girl is too beautiful. She is simply the best. Even if the man didn't pay, they would have done it. The two hooligans were a little impatient. They whispered to each other, saying dirty words, and discussed how to deal with Meng Weiyang. Take her to that warehouse later. Look at her figure, she must be very strong. Although the gangster brother had the urge to rush up immediately. But he still had some reason. He knew that it was too risky to take action in public. So, they chose to follow and wait for the right time. Meng Weiyang walked and walked, turned a corner, and entered an alley. This alley is narrow and deep, with high walls on both sides, blocking most of the sunlight, making the alley look a little gloomy. On weekdays, few people would pass by here, and now it is even more deserted. The two gangsters were overjoyed when they saw this. They winked at each other and rushed up quickly. Blocked Meng Weiyang's way from both sides. Meng Weiyang was startled when she heard the footsteps behind her, and she immediately became alert. Turned around and looked at the two strange men in front of her. "What are you doing?" Meng Weiyang asked vigilantly. "What? Beauty, you are so lonely here alone, brothers come to accompany you." A gangster said with a smirk. His eyes wandered freely on Meng Weiyang. "That's right. Come with us, I promise you'll be delighted." Another gangster also followed suit. He spat out a series of unbearable words. Meng Weiyang was furious when she heard this. "Get out." She scolded, and disgust appeared in her eyes. "Oh, you have a bad temper, I like it, I hope you still have this temper later," the gangster said. He kept approaching Meng Weiyang. His hands were still waving in the air to prevent Meng Weiyang from escaping. Meng Weiyang was nervous, but she didn't panic. She learned some boxing and kicking skills when she was in school. Although it was not superb. But now she can only rely on these to protect herself. Xu Hao saw that she had some strength from her panel, so he decided to implement this method. At this time, this alley could be seen from a tall building not far away. Xu Hao was sipping tea and watching this side with great interest. He had already poisoned the two gangsters in advance, just waiting for Meng Weiyang to beat them to death. Beside him, Hong Qiangwei was holding a camera and taking pictures of everything happening in the alley. Meng Weiyang observed the surrounding environment calmly, looking for something that could be used. Suddenly, she saw a wooden stick next to her, and couldn't help. She hurried over, picked up the wooden stick and held it tightly in her hand, as if holding a life-saving straw. The two gangsters saw Meng Weiyang picking up the wooden stick, but didn't take it to heart. How strong can a little girl be? Even if she has a stick, what can she do? Can she hurt them? Seeing them approaching slowly, Meng Weiyang gritted her teeth and decided to strike first. She took a deep breath, waving the stick and rushed forward. Seeing the beauty rushing towards him, the thug was very excited. He didn't take Meng Weiyang seriously at all. He was planning to easily grab the stick and then attack the beauty. But at this moment, a feeling of weakness came over me. The body shook involuntarily. Meng Weiyang hit him on the head with the stick. Since it was related to her own safety, she used all her strength. The gangster felt a black screen before his eyes and fell to the ground. Meng Weiyang didn't notice. The gangster kept his eyes open, his pupils were dilated, and he was already dead. Another gangster saw his companion fall down and couldn't help but be confused. What the hell? The stick is coming, don't you know how to hide? What a fool. He cursed, and was happy in his heart. Now this beauty is his alone. He laughed and continued to tease Meng Weiyang. Little baby, you can't run away, just follow me obediently. After Meng Weiyang dealt with one person, she thought of taking the opportunity to escape. She ran to the other end of the alley. But she was wearing high heels and couldn't run fast at all. After running a few steps, she heard the footsteps of another gangster chasing behind her. Her heart tightened. She knew that running like this was not a solution. She stopped, picked up the stick and became alert again. The gangster also felt a little weak at this time. But he thought it was just too much wine, so he didn't care. He just wanted to catch Meng Weiyang and enjoy it. The gangster endured the discomfort. He ran towards Meng Weiyang with an evil smile on his face. Meng Weiyang saw the gangster approaching, and he made up his mind and hit him with a stick again. This stick hit the gangster's head accurately. Because his body was already weak, he was unable to resist and fell to the ground. His pupils lost focus and he was out of breath. Meng Weiyang gasped. The crisis was finally resolved. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, after a while, she couldn't help but wonder. She knew that although she had learned some boxing and kicking, but it wasn't so powerful. Two sticks solved the two gangsters. Moreover, why did they lie on the ground without moving? Even if they were hit on the head, it wouldn't be like this. Meng Weiyang looked at the two people lying on the ground in confusion. Gradually, she found that their eyes were always open, without blinking. A chill came over her, and she was immediately horrified, with goosebumps all over her body. What happened to them? Meng Weiyang trembled in her heart. Although she had some guesses in her mind, she still couldn't believe it. How could she have killed someone with just two sticks? There was no blood on the sticks. Meng Weiyang took deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. She stepped forward with trembling steps. First kicked the two people, but there was no movement. She stepped on them with the soles of her high heels, but there was still no movement. She panicked even more. Finally, she mustered up her courage. She reached out and felt the breath of the two people. When she felt that the two people were indeed dead, she sat down on the ground, her face as pale as paper. Dead, really dead, Meng Weiyang murmured to herself. The voice was full of fear and despair. How could this happen? She couldn't figure it out. She actually beat two people to death. After a moment, Wei Tu realized the seriousness of the matter. I killed someone, I became a murderer. I will go to jail in the future, or even pay with my life. These terrible thoughts kept flashing through Meng Weiyang's mind. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to spend the rest of her life in jail. What should I do? Meng Weiyang was full of helplessness and fear. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. By the way, these two hooligans wanted to ***t me, I was justified in self-defense. However, Meng Weiyang soon found another problem. There were only 3 of them in the alley, no one else. It meant that no one would testify for her 4.7. Meng Weiyang's heart sank to the bottom again. She felt extremely desperate. Meng Weiyang suddenly had a glimmer of hope. No one. Does it also mean no one knew that she killed 2 people? As soon as this idea appeared, it grew wildly in her heart. She was filled with unprecedented ecstasy. She quickly looked around. See if there were any surveillance cameras nearby. It would be easy if there is surveillance, it can prove it to me. There is no way to prove that I killed 2 people without surveillance. She thought to herself. Meng Weiyang checked and found no surveillance equipment. She breathed a sigh of relief. She prepared to flee this place immediately. Just as she turned around and was about to run, she suddenly stopped. There were her fingerprints on the stick. If she left it here, it might become evidence of her murder. So, she turned around and took away the murder weapon, the stick. At this time, on a tall building not far away, Xu Hao was watching all this. Playing with a camera in his hand. Xu Hao smiled playfully. Everything is under control. Chapter 509, Meeting at the Hotel. The little heroine was terrified. You don't want to. Ding. Meng Weiyang was terrified, emotional value plus 888. Meng Weiyang hurried back to the villa. She felt that she had killed someone and was still in shock. She collapsed on the sofa, her eyes dull, not knowing what to do. The night gradually enveloped the earth. Chu Nan came back from the police station. Seeing that Meng Weiyang was in a bad mental state, his heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward and asked with concern. Weiyang, are you okay? Meng Weiyang was shocked. Fluster and vigilance flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly answered. The voice was trembling. I'm fine, don't worry about me, let me be alone. After that, she returned to her bedroom. Just kidding, she must not let the first person know that she had killed someone. Chu Nan looked at her back, her steps hurried, and her back was panicked. Intuition told him. During the time he was taken to the police station, something must have happened. Thinking back to this experience at the police station, Chu Nan was furious. Because there was no surveillance around, he and the old man were taken to the police station for investigation. After an investigation, it was proved that he was wrongly accused. The old man changed his words and said that he had recognized the wrong person. It was not Chu Nan, but someone else who harmed him. This made all the police officers speechless. Chu Nan keenly caught that the old man was lying. Combined with the fact that he had released his aura of deterrence before, and the old man did not give in, it seemed that he was coming for him. But why did he let him go so easily? I really couldn't figure it out. Chu Nan could only come back first. I planned to investigate it carefully later. In the evening, Qin Wuyu finished work and returned to the villa. I didn't see Meng Weiyang anymore. She came to Meng Weiyang's bedroom. Seeing her bestie lying on the bed, her eyes wandering and her face as pale as paper. Qin Wuyu hurried to her side, held her hand, and asked with concern, Weiyang, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Meng Weiyang came back to her senses and forced a smile. Nothing, the company just encountered some troubles. Qin Wuyu immediately asked, what kind of trouble can make you difficult? Tell me and I will help you solve it. Meng Weiyang was moved. It's okay, don't worry, I will handle it. Qin Wuyu didn't doubt him, patted her bestie's hand, and comforted her. No matter what happens, don't bear it alone. I'm here. Let's find a solution together. After this incident, Meng Weiyang was like a frightened bird, and she spent it in agony. Once there was any movement outside, her heart would beat faster. She kept comforting herself. Maybe the 2 people were not dead. After all, she just hit them with a wooden stick at that time. How could she have killed them? Seeing that Meng Weiyang was not in a good mood, Qin Wuyu felt distressed. I didn't go to the company. I just accompanied Meng Weiyang to rest at home. The next day, the 2 watched TV in the living room. Various programs were playing on TV. Meng Weiyang was absent-minded, holding the corner of her clothes with her fingers. She stared at the screen, and her thoughts had already drifted away. Bye. The TV program was interrupted by a news broadcast. Now a news broadcast, 2 people were found dead in an alley on Yangguang Street. Because there is no surveillance nearby, it is difficult for the police to investigate and collect evidence. The murderer is currently on the run. I hope the general public will actively provide clues. Listening to the news broadcast, Meng Weiyang felt as if a heavy hammer hit her heart. Her face turned pale and she trembled involuntarily. It was as if she saw the terrible scene of herself being taken away by the police. Qin Wuyu saw her reaction and asked in surprise. Weiyang, what's wrong with you? You look so ugly. Meng Weiyang tried to calm down. She stuttered. Nothing, I just think this is too terrible. Meng Weiyang's thoughts were confused. On the one hand, the two people died after all, and she killed someone. On the other hand, she was secretly glad. The police had no clues, so they couldn't find her. Maybe she could really escape this disaster. Let this matter be buried forever as time goes by. Qin Wuyu angrily slapped the armrest of the sofa. He said indignantly, "What happened to this demon city? Someone dared to kill people in broad daylight, it's simply lawless. The police must quickly catch this murderer, otherwise no one will feel safe." When Meng Weiyang heard Qin Wuyu's words, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. She thought to herself, this murderer is me. Seeing her bestie's reaction was so big. If she knew that she had killed someone, she would definitely cut off her relationship with her, right? No matter what, this matter cannot be known to others. Meng Weiyang swore secretly. In order not to arouse Qin Wuyu's suspicion, she pretended to be calm and echoed. Yes, it's terrible, how can there be such a person in this society? Qin Wuyu turned his head and looked at Meng Weiyang. Weiyang, you are so beautiful, you can't go out alone in the future. No matter where you are going, you must tell me, I will accompany you, so that I can rest assured. Looking at the sincere concern and worry in Qin Wuyu's eyes, Meng Weiyang's heart was touched, and she nodded slightly. Okay, Wuyu, thank you. 2 days passed in a row. Meng Weiyang seemed to have gradually regained her past calmness. The appearance of an iceberg president appeared on her beautiful face again. But deep in her heart, the fear never dissipated. Finally, after countless struggles and weighings, Meng Weiyang made up her mind to return to the imperial capital. In fact, if she hadn't thought about cooperating with Xu Hao, she would have fled back to the imperial capital long ago. She was tormented by staying in the magic city. Fear still prevailed. Cooperating with Xu Hao, there will be opportunities later. Once the murder was exposed, handcuffs and imprisonment would be waiting for her. The whole life would be over. Just when Meng Weiyang was about to leave, the crisp doorbell rang. Chu Nan went to check after hearing the sound, and it turned out to be the courier. After a brief contact, Chu Nan turned back to inform. Weiyang, there is a courier for you. Meng Weiyang couldn't help wondering. Didn't she buy anything online? She came to the door and looked at the courier and asked. Did you remember it wrong? I didn't buy a courier. The courier confirmed the delivery address and said. Yes, it's here. Is your name Meng Weiyang? Meng Weiyang was more and more confused. Could it be something Wuyu bought for her? With such a guess, she signed for the package and took a small square box. Her eyes swept over it, and it was indeed written with her name. She returned to the house with a heart full of doubts. On the sofa in the living room, Meng Weiyang opened the package. When her eyes touched the items in the box, her face turned pale instantly, without a trace of blood. Her body trembled involuntarily. A photo came into view. The scene in the photo was the alley that made her dream again and again. In the picture, she was holding a stick tightly in her hand, hitting a gangster hard. That frozen moment seemed like a judgment from hell. Her most fearful secret was presented before her eyes. This was the ironclad evidence of her murder. Meng Weiyang felt dizzy. She was extremely flustered. She seemed to have lost her soul and collapsed on the sofa, her mind blank. Chu Nan noticed her abnormality and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Weiyang, what's wrong with you? What happened? Meng Weiyang suddenly came back to her senses. As if she had been electrocuted, she held the express box in her arms in a panic and found an excuse to say. Oh, nothing, maybe I'm too tired recently, I'll go back to the bedroom to rest. After saying that, she hurriedly got up and fled back to her bedroom. Only Chu Nan was left with a worried and confused look on his face. Looking at her leaving back, Nan's brows were wrinkled into the shape of a Chuan character. In his impression, Meng Weiyang has always been the image of a cold CEO. He has never seen the other party show such a fearful expression. What happened? Meng Weiyang returned to the bedroom. He couldn't help but feel scared. But he still opened the express box with trembling hands. In addition to the photo that frightened her, there was also a note. She picked up the note and her eyes touched the handwriting on it, and she felt a buzz in her head. The first sentence on the note was written. President Meng, you don't want people to know that you killed someone, right? She became anxious, suppressed her fear, and continued to read. If you don't want me to call the police, come to Century Hotel for dinner at 6 p.m. I. 8. 140 plus 999. Meng Weiyang tightly grasped the note, her eyes full of fear and confusion, her heart in turmoil. Who took the photo? Since the other party chose to threaten her with this, he must have bad intentions, and what did he want from her? She just sat in the bedroom, countless questions intertwined in her mind. Time passed quietly. Half a day passed unknowingly. I didn't even have lunch. Chu Nan looked at Meng Weiyang's room from time to time, and couldn't help but worry. It wasn't until the evening. Meng Weiyang recovered. Her eyes fell on the note again. She knew she had to make a choice. If she went to the appointment, she didn't know what the other party would do. If she didn't go to the appointment, the other party would expose her murder. After a struggle and hesitation, Meng Weiyang's fear of going to jail and paying for her life prevailed, and she decided to take the risk and go to the appointment. After packing up, Meng Weiyang went out with a nervous mood. Chu Nan followed her, of course. Meng Weiyang didn't stop him. Although she didn't like this person. But after all, he was a bodyguard introduced by her father, so he should be able to protect herself, right? If the other party was there 2 days ago, she wouldn't have killed anyone. Along the way on the bus, Meng Weiyang and Chu Nan were both silent. The atmosphere in the car was so heavy that it was suffocating. The car drove to the entrance of Century Hotel. The money was good. Meng Weiyang looked at the brightly lit hotel building through the car window and took a deep breath. Then she pushed open the car door and walked in. Chu Nan followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. Meng Weiyang's performance was seen by him. Guess who she wanted to meet? It was the guy who made her lose her mind these 2 days. He wanted to see who it was. Dare to bully the woman he liked. Looking for death. Meng Weiyang followed the agreed place on the note. Finally came to the door of a box. She stopped, held the door handle with a slightly trembling hand, and gently pushed open the box door. There was no one inside. It seemed that the other party had not arrived yet. She could only endure the uneasiness and wait in the box. Time passed by minute by minute. Meng Weiyang felt that the days were like years, and she kept thinking about it. Just when she was panicking, click. The door of the box was pushed open. Meng Weiyang was shocked, and suddenly became alert, staring at the door. Standing not far away, Chu Nan also had a focused gaze. The door slowly opened. When Xu Hao's figure appeared at the door, Chu Nan was stunned. He never thought that the person who threatened Meng Weiyang would be Xu Hao. In his impression, although Meng Weiyang didn't like Xu Hao's mention, but because he wanted to cooperate with her, he didn't lose his spirit. He subconsciously looked at Meng Weiyang. Meng Weiyang's expression was very interesting at this time. Shocked, stunned, confused. Xu Hao smiled and sat down in front of her. Mr. Meng, how are you? Chapter 510. Xu Hao bares his fangs. His target is you. The little heroine is scared. Boss Meng, how are you? Meng Weiyang was still in shock, not believing that it was Xu Hao who threatened her. She said in a daze. Boss Xu, did you go to the wrong box? Xu Hao showed a playful smile. Yes, it's here, and I also made an appointment with you. Seeing Xu Hao's expression, Meng Weishan was completely sure. Then, a wave of anger quickly surged. She never thought that Xu Hao, who usually behaved gently, would be such a despicable and shameless person. Threatening herself with despicable means. Too hypocritical. Meng Weiyang couldn't help but feel annoyed. She should have thought of it earlier. Xu Hao already had a wife and daughter, but he was still entangled with Qin Wuyu. Why was it strange for such a person to threaten her? Meng Weiyang suppressed the anger in her heart and asked in a cold tone, Mr. Xu. I want to cooperate with your company wholeheartedly, what do you mean by this? Xu Hao didn't take her, 653, attitude to heart. He turned his head to look at Chu Nan and spoke slowly. I think that before talking about things, you should let the insignificant people come out first. Chu Nan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He glared at Xu Hao, in a bad tone. I am Weiyang's bodyguard. I will not leave to prevent certain people from messing around. Meng Weiyang now deeply hates Xu Hao, thinking of him spending the whole afternoon with the secretary and Qin Wuyu. She is worried that Xu Hao will have bad intentions towards her. To be on the safe side, she thinks it will be safer to keep Chu Nan. So she said, "Mr. Xu, just say whatever you want to say. He is my bodyguard, not an insignificant person." Xu Hao shrugged, looking indifferent. "Well, since you are not afraid of that matter being known to others, what should I care about?" Meng Weiyang's face changed drastically. She knew what that matter Xu Hao was referring to. That was the evidence of his murder. The more people know, the more risk of exposure. Meng Weiyang hurriedly spoke up and turned to look at Chu Nan. "You go out for a while." Chu Nan was stunned and confused. How could he not see that Xu Hao knew a secret of Meng Weiyang? What secret was it? It made Meng Weiyang lose control like this. Chu Nan couldn't help but worry. "Weiyang, this guy has bad intentions, I'm afraid he will harm you." Meng Weiyang knew it too. But she really didn't dare to let Chu Nan stay in the box. Said coldly. Chu Nan opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him a few more times. Meng Weiyang shouted angrily. "Didn't you hear what I said? Believe it or not, I will call my father and ask you to get out." Chu Nan closed his mouth helplessly. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he could only say, "Okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned and walked out, glaring at Xu Hao as he passed by to warn him. "If you dare to hurt Weiyang, I will make you die." Xu Hao just smiled slightly, and then said to Meng Weiyang, "It's better to let him leave the hotel. He has good hearing, and this box door can't stop him." Chu Nan's face became more gloomy. He really wanted to eavesdrop outside. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao saw through his thoughts. Meng Weiyang ordered Chu Nan again. "Wait outside the hotel for me." Chu Nan agreed with frustration. He thought, "I'll just agree first, and then I won't leave." But Xu Hao seemed to have expected it. He called the waiter and asked the waiter to call the security guard to take Chu Nan out of the hotel. Chu Nan could easily deal with this group of security guards, but this is not the dark world, and he can't just do it casually. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Ding. Chu Nan is furious, emotion value plus 1000. In the box, only Xu Hao and Meng Weiyang are left. It is different from the ambiguous atmosphere between men and women who are alone. The air here seems to be frozen, and it is so oppressive that it is almost suffocating. Meng Weiyang took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down and asked, "Mr. Xu, can you talk now? What do you want?" Xu Hao's face was half smile. "Don't worry, let's watch a video first." After saying that, he took out a mobile phone. After a few operations, a video was opened. Meng Weiyang's eyes fell on the screen. When the video screen showed the familiar and terrifying alley, her heart was in her throat. The video started playing. Two hooligans approached her step by step with bad intentions. She rushed towards one of the hooligans with a wooden stick in her hand, hitting him hard on the head. For a moment, Meng Weiyang seemed to have returned to that evening, and her hands clenched subconsciously. As the video continued, another hooligan was also knocked to the ground by her. At the end of the video, she was holding a wooden stick and fled the scene in a panic. After watching the video, Meng Weiyang stood there, her eyes were empty, her mind was blank. Once this video fell into the hands of the police, what awaits her is a catastrophe. Her life, her career, and everything she cherishes will vanish into thin air. She began to tremble uncontrollably. Xu Hao put away her phone. "I admire Mr. Meng very much. Every blow hit the vital point, and he easily killed two people." There was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Meng Weiyang suddenly came back to her senses. The suppressed emotions of the past 2 days burst out. She said excitedly, "I didn't kill them. They were trying to do something bad to me. I was defending myself." Xu crossed her arms in front of her chest, calm and composed. "Self-defense doesn't mean you should kill someone, right? Those are 2 lives, tut-tut. It's not like that." Meng Weiyang kept shaking her head. With panic and helplessness in her eyes, she tried to defend herself. "I didn't mean to kill them. I just hit them with a stick and they fell to the ground." Suddenly, she realized something. Staring at Xu Hao, "How do you know this?" Xu Hao opened his mouth. "Of course, the people below told me." Meng Weiyang understood immediately. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. You actually arranged someone to monitor me. Don't say that. I saw that President Meng came to the Magic City for the first time, and I was afraid that I would encounter any danger, so I specially arranged someone to protect me. I didn't expect to see this scene by accident. Meng Weiyang was so angry that her teeth itched. What protection? It's obviously monitoring. If it's protection, why didn't anyone show up when she was really in danger? Meng Weiyang's face kept changing. Anger, fear, her face was full of changes. Asterisk asterisk. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She hurriedly said to Xu Hao, President Xu, you have a video of the whole process, which can prove that I was acting in self-defense. Xu Hao's expression became more and more playful. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, That's true, but why should I prove it to you? Swish. These words hit Meng Weiyang's heart like a heavy hammer. The hope she had just ignited was instantly extinguished. But, she had been a CEO for a while, so she slowly calmed down. She looked at Xu Hao calmly. Mr. Xu, tell me, how much money do you want to testify for me? 1.6 inches. Xu Hao took a video of her crime. He didn't choose to hand it over to the police, but asked her to come here. He must want to threaten her. Xu Hao chuckled. Mr. Meng, do you think you'll be short of money? Meng Weiyang froze. She remembered that Xu Hao was worth trillions. Her family had tens of billions in total, and she didn't even have a fraction of his. A bad premonition gradually surged in her heart. What's your purpose? Xu Hao snapped his fingers. Then, he looked her over. Meng Weiyang was dressed casually today, wearing a light blue dress that couldn't cover her tall figure. Her beautiful face was a little tired, but it did not detract from her beauty. Instead, she looked more charming and sympathetic. Meng Weiyang felt uncomfortable when he looked at her. Xu Hao uttered a word. You. What? Meng Weiyang was stunned. Can't you see? My target is you. Chapter 511. Once is not enough. A maid should look like a maid. A quilt for a best friend. My target is you. Meng Weiyang's eyes widened. She couldn't believe her ears, her expression froze. Then her face changed. Xu Hao already has so many women. His group's secretary, best friend Qin Wuyu, and Chu Nan's childhood sweetheart. Why are these women willing to follow Xu Hao? Meng Weiyang didn't know, and she didn't want to know. She didn't want to be one of Xu Hao's many women anyway. Impossible, just give up on this idea, I won't be with you. Meng Weiyang said firmly. Really? Xu Hao smiled slightly. Aren't you afraid that I will hand over the video to the police? These are evidence of your murder. Meng Weiyang said calmly. I wish you would hand it over to the police, so that it can prove that I was acting in self-defense. Although beating someone to death is considered excessive self-defense. But with her family's relationship, she will still be fine. Although this would make other family members think of her. She may not be the president of the group in the future. But she was even more unwilling to be threatened by Xu Hao. Xu Hao did not comment. Who said I would hand over the complete video to the police? I won't have someone edit it. Meng Weiyang's face changed. If Xu Hao 19 edited the video into a version where she deliberately killed someone, then she would have no way to defend herself. If you edit the video, won't I say you have the complete version? I will report you for threatening me. She looked angry and tried to find a way out. Xu Hao smiled. Do you think they believe you or me? This is indeed a question. Xu Hao has been operating in the Magic City for many years. She is an outsider. How many people will believe her? Meng Weiyang's face was extremely ugly. By the way, what do you think people will think of you? If I post the video online. Xu Hao's voice sounded again. Like the whisper of a devil, it echoed in Meng Weiyang's ears. Meng Weiyang trembled. If Xu Hao published it online, she would definitely be exposed online. It was as if she had seen herself being criticized by netizens. Those vicious comments and contemptuous words came to her. Femme fatale, and vicious heart, all kinds of unbearable nicknames emerged in her mind. Meng Weiyang came back to her senses with a start. Looking at the smile on Xu Hao's face, she felt more terrifying than the devil. A deep fear surged in her heart. Hard tactics didn't work. Meng Weiyang planned to use soft tactics. She looked at Xu Hao pleadingly. Mr. Xu, please let me go. Qin Wuyu and I are good friends. If she knew you treated me like this, she would have a problem with you. She hoped that Xu Hao would let her go for Qin Wuyu's sake. Xu Hao snorted disdainfully. Do you think I care about her opinion? And maybe she will be very happy. Didn't you say you were good friends? Good friends should share a quilt. After a pause, he continued. Don't be so resistant. Think about it in a positive way. As long as you follow me, I promise that the police will never find anything about you. Think about it yourself. Do you want to live in fear for the rest of your life, or continue to be the president of Lengshan? That's all it has come to. If Meng Weiyang still can't figure it out, then he's going to use his big move. Meng Weiyang was completely speechless. Xu Hao was determined to get her. She was in a fierce struggle. On the one hand, it was her innocence and dignity. On the other hand, it was being exposed online, going to jail, and losing her position as president. After some hesitation, Meng Weiyang finally made a decision. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Okay, I promise to accompany you once, but then you have to give me the video. She spoke in a low voice. Like a deflated ball, Ying sat on the chair. Ding. Meng Weiyang's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Hao smiled as expected. But he wouldn't be easily satisfied. You think it's too simple to want the video back in one go? 3 days, as long as you are my maid for 3 days, I will give you the video. What? You want her to be a maid for 3 days? Meng Weiyang was furious. Xu Hao, don't go too far. Don't get excited, didn't you agree once? What's the difference between once and 3 days? Meng Weiyang was fluctuating and out of breath. She was very angry with Xu Hao. Xu Hao spoke again. I am old, how many times can I have in 3 days? Later on, maybe I can only watch but not eat. This wave, just show weakness to the enemy. How many times? That's too much. I'll let you know what cruelty is. Meng Weiyang couldn't help but hesitate. It was indeed as Xu Hao said. She thought that since she had agreed once, it would be easier to compromise. It was just a few more bites from the dog. Besides, it wouldn't be many times. So she said hatefully, okay, 3 days is 3 days, then you promise to give me all the videos in 3 days. Xu Hao smiled brightly. I swear on my character. Meng Weiyang cheered up, stood up, and said coldly. Let's go. Where to? Meng Weiyang glared at him in shame and anger. To the hotel room, we can't be in this box. She felt humiliated. She never thought she would fall into such a situation. Don't worry, have a meal first. Meng Weiyang's face was cold. I don't need to eat. She just wanted to end it all as soon as possible. She didn't want to have any extra interactions with Xu Hao. Xu Hao insisted. You should eat something to replenish your energy. You look so weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Meng Weiyang's face turned redder, and she was so ashamed and angry. She cursed in her heart. But since Xu Hao wanted to eat, she had to sit down. At this time, a pair of eyes appeared outside the window of the box. This person was naturally Chu Nan. He was taken outside the hotel, and there was a waiter guarding the door of the box. Chu Nan was unwilling to be blocked outside like this. Noticing the window outside, he climbed up easily with his own strength. He wanted to see how Xu Hao threatened Meng Weiyang and whether he could solve it. Looking in from the window, Meng Weiyang's expression was a little wrong. Angry, shy, angry. What is this shyness about? At this time, the two people in the box have finished talking. Xu Hao asked the waiter to serve the dishes. After a while, the table was filled with various delicious dishes. Xu Hao picked up the chopsticks and ate heartily, not caring about Meng Weiyang's feelings at all. Meng Weiyang had no appetite at all, and the chopsticks did not move. Xu Hao called, eat, don't be polite. Meng Weiyang turned a deaf ear and looked away. Xu Hao frowned. Did you forget what you promised? Be my maid for 3 days, and the maid must be obedient and look like a maid. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you the things at that time. Meng Weiyang was furious. Have no choice but to pick up the chopsticks and sulk. Chu Nan, who was 170 cm tall outside the window, was confused. What the hell? Meng Weiyang agreed to be Xu Hao's maid for 3 days. Meng Weiyang is the daughter of his close friend. I also like her. When Chu Nan thought of her being a maid, he was furious and his teeth were broken. Ding. Chu Nan gritted his teeth, emotional value plus 1000. That's right. Xu Hao glanced out the window inadvertently. With a turn of his eyes, he continued to order. Why are you sitting so far away? Come and sit next to me. Meng Weiyang raised her head. She stared at Xu Hao angrily, her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Huh? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows, with a hint of threat in his eyes. Meng Weiyang was deflated again. Although she was very reluctant, she still moved her position and sat over. However, she still kept some distance from Xu Hao. Xu Hao unceremoniously put his arm around her waist. He sat her almost next to him. Meng Weiyang's body was stiff. She had never been so close to a person of the opposite S*X. She just felt uncomfortable all over. This is the best way to serve my master, Xu Hao said with a smile. He put his hand on her waist, without any intention of retracting it. Little maid, I want to eat sea cucumber. Xu Hao's voice rang in Meng Weiyang's ears. Meng Weiyang was still in a daze and didn't react. Xu Hao raised his hand and hit her. Hurry up, don't be dazed. Meng Weiyang was ashamed and angry. Under Xu Hao's coercion, she compromised again. She raised her chopsticks, picked up a piece of sea cucumber, and was about to put it in Xu Hao's bowl. But Xu Hao moved the bowl away. The devilish words rang in her ears. Chapter 512, Naked Humiliation. Let's do something exciting. The service of a little maid. Hearing Xu Hao's words, Meng Weiyang froze and looked at him in disbelief. Xu Hao actually let herself feed him. What did he think of her? Pa. Xu Hao smiled and hit her. This is also the duty of a little maid. Feeling the burning sensation, Meng Weiyang was extremely ashamed and angry. She swore that if Xu Hao hadn't used her as a handle, she would definitely slap him in the face. Unfortunately, there was no if. She gritted her teeth and sent the sea cucumber to Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao opened his mouth and ate it, nodding with satisfaction. Chu Nan outside the window witnessed this scene. Meng's father, a close friend of all ages, intended to match him and Meng Weiyang. He was also interested in Meng Weiyang. Seeing her endure the humiliation at this time, Chu Nan's eyes widened with anger, and his lungs were about to explode. Damn it! How dare he humiliate Meng Weiyang like this? What secrets did Xu Hao know about her? I really want to rush in and beat Xu Hao up. But Xu Hao's identity is there. He can't beat him to death. It will be troublesome if Xu Hao retaliates. He is not afraid. But what about the Meng family? They can't bear Xu Hao's anger. So, he can only wait to find Meng Weiyang, the threat to Xu Hao, to help solve the problem. But Xu Hao is getting more and more annoying. In the box, Xu Hao is still ordering Meng Weiyang. I want to eat that steak. Meng Weiyang numbly picked up the chopsticks, picked up the steak, and put it in Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao opened his mouth and ate it. Enjoy the service of the little maid. Considering the continuous gunfire at night, Xu Hao also picked up some food for her and gave her some nourishment, fearing that she would not be able to bear it. Used chopsticks to pick up abalone and put it to Meng Weiyang's mouth. Pick up some food for me, it's a courtesy, eat more to replenish your body 660. Meng Weiyang looked at the abalone in front of her with her lips tightly closed. She was very disgusted with this way of feeding. It was as if it was a pet being manipulated at will. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. What? No face. Meng Weiyang's heart tightened. She knew she couldn't resist anymore.